that's it. I might sign up and do Silverstone next season, but go and do the Twilight side of it. I can hide behind the trainee badge again then. Even though most people would be like, you ain't a trainee. Yes, I am. I am when it comes to this. Yeah. Out there I'm not, but in here I am. I've been told to fuck up.
Good morning and welcome to another weekend of BARC TV action here at Donington. It is going to be a thriller of a weekend, plenty of championships concluding or in their penultimate rounds. Today you've got the Classic Touring Car Championship, you've got the Junior Saloons tomorrow, the Brit Car Trophy tomorrow, but headlining today a 2-hour endurance race in the British Endurance Championship. It all comes down to this now. I have found an absolute beauty over here. Have a little look at this. I didn't actually mean you, Ian. You just grab that thing on the floor there for me. Look at this absolute monster. I did mean that. Ian, who is potentially going to be winning that this weekend?
Well, there are 3 teams up for the grabs overall. It is going to go right down to, I can tell you, those 2 points separating the top 2. Yes, it is going to happen today. You are going to see it live as well. Who is it going to be? We're going to find out round about 4:30.
I mean, it is another super day of action. Donington, it is beautifully sunny, not going to lie, it's fleece and gilet weather, but we'll bring you all the action from trackside, Park Ferme and in the paddock. Somebody is going to win that.
Well, good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to Donington Park, the home of motorsport in the Midlands, here on BARC TV. First of 2 days of action presented by the British Automobile Racing Club. A busy day of 18, a busy weekend of 18 races, 7 of them today, another 11 coming up here tomorrow. Using the full Grand Prix circuits here this weekend. Our last qualifying session of the morning just taking place at the moment before we get into the race action. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action this weekend from the commentary box. Today we have 2 races coming up before our lunch break, and then another 5 this afternoon. The big race coming up is the 2-hour enduro for the MSUK British Endurance Championship. A championship to be decided there. But first up on track today, it is the Mini Challenge Club Sport category with Airtech Motorsport. Seen them a few times on our coverage this season. Last saw them out at Snetterton. They have 2 races today and a longer race tomorrow. They have their end of season endurance race taking place, a 40-minute race with pit stops and driver changes. Also here this weekend we have the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Quite a few championships still to be decided there. The Pre 93, 03 and Boss Blue Oval Saloon Series will have a combined race before the lunch break. After lunch we'll have the Pre 83 Group 1 touring cars. A couple of drivers still able to win the title in those. Then it's the big 2-hour race for the MSUK British Endurance Championship. Some very impressive cars from GT3, GT4, TCR and more taking part in that one. Then it's the Classic Touring Car Racing Club Pre-66 historic machines. That's followed by a second race for the Mini Challenge Club Sport for the BMW Minis, and then the Classic Thunder Saloons, which are out qualifying at the moment. It's a combined qualifying session with the Jaguar Challenge. They will have separate races taking place tomorrow. The Big Cats, they'll be on a separate grid this weekend. Tomorrow we're joined by the Rowe Motor Oil's Brick Car Trophy Championship. The title still to be decided there as well. So a busy weekend of racing here in this what's been quite a nice autumn day so far here at Donington Park. We're just awaiting this qualifying session to be completed for the Edmonton Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons and also the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge before our first Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsport race of the day. Classic Thunder Saloons, of course, the most powerful cars that we will see from the CSCC, the CTCRC Classic Touring Car Racing Club competing this weekend. I can tell you it is one of Britain's leading female racing drivers, Abby Eaton, who is currently top of the times in this session in her father Paul's Holden Commodore, the big Australian beast. Second behind her is another Holden, Andy Wilson, in his more modern Holden Monaro. And completing the top 3, it was another Australian beast, Andy Robinson's Ford Falcon. So you'd be forgiven for thinking we were at Bathurst. I know the Bathurst 1000 took place last week in Australia, but it's 3 Bathurst veteran cars that did occupy the top of the times. Although Gary Hufford's BMW has now gone second quickest, and Malcolm Harding with his famous Escort Mark II, the Castrol liveried car, has gone third fastest. Who's quickest of the Jaguars, meanwhile, further back down the order? It's Guy Connew, one of the title contenders, only a point separating him and Jack Robinson in the Jaguar Challenge points so far over the course of the season. It's their finale this weekend. Thanks to everybody who's commented on the YouTube stream so far. Gary Rue asking, when do the trucks come on? They're at Brands Hatch in November, Gary. Their season finale. They raced at Donington earlier in the season. It's car racing only this weekend, I'm afraid. But some very spectacular cars indeed. A huge variety of touring cars from the various Classic Touring Car Racing Club disciplines. We've also got the Junior Saloon Car Championship here. They'll be racing tomorrow as well in their Citroen Saxos. Young as 14 years of age, the drivers in that series. The Touring Car Stars tomorrow. They had their qualifying session a little earlier today. And the title still to be decided there as well. Dara Flock, the Irishman, and Cameron Pratt-Thompson still fighting for the title there. They have a round to go after today at Brands Hatch, though, so it may not be wrapped up just yet. See our variety of classic touring cars out on track at the moment. Cars heading up through Schwartz Curve towards McLean's on this very flowing layout. As we say, the full Grand Prix circuit being used, so the Melbourne Loop is in use as well. Quick hello to everybody else who's commented so far. Harry Whitelam, Charlie Stevenson, Stuart Evans, Matt Moran, Alex King, James Boyle, and plenty more. There goes Abby in the white and red car there. It's heading up the hill there. The title contenders in Classic Thunder, incidentally, Nick Vaughan in his turbocharged Audi A3, and one of the historic division cars, the Aston Martin, run by Ricky Catt, driven by Samuel Wilson. Sam Wilson, a title contender in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. He missed the last round at Snetterton, which allowed Nick Vaughan the Prawn as we call him, to catch up. He celebrated his birthday with a couple of wins at Snetterton last time out in the wet. Hello to Stephen Whitehead, he's supporting the Mini Mafia team in our Mini Challenge Club Sport races. Stephen Berry took pole position for them in his Mini Coupe earlier on, so he'll be heading the grid for our first race of the weekend. Also a comment from Aidan Howard, who says he'll be there in orange tomorrow. Shout out to the marshals this weekend. Yep, thank you to all our volunteer marshals, the Orange family as we call them. Couldn't go racing without them. Track conditions good at the moment. We've had a couple of rain showers early this morning, but things dry currently. We'll keep our fingers crossed it stays dry for the rest of the weekend. Geezertronic says go Ross Alexander in Mini Challenge Club Sports. He's number 320, the man from Birmingham. Saw him take a win at Thruxton earlier this season. So we see the cars heading into Redgate. Great to see Clive Hainsford back out there, the yellow car. That's the modified Mazda RX-8, the rotary engined car. Had an accident in testing at Snetterton, has had to put the car back together. Whole group of Jaguars as well out there. There's one of the Series 1s, the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge. Wonderful to have them here this weekend. They'll be racing tomorrow. May have been a couple of extra Jaguars actually. There's a couple I didn't spot on my entry list that are out there. And we'll update that tomorrow because they don't race until Sunday. Hi to Anna Root, says big shout out to my Marshall friends and family at Donny today. Have fun and stay safe. Ben Sewell says come on Jamie Ringer in the Mini Challenge. Where's Jamie qualified? Let's have a look at the grid. He'll be starting 6th on the grid overall as part of the S class. Of course, they're gridded by class in the Mini Challenge. The Open class go at the front, then the S class, then the Cooper class at the back. Let's have a look at how long we've got left in this session. Just over 2 minutes left. Abby Eaton still quickest. Andy Wilson second. Kirk Armitage's BMW is now 3rd fastest. 4th quickest is Nick Vaughan, our title contender, 2nd in class. And 5th quickest is Sam Wilson, no relation I believe to Andy, in the Aston Martin. So the other title contender well up there ahead of Gary Hufford. Mike Manning in his Ford Sierra Cosworth RS 500. As we see the cars there heading down the famous Craner curves out of Redgate through Hollywood, then down the Craner curves into the old hairpin, the spectacular roller coaster section of circuit. Malcolm Harding's Escort I can see just heading through there. Very easy to run wide onto the grass and the gravel there. Then it's up through Schwantz Curve to McLean's, then Coppice, the double right-hander at the top of the circuit, and then along the exhibition straight into the Fogarty S's. Rather than turning right and towards the finish line, they turn left onto the Melbourne Loop this time, the Fogarty S's, then down to the Melbourne hairpin, up the final straight, and then into the looping left-hander at Goddard's, not named after me, and the end of the lap. We're coming to the end of this qualifying session. Got just 1 minute left on the clock. Still Abby Eaton quickest. Fastest of the Jaguars is Jack Robinson in his XK, the title contender. He runs in Class C. Class A for the most powerful, most modified cars, down to Class D for the more road standard machines. Guy Conyers a Class D car. He's 2nd quickest of the Jags. 47 cars have been out on track in this session. That's why we've split them, because otherwise they'll be over capacity for the circuit. First up on track will be the Mini Challenge. That's followed by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, a 3-in-1 race. 3 championships on the circuit at once in race 2 this weekend, which will be the deep breath. Laser Tools Pre-93 Touring Cars, Bertie Haulage Pre-03 Touring Cars, and Burton Power Products Blue Oval Saloon Series will be our second race of the day. So Pre-93, Pre-03 and Boss, we'll call them for short. 2 of those titles have already been sewn up pretty much. The Pre-03 Championship is still wide open though, between Gary Preble and Ross Craig. Lots of our supporters of the Mini Challenge I can see on our YouTube stream at the moment. Ed Pilgrim, shout out to Jamie Ringer. That Mini is supporting Freddie Hewitt, number 5, racing his sister Chloe's car, I believe. I think Freddie is at the front of the S56 class. I think he's qualified. Yeah, he's qualified fastest there. And hi to Alex King, who says, come on Steve Webb, 231 in the Mini Challenge for Sheer Motorsports. Teammate of Zach Blackwell. Now Zach, I think, will be lining up at the back of the grid because he qualified out of session. Yeah, he'll be at the back of the S-Class, I think, but he'll be a contender for victory anyway. Checkered flag, I think, has gone out on our qualifying session here. Indeed it has, and it is Abby Eaton quickest, so she'll be on pole. It's an all-Holden front row, provisionally for the Classic Thunders, with Andy Wilson's more modern Monaro alongside, Nick Vaughan and Sam Wilson on row 2, Kirk Armitage and Gary Hufford on row 3. Then it's Mike Manning Sierra, Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi Starion, and then Andy Robinson and Malcolm Harding in 2 very different Fords, completing the top 10. As for the Jaguars, Jack Robinson quickest ahead of Guy Connew, then Colin Philpott, the former champion, and Chris Boone, another ex-champion in his XKR. Then it's Andrew Harper in his supercharged Jaguar S-Type, still developing that car, looking for his first overall win. He'll be keeping in touch with his son Thomas as well, who's racing his kart this weekend. I think he's at Fullbeck, if I remember rightly. A couple of debutants in the Jaguars as well this weekend, including one of the auto reserve parts car builders who built that car, making his debut in the diesel-powered XJ that we've seen out this season. That's Mark Bennett, number 15. So good luck to him on his debut. Did he come out in that session? I'm not seeing him on the times at the moment, unfortunately, Mark Bennett from Nottingham. Well, we'll see if he appears come race time tomorrow. But that's qualifying completed then, and we'll go on to our first race of the weekend. The Mini Challenge Club Sports with Airtech Motorsports is our first race of the day. 3 different divisions taking place this weekend, and 4 classes. You've got the Open division for any BMW Mini. Classes S56 and S53, they start mixed together on the grid in the second group, and then Class C for Cooper, for the more standard Mini Coopers, round out the grid. The Open class title has already gone to Stephen Berry in his Mini Coupe, which I think is the only one of its kind racing in the UK. Class R53, well, Class S53 as it's down as here, has been taken by Alex Westerby. In Class S56, Zach Blackwell and Ross Alexander are fighting for that category. The Airtech Trophy is contested by all of the 53 and 56 drivers. In the Cooper class, the closest battle between Dan Truman and Neil Clark, but they've been out qualified by Andy Langley, I can tell you. And the race tomorrow is a mixture of different BMW Minis from the Club Sports category, the Trophy category, and also from the Scottish Mini Series. 40-minute pit stop race with driver changes. They've called it the Mini Le Dons race, not Le Mans, Le Don, here at Donington. That's coming up tomorrow. Always looking for something new in motorsport. Michelle Claire Berry says, Mini Mafia all the way. That's Stephen Berry's sister. And Stephen Berry's mum has been in touch as well, Pam Berry. So all the Berry family are watching Steve, who's going to be on pole for our next race. Plenty of fans of Abby Eaton on here as well. Chris Phelps says, well done, Abby. There's a Tracy Walters, Rob Foote and Nelson Montero. Nelson supporting Ionut Carrare, the Romanian driver, who will be competing in the Mini. He's got lots of fans of the Mini Challenge on here. That's great to see. The marshal's just giving the circuit a quick inspection then, and then we will have the cars out onto track. It will be the cars out of the assembly area, onto the grid, and a green flag lap and a standing start. The race will take place over 15 minutes. One more live stream to come on BARC TV in the 2023 season. It's a big one, November the 4th and 5th at Brands Hatch, the finale of the British Truck Racing Championship, with firework display as well. Can Ryan Smith make it 8 titles in a row? Is Paul Rivett going to catch Adam Bint in Division 2? Find out at Brands Hatch, November the 4th and 5th. We'll have the Pickup Truck Racing Championship, Junior Saloons finale and plenty more as well. All coming up here on BARC TV next month. Okay, let's have a look at the grid then for our first race of the day, the Mini Challenge. The Open class is on the grid first, so it's treble 6 Stephen Berry alongside 999 Sean Wortley. On the second row, number 12 Charlie Newton Darby and number 14 Lee Campbell. Then there's a gap and we've got the S classes competing for the AirTech Trophy. Number 5 Freddie Hewitt heads them alongside 959, which is Jamie Ringer. Behind them 320 Ross Alexander and 37 Alex Westerby. 44 Charlie Heatley will start alongside Sammy Bowler, number 66. May have seen her brother John Bowler racing in the British Truck Racing Championship this season. And then behind them 191, which is Rory Melia, and number 10 Charlie Collins. Next row, number 17 Ionut Carrare alongside 58 Matthew Hibbard. 190 Alan Lee heads 231 Steve Webb. Then 27 Emma Dawson and 411 Zach Blackwell, who starts at the back of that group, having qualified out of session. Was a bit late onto circuit earlier today. And the Cooper class starting from the rear of the grid. 42 Andy Langley starts ahead of Daniel Truman, number 19. 53 Neil Clark alongside 15 Jason McInnes. And 28 David Taylor and 89 Freya Belk complete the grid. That's our lineup then for the Mini Challenge with AirTech Motorsports. You can tell the drivers' classes by their colours on our graphics. That's S56 in grey, S53 in yellow, Class O at the front of the grid in pink, and Class C in blue. Should be the open class cars that do the winning. Stephen Berry's taken the vast majority of the wins this year, and there he is in the Mini Coupe in pole position. It's Sean Wortley alongside him, only his second outing with the Mini Challenge. Charlie Newton Darby is going to be a contender, the black car with the gold trim on the second row. Starts alongside the number 14 of Lee Campbell in blue and white. Charlie Newton-Darby's had a few wins in the CSCC Turbo Tin Top Series with a supercharged BMW Mini. He had a couple of wins at Snetterton last time out as well, the main foil for Stephen Berry this year. Freddie Hewitt heads up the second group, seen his sister Chloe a successful mini racer as well. Starts alongside Jamie Ringer in the orange car. Then Ross Alexander had a win at Thruxton earlier this year, when the grid was on a bit more of a handicap system. The S-classes started ahead of the open class and they had to fight their way through. Alex Westerby is down there. He's already taken the Class 53 title. Stephen Berry, the Mini Mafia car, the grey and silver and yellow car. Sean Wortley, his teammate, in grey, black and red. Just looking at his car out of the commentary box window. We've got a car just being brought back in on the back of the recovery vehicle there. Somebody's had a problem in the Classic Thunder session, so that's the reason for the slight pause. Charlie Newton-Darby in black and gold, Lee Campbell in blue and white. Okay, the cars move off then for the green flag lap, just to get some heat into their tyres. Just taking a quick look back down the grid. Yeah, looks like everybody is there. Freya Belk at the back in number 89. So through red gates they go towards the Craner curves. First of 18 races this weekend at Donington Park in autumn sunshine. Thanks to all our commenters once again. Right, to Britland Models, that's Ross Alexander's brother apparently watching on. Got plenty of family members looking on. Jamie Ringer, the orange car. So 4 classes to watch in this one, 2 of them starting mixed together. 27 there of Emma Dawson goes by. There's the Cooper class towards the back. Through McLean's, then up towards Coppice, the highest point on the course, this tricky double apex right-hander. There we see McLean's corner. The circuit climbs up under the flight path of East Midlands Airport, just next door to Donington Park. There's the exhibition straight. You can see it's still fairly wet offline. But then rather than turn right and then left, as we'd see on the shorter circuit at Donington through the Roberts chicane, instead they go the other way into the Fogarty S's. Named after motorcycle legend Carl Fogarty. His record of wins for Ducati was recently beaten in the FIM Superbike World Championship by world champion-elect Alvaro Bautista. And then it's down to the Melbourne hairpin. Plenty of overtaking opportunities here, but you can see on the inside there, still a bit damp offline after a few rain showers earlier. There's Ross Alexander, 320, the blue and white car. Alex Westerby behind him. 44 is Charlie Heatley with the green sides. Then it's back up towards Goddard's corner around the hospitality suites, and then back over the grid. First of 18 races this weekend then, race 1 for the Mini Challenge Club Sport category with AirTech Motorsports. "24 cars on the grid. Here they come then onto the grid. Will it be another outright win for Stephen Berry? Will it be a first outright win for Sean Wortley, the man from Mansfield on his local circuits? Or is it going to be Charlie Newton Darby? Is the overall winner likely to be one of those first four on the grid, the open class? Safety car in position at the back, just awaiting the signal from the marshals that everyone is in position. Time for the Mini Challenge Club Sport category with Airtech Motorsports, Garmin and Absolute Alignments. They're aligned nicely on the grid. Revs are up. And away we go with the first race of the day. A bit of a slow getaway for Sean Wortley. Well, he's hardly got away at all. Poor start by the front row man. And it's Charlie Newton Darby who's come through from row 2 to take up the lead ahead of Stephen Berry and Lee Campbell. Jamie Ringer leads the S-Class into the first corner. And the treble 9 of Sean Wortley nearly had to call 999 for assistance. There's somebody going off. I think that might be Zach Blackwell. There's cars sliding. It's very slippery out there. You can see there's cars spinning everywhere at the back of the field. We'll identify those for certain in a moment. Another one's gone down the hill. That's cold tyres. Lee Campbell goes flying off. I think that is. No, it's Ross Alexander, apologies, in the 320. Can he keep his foot in and keep it going? He's almost there. He's almost back on. Go on, Ross, boot the throttle. Yep, he's away. Nice recovery, Ross Alexander. He got it through the gravel absolutely perfectly there after what must have been a Code Brown moment down the Craners. Stephen Berry leads from Charlie Newton Darby. They've got clear of everybody else as a result of all those spins behind them. Into Coppice Corner. You can see the tyres were still cold there. Who's in third? I think it's Freddie Hewitt, the number 5. He leads Class S56. It could well be Charlie Heatley, I think, in fourth position. Jamie Ringer is down to 5th in the orange number 959 car. Behind him is Zach Blackwell, so it wasn't Zach who went off on the first corner, it was one of his teammates. There we see Sean Wortley making his recovery in the 999 down the inside into the Fogarty S's. Takes a couple of cars, but he gets it wrong on the exit over the curbs there. Just learning his craft. It is only his second appearance in the championship. Zach Blackwell at the inside takes Jamie Ringer. 191 is Rory Melia in behind them. As places swapping like no tomorrow in this one. 44 behind them. That is Charlie Heatley, but it's Stephen Berry and Charlie Newton Darby clear of Freddie Hewitt at the front of the field. Over the line they go. Now who's in fourth place as they cross lines? Alex Westerby, in fact, up into fourth. Then it's Ringer. Blackwell's gained 12 places in the number 411. He starts at the back of the second group of cars. Then Rory Melia's gained 4 places. Campbell is down to 9th place, so he's had a moment. We've got a car in the gravel there on the exit of Redgate through Hollywood. I was trying to identify who that was. It's either number 15, which is Jason McInnes, or the number 28 of David Taylor that's gone off there. They haven't come through. Sammy Bowler's gone off somewhere as well. It could be Sammy that's off up there, actually. Yeah, because Taylor has now come through. 58 of Matthew Hibbard has pulled into the pits. Well, it's all happened on that first lap. We saw Zach Blackwell making another place up there, coming out of the old hairpin past Jamie Ringer up into P5. Well, we're only a couple of laps into this and I'm already struggling to keep up with this race. Stephen Berry leads it from Charlie Newton Darby. They pretty much divided up the overall wins between them this season, certainly in the open class. Charlie Newton Darby being squeezed onto the grass there by Stephen Berry. Side by side, the Mini Coupe and the Cooper S, but Charlie Newton Darby keeps his foot in. He's got the inside of the Fogarty S's, takes the lead. Great fight already between these two. Stephen Berry fights back as they go down towards the Melbourne hairpin. Tries to get the inside line away. He's trying to force Charlie Newton Darby into a mistake, and he makes a mistake. Off goes the race leader. He's going to go. Well, he's nearly into the paddock. Goodness me, he's gone up the escape road. That's the way back into the paddock, Charlie Newton Darby. You're supposed to come out that way at the start of races to line up on the grid. Where's he gone? There he is. Extraordinary. He's completely missed his braking point. It is so slippery on that part of the circuit. He's rejoining way down the order. Berry leads, Freddie Hewitt up to 2nd, and Alex Westerby is 3rd. Zach Blackwell, 411, is up into 4th position. Then we've got Jamie Ringer, Rory Melia, Charlie Heatley, and then a gap back to Yonat Carrare. Sean Wortley is 9th and now 2nd of the open class, and Alan Lee, number 190, the white car, rounds out the top 10, the former motorcycle racer. Top 10 making their way into the Craner curves. Challenge being made here for 8th place. This is Yonat Carrare and Sean Wortley. Now Wortley's got the more powerful car. He could make a move here on the number 17 car of the Romanian-born driver Yonat Carrare, based in Manchester. Alex Westerby's done the fastest lap of the race, 152.618 on that previous lap. Jamie Ringer runs out wide, a bit at McLean's there onto the curb. So the cars that went off on the first corner were Sammy Bowler and Jason McInnes. We lost Matthew Hibbert into the pits at the end of lap 1. And then things, well, settling down slightly, but not for Charlie Newton-Darby, who, the way he was going to end up in Derby, the way he was going. He's down to 11th place overall. Jamie Ringer goes through, he's in P5. Rory Melia, number 191, is the car behind him. They go down towards the right-hand hairpin. On the inside goes Rory Melia, and he's done the same thing. Yeah, it's too slippery there to make overtaking manoeuvres just yet. Melia finds that out the hard way, and Charlie Heatley gets through as a result of that in the 44. What a chaotic start to this race. So the first 3 cars are all leading their class. Berry, Hewitt and Westerby. The Cooper class further back is being led by Andy Langley, car number 42, ahead of Dan Truman and Neil Clark. But as it stands, Dan Truman could be heading for the class championship. There's Charlie Newton-Darby on his recovery drive in the number 12, the Rothermill racing car. Chasing Alan Lee, the number 190. He's run by the A-Reeve Motorsport team. They run Ross Alexander as well. Ross Alexander, where is he? He's down in 13th after he's off at the old hairpin on the first lap as Newton-Darby goes through at the old hairpin, making his way back up the order. Here come the leaders. Stephen Berry in the clear. Black and white flag is being shown to somebody I can see. That's Alex Westerby, number 37 in 3rd place. That's the driving standards flag. I would imagine that's for exceeding track limits. So there goes the Mini Mafia Coupe. Treble 6, the number of the beast, but certainly not a beastly performance by Stephen Berry. Freddie Hewitt up there in 2nd, Alex Westerby 3rd. He's being chased down by Zach Blackwell. We saw him win his class several times when BMW Minis raced with the Kumho BMW Championship. They've got their season finale today up at Alton Park. Incidentally, it is the very last race today for Trevor Ford, the president of the BMW Racing Drivers Club, I can tell you, after over 30 years of competition. So happy retirement to Trevor Ford, who's racing at Alton Park today with the Kumho BMWs. But so it's BMW Minis we concentrate on. Here comes Zach Blackwell going for 3rd place into Red Gates. Alex Westerby's having none of it, defends his line and holds that 3rd place. Down to the Craners they come. Race having settled down now. We're just past half distance. 7 minutes of this race to go for the Club Sports class of the Mini Challenge with Airtech Motorsports, and it's still slippery out there. Alex Westerby drifts his way through the old hairpin. Didn't know you could drift a BMW Mini. Or was that a power slide? There is a difference. Here's the Cooper class, meanwhile. There's Andy Langley, the number 42, leading the class. It's the championship protagonists are side by side behind. We've got the number 19, which is Daniel Truman, and the 53 of Neil Clark, aka Austin Powers, in that Union flag livery. Down the hill they come. So Dan Truman and Neil Clark are fighting for class championship honours this weekend. But it's Andy Langley who leads the class, number 42. The man from Fakenham in Norfolk, more famous for horse racing than motor racing. Here's the fight for 5th, Ringer and Heatley. Jamie Ringer, relative newcomer to the series in the orange car, the man from Surrey. And towards the Melbourne hairpin. Is anybody going to go off here this time? If you get offline, get onto the wet patches, you're heading for the assembly area. See the novice cross on the back of Jamie Ringer's car, the black cross on the yellow background. Five and a half minutes to go. This is the fight for third place. This time Zach Blackwell trying to get around the outside of Alex Westerby. Still side by side, lifting a wheel there, Alex Westerby, as they go into the Craners, and Blackwell is through this time into third place overall. But he's still only second in class. He's got to catch Freddie Hewitt if he's going to win the class here. 5 minutes to go. Andy Langley still leads the Cooper class. Berry leads overall by 5.5 seconds now in the Mini Mafia Coupe. S53 class is led by Westerby. And of course the S classes are combined for the AirTech Trophy. Second of the open class cars is Sean Wortley, he's 8th. And Newton Darby is back up to 10th after his off earlier on at the Melbourne Loop. New fastest lap of the race by Stephen Berry, 1:48.2, so it's certainly drying out there. Circuit was deceptively slippery in the early laps, as a few drivers found to their cost. Pick up Charlie Newton Darby and his recovery drive if we can. He's catching Yonat Carrare for 9th position. Still your leader is Berry from Freddie Hewitt in 2nd place. There's your leader coming up to lap one of the back markers there. That's the number 28 of Taylor. David Taylor from Yorkshire goes a lap down. Delayed in the first lap melees. Had a quick spin, I think, coming out of Redgate. So away goes Stephen Berry. His leads up to nearly 7 seconds now. He pulled away by 1.3 seconds on the previous lap. There's Charlie Newton Darby. Not only has he got ahead of Yonat Carrare, he's got ahead of Sean Wortley now as well, so he's up to 2nd in class in the Rothermill Racing number 12. His next target is going to be Rory Melia in the 191. So things settling down after that frantic start to the day for the BMW Mini racers in the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsports, also in partnership with Garmin and Absolute Alignments. Charlie Newton Darby went so far off the circuit, I think he needed a Garmin sat-nav to find his way back on earlier. Newton Darby now starts to reel in Rory Melia. Here's the battle for the Cooper class, for the less powerful cars. Andy Langley. Neil Clark's now up into 2nd in class, that's important. And Daniel Truman in 3rd. Daniel Truman starts to close back up again though in the number 19. Onto the tail of the Union flag liveried number 53. Here's the fight further forward. Charlie Heatley's ahead of Jamie Ringer now, up into P5. Ringer will try and fight back though. Great qualifying effort by Jamie Ringer earlier on to line up on the front row of the S56 and S53 group. Here's a fight further back. That's Charlie Newton Darby making the move on Rory Melia at Goddard's, and he's through. Sean Wortley's up behind them as well. And then behind them, that's Yonat Carrare, I think, in the number 17. This is the fight now for 7th overall. Rory Melia under fire from the treble 9 of Sean Wortley, recovering from that poor start. Still learning his craft in the category. Just 2 cars out of the race. Matthew Hibbard retired early on, and we lost McInnes as well. Oh, we lost Sammy Bowler, of course. Well, she's disappeared from the TSL timing screen for some reason. Just under a minute to go now. Up the inside goes Sean Wortley, forces his way past Rory Melia. That's for P8 overall. We're told that the reason she's disappeared, Sammy didn't actually take the start. She had power steering failure, we've just been informed. Thank you to one of our commenters there. So it must have been McInnes who ended up in the gravel on the first corner. I'm sorry for the confusion there. So much going on that first corner, I lost track of the numbers. Thanks to Charlie Fox for the update there. Here comes Stephen Berry into his final lap. 10 seconds left as he crosses the line. So we're into the last lap now of our first race of the day. Freddie Hewitt is being caught for second by Zach Blackwell in the background. The lead gap's come down to 3.8 seconds, so Berry just taking it easy. Now, he lost another second on that last lap, so Stephen Berry has already sewn up the Open Class title this year. So the only cars who lost, Matthew Hibbard and Jason McInnes, who went off on the first corner. Can Freddie Hewitt hang on for second place and for the class win as well in Class S56, because Zach Blackwell now on his tail. The Class 53 is going to be won by their champion Alex Westerby. The Cooper class still having a close fight as well. But our race leaders coming down towards the Fogarty S's for the final time. There's the battle in the background. Freddie Hewitt under real pressure now from Zach Blackwell. He's covering the line there, he's defending on the rundown, and Zach Blackwell at the inside at the end of the exhibition straight. Can he get him on the brakes? They're side by side. No. Freddie Hewitt turns in, holds the place. Great fight for second and the S56 class win. That's going to go to the last corner. They're not going to catch Stephen Berry, he's heading for the win. A little bit of a lock up there from Freddie Hewitt at the Melbourne hairpin. Saw a little puff of tyre smoke there. But Zach Blackwell has dropped back. I think Blackwell's in trouble. Yeah, he's slowing down. Look. Oh, what a shame. Zach Blackwell's got a problem in the last couple of corners of the race. He's slowing down. This man isn't slowing down, though. Stephen Berry comes in for the first win of the weekend. Extends his impressive run of victories in 2023. Freddie Hewitt comes over the line to win the class in second place. Now, is Zach Blackwell going to be able to take third? Yes, he is. He completes the overall podium. Alex Westerby is fourth and wins Class S53. Then it's Charlie Heatley. Jamie Ringer is next home. Charlie Newton-Darby recovers to seventh after his off. Now we wait to see what's going to happen in the Cooper class as well, as Melia, Wortley and Carrari complete the top 10. Here's the Cooper class, three of them together going up towards, this is at Coppice. Andy Langley still got the lead, but he's running wide under pressure. Nearly into the gravel there, Andy Langley, and Neil Clarkson going to get the inside. They've still got a few corners to go, this lot. Langley somehow still kept the class lead there. He went so wide on the exit of Coppice through to the second apex. He's on the inside for the Fogarty S. As you can see, it's wetter there on the left-hand side of the circuit as the drivers look at it. Neil Clark's going for it. Clark up alongside. They're absolutely together through the exit of the Fogarty S's down towards the Melbourne Loop, and Clark has got the line. Dan Truman's going to make it three wide. Look at this. Goodness me, you can't go three wide into the Melbourne hairpin, surely. Are they going to think better of it? No, of course they're not. They're fighting for a championship. Truman pushes his way up the inside. He can't get both of them, surely. He's got Clark. Well, there's contact between the two of them. He's not going to get Langley into Goddard's, I don't think, because Langley's going to have the inside line for the left-hander. Terrific fight to the finish from the Cooper class. Clark on the inside of Truman. Here they come up towards the line. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Andy Langley, but that could be pivotal for Neil Clark. Is he going to hang on and run to the line? Dan Truman moves across. It's a photo finish. Who got there? Clark got second in class. Wow, what a finish. You can't go three wide into the Melbourne hairpin on motorcycles barely, never mind in cars. Well, that was a lively opening race to say the least this weekend here at Donington Park. Right, just a quick pause for breath there as we check out the results then. Stephen Berry takes the overall win and the Open class. Freddie Hewitt in second place ahead of Zach Blackwell. Sadly, Zach, I think, had an issue on the last couple of corners there. He does take third and second in Class S56. Class S53 won by Alex Westerby in fourth place ahead of Charlie Heatley. That's Jamie Ringer. Charlie Newton-Darby, good recovery after his off at the Melbourne hairpin. And Rory Melia. Sean Wortley recovering from a slow start. And Leonard Carrare complete the top 10. Lee Campbell in 11th. Then Alan Lee, Steve Webb, Webb and Ross Alexander. And behind them in P15 was Charlie Collins, then Emma Dawson. Behind her were the Cooper class runners. What a terrific fight from there. Andy Langley winning the class ahead of Neil Clark and Daniel Truman. Freya Belk and David Taylor completed the finishers because, of course, we lost Matthew Hibbard and Jason McInnes. Bad luck to Sammy Bowler, who failed to take the start. Next up on track here today, it's going to be the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It's a bit of a 3-in-1. Our next race, you've got the Prix 93, 03 and Blue Oval Saloon Series all racing together. In our next race here at Donington Park, the Prix 03 Championship is still very much up for grabs, but I think subject to final ratification, the Prix 93 and Blue Oval Saloon Championships have already been sewn up because of some dominant performances for Stuart Waite and James Dunkley at Snetterton last time out. I don't think Stuart Waite is here, the champion-elect in Prix 93 with his BMW. So we'll see a few other names fighting towards the front of the field. James Dunkley with his Fiesta XR2 is here, though, for the Blue Oval Saloon Series, which is for everything Ford, as the name suggests. Prix 03 touring cars. It's going to be a battle of the Honda Civics between Gary Preble and Ross Craig. They're just, I think, a point apart coming into the championship decider here this weekend. I'm just going to grab the relevant paperwork and then we will confirm that. Meantime, let's head down to our race interviewer Ewan Dunlop in Park Fermé to hear from our mini challenge racers.
Cheers, Dave. Great race to start our weekend here at Donington, and I'm here with our Open winner already this season and first race of the weekend winner, Stephen. You're continuing as you've done so far this entire season, mate.
Yeah, it's all right, that, didn't it? Had a bit of a couple of tussles with Charlie at the beginning, but the brakes on this now are just phenomenal. I got so much confidence, and I thought it was going to break last, and unfortunately Charlie just braked a little bit too late.
I mean, it's such a good car, isn't it? I mean, we're at the end of the season, almost at the end of the season, of course, nothing done quite yet, but can we see you again in the same car next year, or any changes? What do you do?
Absolutely, yeah. The livery might be slightly different. We're looking at a full BC livery for the car, which would be really, really great. I can't wait to see that. But yeah, come back and have another go. I'm hoping that there'll be a few more people in the Open class. I know there's a few people in the S class that want to step up and come and have a play, so it'll be good.
One more race today, more of the same again?
Hopefully. Yeah, like I always say, one bend at a time, one straight at a time, and the rest will come.
Right, well done.
I just want to thank my sponsors again: BC Racing, Pexel Garage Mini Mafia, SDL Minor Fern, EBC Brakes, D&D Transport. Thank you very much.
I'm sure you can do that one more time again later as well.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Let's speak to Freddie over here. Second position. Great race, mate.
Gobsmacked, really. This season's been so difficult with reliability for us, so it's just amazing to win our class and get second overall as well.
So what was the key to today compared to the rest of the season?
Probably the fact Zach's had an issue in qualifying, but I like this circuit, and it was good in the wet earlier, so I think I just got it right.
Tell us, how are conditions, because it's changing?
I mean, even through that race, even though it probably looked dry with a few damp spots out on the circuit, it was changing throughout the race. You'd go through one corner, the first time you'd get understeer, and then the next time it'd grip up. So it changed throughout the race.
One more race to go. Can you get on top step?
It's going to be tough because Zach had a little issue at the end, but we'll give it a go.
Right. Well done. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. And we'll speak to our third place finisher, Zach, over here too. And so we're going to find out what happened to Zach in qualifying as well. Zach, first of all, qualifying, what happened? Where were you?
We had an electrical problem, so we had to get to work and rewire a load of stuff. And I think with all the weather yesterday coming down, I think it just saturated something in water, and yeah, so we had to start from the back.
Didn't really affect you, did it?
We did. It was pretty scary.
Okay.
Like, not gonna lie, everyone. There was I think a few people going a bit hard with cold tyres first lap, and the track still got a damp line around there. So yeah, I think it was everyone first lap with only one dry line. Everyone's fighting for it.
What happened on lap number 1? Because you picked up about 12 places on the first lap. We didn't see all of it though.
I just made a good start and managed to. I think I jumped about 5 people by first turn, and then there was a gap opened up in the middle of the track around turn 1, and I went for it, and then there was 2 cars spun in front of me, so I ended up gaining lots of positions in 1 lap. So.
And in terms of the championship now, I've not seen the mathematics quite yet, but it's looking really good.
Yeah, I think it all depends on where Ross Alexander come then, but I need a 50-point gap, and I think I needed to win, have fastest lap, and get pole this morning. So I don't think we've won it yet.
One more race, good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, mate. Right, we're about to go racing straight away. There's no stopping here at Donington. Back to Dave, your commentator.
Well, thanks very much, Ewan. Let's have a look at the grid for our next race then, the Prix 9303 and Boss for the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It's an all Sierra Cosworth front row. AJ Owen was due to race his Super Touring Mondeo this weekend, but he's out in his father Craig's Sierra Cosworth instead, alongside the similar machine of Mike Manning. Second row, Malcolm Harding in his Zack Speed Mark II Escort, the Castrol livery machine, and Gary Preble in his Honda Civic, one of our championship contenders in Prix 03. Then we've got Ian Bauer, number 90, the first of the Prix 93 touring cars with his BMW M3, and Piers Grange with his Mark II Escorts. Alongside row 4 is Joey Binks in his Duckham's liveried Sierra Cosworth, and James Dunkley, the champion in Blue Oval Saloons, with his Fiesta XR2. Completing the top 10, Chris Southcott in his Honda Civic alongside Martin Reynolds. He's in a Mark II Escorts. Row 6 is Ross Craig, man who leads the Prix 03 points by a single point ahead of Gary Preble, alongside David Clark in a Renault 5 Turbo. Row 7, David Hutchins Honda Civic, and Will Hunt in a Ford Fiesta. Row 8, Josh Bromley. He's in a Rover 220 Tomcat Turbo alongside Howard Spooner, number 71, in his awesome BMW, the 635i. Row 9 is Joe Dorrington. He's in a Honda Civic, starts alongside Clip Chalmers. He's in a BMW. Then Oliver Owens BMW and Tim Mizzen in a Ford Fiesta make up row 10. Row 11 is Sean Morris BMW, Kevin Willis, also BMW powered, as is Jonathan Olive Cooper, starting on row 12 alongside Vic Hope's Honda Civic. Row 13, Thomas Barkley, he's in a Jaguar XJS alongside Mike Nash in a BMW. Row 14, Simon Mann in the Cadbury's liveried BMW alongside Andy Abrams in a Honda Civic Type R. Row 15, Graham Myers in a Ford Sierra alongside Thomas Hendry's E30 BMW. Row 16, Tom Smith, number 16 in the Ford Fiesta ST, Colin Claxton's Mark I Escort alongside him. And the final row should be Alan Hersey, number 188 in his BMW Compact, and 87 Jamie Sturgis with his BMW M535 E28, the Mottul liveried machine. So provisionally 34 cars on the grid for this next race from 3 different championships. The Laser Tools Prix 93 touring cars, Bertie Haulage Prix 03 touring cars, and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloon Series. A hugely varied grid. BMW and Honda the most dominant makes across the championships. There's Tom Barkley with his Tom Walkinshaw lookalike Jaguar XJS, but it is AJ Owen, former Prix 03 touring car champion, now in the Blue Oval Saloon Series with his father Craig's. Oh, somebody's pulled off. Mike Manning's pulled off onto the grass there. The Texaco Sierra, the Steve Soper Eggenberger lookalike. So there's going to be a delay here while that's removed. Problems for Mike Manning, the Welsh-based driver, one of our Blue Oval Saloon front runners, as is Malcolm Harding, the Mark II Zack Speed Escort. He starts alongside Gary Preble, the former King of Castle Combe, in his Honda Civic. Lance Ellington saying hi to him. He's been racing his Rover this season. Lance will see him back out next year. Third row of the grid is Ian Bauer in the Castrol BMW, and Piers Grange, the boss of PRG Trailers, in the silver Mark II Escorts. Then we've got Joey Binks in his gorgeous Duckham's Sierra Cosworth RS500, the Carl Jones BTCC lookalike from the late 80s, alongside James Dunkley, who's well up overall in his Fiesta XR2, the champion-elect for the second year running in Blue Oval Saloons. Then Chris Southcott in his Honda. Completing the top 10 on the grid is Martin Reynolds, the classic Ford collector, in his Mark II Escorts. Now, is the race going to get underway, or is Mike Manning's car going to be removed, first of all, from alongside the pit wall? We'll wait and see. Sixth row of the grid, Ross Craig in the black and white Honda Civic Type R. He's leading the pre-03 category, but only by a point ahead of Gary Preble. They're in the same class, so they'll be trying to defeat each other this weekend. Mike Manning gets out of the Sierra, so there'll be a pause here while that's removed. David Clark well up on the grid in his now rare Renault 5 Turbo in 12th place. David Hutchins behind him, along with Will Hunt in his Fiesta. There's real variety all the way down the grid. One of our commentators says that's one mean looking grid. It certainly is. Now, if there's much of a delay, or somebody else pulling to the outside there, that's one of the Hondas. That's Vic Hope, number 151. Another car pulls to a side there. There's somebody trying to get off the grid, I think. So they're creating a gap for them. What's going on here? We might have cars lined up in the wrong place. Yes, the marshal's just trying to get the back of the grid into order there. So a delay here. We might see another green flag lap. A few drivers open their doors just to cool down. It does get very hot in these cars very quickly. Well, Gary Preble's now got a free run at the first corner down the outside with all these powerful Fords around him. He'll just be concentrating on one thing, trying to finish ahead of Ross Craig. Because we know the other two titles are all but sewn up, subject to final ratification. Stuart Waits won the Pre-93 championship. He's not out this weekend in his BMW. Saw him take a win at Snetterton last time out. Blue Oval's been wrapped up for the second year running by James Dunkley, the ex-MG racer among others, in his Ford Fiesta. Recovery is needed here for Mike Manning and possibly somebody else as well, because we've got cars well out of position on the grid. So whether somebody's being towed off the grid as well. I'm just going to take a look out of the commentary box window to see what's going on.
You can see it's a very sudden failure as well, where there's a lot of fluid contact, so it's a big shame to lose the Sierra. But quick thinking, you know, he sees something's gone wrong and he's immediately pulled over before he's even got an extra sort of 20 to 30 metres. So hats off to Mr. Manning, but yeah, unfortunately, not much else he could do in that moment. So certainly.
There we see that beautiful Duckham's Sierra of Joey Binks ahead of him. Now the recovery truck being brought in. I think they've just pulled the cars to one side so they can get the flatbed in to recover Mike Manning's Sierra. Mike Manning's car, replica of the Steve Soper driven Texaco Sierra run by Rudy Eggenberger in the late 80s. Had so many famous battles with Andy Rouse. Some of the first motor races I remember watching as a youngster. Safety car pulling into position then. Just awaiting advice from race control on what's going to happen here, because perhaps they're going to do a rolling start, I'm not sure. Pleased to say Howard Spooner's BMW is on the grid as well, the ex-Clubman's racer. It's a BMW 635i, replica of the car that a certain Gerhard Berger raced in the European Touring Car Championship back in the late 70s, early 80s in Marlborough livery. It really is a stunning looking car, that one. We'll see him out in the pre-83 Group 1 touring cars as well. The grid being moved forward behind the safety car. The clock has not started running, so I'm not too sure what's going to happen here. It looks as though Yes, race delayed till after lunch. It's just come up on the timing screen. So the start of this race has been abandoned. They're going to take the lunch break now because there's some clearing up needed on the grid. And therefore this race is going to be rerun after the lunch break to give the marshals a chance of a break here. So the race is going to be delayed until a little later on. Cars are going to be taken back to the paddock. There's Howard Spooner's BMW. There we can see some of the variety on this grid. There was Jamie Sturgis's BMW we just saw there. So the safety car, driven by Evelyn Buanik, the former BMW racer, leads them back to the paddock. Which is a great shame, so that needs to be cleared up, and we're going to rerun after the lunch break with a second attempt at our 3-in-1 Classic Touring Car Championship race. The Pre-93, Pre-03 and Blue Oval Saloon Series race. They have another race coming up tomorrow morning as well. Well, the next race is scheduled to start at 1:55, but they're taking lunch now, and that race is going to be delayed until then, so I imagine we'll restart around 1:55 with the rerun of the race we've just seen. Then we'll have the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars, and then our featured 2-hour race for the MS UK British Endurance Championship. Okay, so we're going to take a break of about half an hour by the look of things then, before we have our next race, give our marshals a chance for a break. And thanks again to all of our volunteer marshals. And we will resume after lunch with the second attempt to run the race we've just seen.
Well, it's not very often we get to stand right here, not far from the Melbourne hairpin. Usually a very dangerous place to be, but the cars are lined up. Apparently, one of the Cosworths went to spin their tyres to warm up before we got started, blew a pipe, threw it all on the ground, so we're now racing in about 25 minutes' time. I'm here, though, with almost... well, potentially going to be a champion. It's 1 point in it, 1 point. Yeah. Gary, how's your season been so far?
I've had a fantastic season. Started off really well, and then unfortunately at Brands we had an engine let go, and we thought we'd thrown it all away. But no, thanks to Tom at TGM and Ian at Clockwise, they quickly turned me around an engine, and we've managed to carry on and do the rest of the season. And we've had some gremlins. We've had another DNF at Castle Combe, so we've been trailing, with the points, and it's made it an interesting battle right up to the end. Ross he's been bulletproof all season. He hasn't missed a beat, so fair play. I mean, he's driven really well, driven really clean, kept us out of trouble, and that's what it's come down to this final round. There's everything to play for. So I've got to keep the sensible head on and just keep my car clean now, and hopefully we don't have any gremlins and the car finishes both races.
You've got the advantage today with a better qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, quali went really well this morning. We went out, we only have really sort of road tyres anyway, where obviously the boss have got wets and slicks, so we only run road tyres. So you just should have used what you got. But the setup worked really well. I wasn't pushing to do anything too stupid, keeping out of trouble, not to sort of snatch a brake or anything. And I was quite pleasantly surprised when came in to finish, fourth overall to start the race. So plan is start well, keep out of trouble, and hopefully just finish both races.
And finally, this doesn't happen very often where you sit on the grid, then all of a sudden, you're actually racing in half an hour, guys. A bit of a father's meeting going on over here. How do you sort of deal with these half an hour breaks?
You just got to take it as it comes, like most of racing. Unfortunately, Mike said, I think he went to go and spin his wheels up on the line there, just a last little burnout before the start, and looked like it ruptured some kind of oil line. And unfortunately, it's just delayed the start. It's quite frustrating because you G yourself up, get yourself all ready to go, and all the adrenaline starts building and everything else, and then it just falls flat again, and you just got to think, right, okay, 20 minutes, reset, and do it all over again. So that's all you can do.
Got to keep warm as well.
And try and keep warm. Yeah, we've always got the car, mind.
Right, I'm going to go speak to Ross.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, Gary. See the drivers here on the right hand side, just having a chat. It's such... everywhere you go with BARC, it is such a friendly paddock. Every single driver, yes, they're in competition, but actually they just want to get every car home safely, always supporting each other. The amount of times you'll go to a grid or into the paddock, into Parc Fermé, and there's a driver under another driver's car helping them fix it. It is a beautiful place to be, and I tell you what, this is a beautiful bit of track to be on right now. Look at these cars, they are incredible. We are going to speak to Ross Craig, who is Gary Preble's adversary right now. We're going to jump in with James Dunkley. James is here, the car number one, and having a fantastic season too.
Yeah, it's been a great year, and hopefully I'm not going to get cursed with the commentator like the last meeting Ian gave me when he spoke to her again, but she feels good so far. But I hope Mike Manning's car's okay. Obviously, it's a let go on the start-finish line there.
Fingers crossed. Yeah. It's a sort of frustrating one, isn't it? Conditions are kind of like ever-changing. The temperature, neither here nor there, isn't it?
It still has some greasy spots out there still, yeah.
There's an even greasier one out there now.
Yeah, luckily it's on a straight bit.
Goals for the weekend?
Just enjoy myself.
Yeah.
The championship's wrapped up.
Absolutely.
But it's a long winter.
Yeah.
So just enjoy the Mark II for one last time, because it's being parked up after this.
Is it really?
Yeah, I'm hoping to build a Mark I for the Pre-83 Championship.
Fantastic.
So I might not be out next year as I build that, which would be really sad, but I can't do it all. But we'll still be here at the race meetings because I'm helping.
Well, I was going to say go out with a bang, but don't go out with a bang, but go out with a really good race.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers, mate. Well done. Thank you. Let's try and find Ross Craig now. Gary qualified 4th, Ross was 11th, and there's only 1 point separating them in that championship. Now, Ian here, who we of course recognise, he'll be going on to the...
Ross Craig, I'm afraid, he's gone down there. So Martin wants to have a chat.
Martin Reynolds, come and have a chat. You'll do.
Yeah, how's everybody?
Very good, thank you. Tell us a little about the car, the season, how's things going for you?
Yeah, season's been pretty good. I've been doing multiple championships and meetings. Yeah, I've enjoyed this year. I've been in Europe quite a bit, really.
Fantastic.
Not
what have you been doing in Europe?
Just general racing with the YTCC. Yeah, so enjoyable.
Fantastic. And weather conditions here, it's cold, it's a bit damp, there's a bit of liquid out there on the track now. Just get it home safely?
Well, yeah, there's still a good
But
drive.
still go hard.
Yeah, let's go at it. Let's get on it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one.
Absolutely brilliant. It's a beautiful grid. I was just describing how the pleasantry, the camaraderie on the grid, BARC, there's nothing like it, is there?
No, it certainly isn't. You only got to look down the grid, haven't you? A good mixture of cars, and it's going to be a cracking race. Mark my word on it.
I can't wait. Look forward to it. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, mate. Cheers, buddy. Let's go for a little walk down here. Let's just enjoy for the moment. We're going to get on with Ian in a moment. He's going to be speaking to the British Endurance Championship drivers. Now we've got a slightly extended lunch break. All right, just a different order of racing now. But just an example of the different types of races. We've got the pre-93, the pre-03, and what else is in this one? It's the Blue Oval Saloon Series, so the Ford's in this one too. It is another eclectic track of cars here at BRC TV. Donington, off to a slow start this weekend, but we will get there. 18 races in total. I will hand over to Ian shortly. He will speak to a few of our drivers in the British Endurance Championship. They are headlining today on Saturday, a 2-hour race to wrap up their championship. The overall still to be decided, and if you haven't seen it yet, at the start of the show, the trophy is absolutely massive. Somebody's got to win it.
39 km you jump.
Hello everybody, yes, welcome down to a very cold pit lane here at Donington Park for the British Endurance Championship. Not too long to go before the race is due to get underway, and it's title showdown day. Yes, it is. Now, as you can see, we had a slight delay due to the Classic Touring Car races, so it's going to be 2 races before the British Endurance Championship gets underway. But around about 4:30, when the checkered flag falls, we'll know who's going to be your champion. We've come up to Garage 1 here. We've come up to Mac G Racing. Let's just grab a quick word with Johnny McGregor over here, shall we, and find out how things have gone for them this morning and conditions. Johnny, I just spoke to Josh. He said things are a little bit better than Snetterton this time so far.
Yes, no, the car's going well. It's unfortunate at Snetterton we had a shift pump failure. It just seized up. One of those things, unfortunately. So, yeah, but here we are, new shift pumps, all good.
He had free practice and then qualifying straight after, but conditions have been quite tricky and it's still quite greasy out there, it looks like.
Yeah, it's very, very greasy. We went out in slicks. I think everybody else was out on wets, and it was literally only the last lap that we got to the crossover point, so we had one chance. And even on the in lap after that, it was noticeably better. But it's quite surprising. Normally you can sort of cope, but it seems very, very greasy out on there. I guess with the older cars going around, maybe there's some oil down and what have you, so made it quite tough.
One last dance this season. What's the plan? Where are we going to finish?
We've got high hopes. Home track, lots of support. We know the place well, so we'll see. But yeah, we're I mean, obviously the Ginettas are the kind of technically at the bottom of the grid, but we're looking for a strong finish certainly.
Oh man, best of luck, Johnny. Thanks for talking to us. Right, let's keep going down the pit lane a little bit, shall we? A little bit of time. In fact, we're only about 5 minutes or so away from that abandoned Classic Touring Car race to get underway. There was a lot of oil spilled on the track. Here's another one of the teams with the number 7 here. I wonder actually if we can just nip through, because we were due to have one of the drivers here. She was going to be racing. An ankle injury has ruled her out. Let's just pop through. I wonder if we could just have another quick chat with her as well. Just have a quick chat if we can. How are we doing? Yes, we spoke a little bit earlier, didn't we, of course, but we're getting closer to the race time. I know, unfortunately, not racing here, but what have you made of your experience so far here at Donington?
Could you just cut that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. How's it been anyway here at Donington?
Oh, it's amazing. I loved racing here. So yeah, really amazing.
Fantastic. Enjoy the race, won't you? We will pop back here a little bit later as well. Let's go. Oh, we've got Tom Cannon here. Tom, how's it going?
Yeah, all good, thank you. Yeah, just the race up now, so yeah, looking forward to getting going.
What was conditions like a little bit earlier out there? Because I just spoke to Johnny next door, and it's greasy. We're not sure. It might even rain again. It's a bit suspect out there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Obviously, it started really wet, started to dry up a little bit, but yeah, still unsure for the race. Fingers crossed it's dry, just for a bit of an easier afternoon, but I mean, we'll see. I think everyone enjoys a bit of wet, so we'll see.
Top man. Thanks, Tom. Right, so we're just going to make our way out very quickly down the pit lane a little bit further on, just to let you know how things are in the championship. Of course, Brad Thurston and Darrell De Leon, they are your championship leaders on 149 points. Chris Jones and Matt George are in second place on 147, just 2 points in it between the top two. Jonathan Beeson and George Healer on 142. They're still in the mix as well, though they did have a little bit of an off earlier, a little bit of damage to the front of the car, but it's okay. They managed to tape it up and get going. Let's keep going down for a little walk, see if we can actually catch up with Brad Thurston. I did speak to him a little bit earlier, a very nervous Brad Thurston. Now, a lot of things depend on classes as well. So Brad Thurston and Darrell De Leon, championship leaders, are in Class C. Chris Jones and Matt George are in Class D, and Jonathan Beeson and George Heller are in Class E. So a lot of it, we're going to be actually watching out for the classes and how they're going. It's been a bit of a funny one for qualifying as well, because in 19th, that was where Chris Jones and Matt George qualified, perhaps a little bit out of position. This is the guys we're going to have to be looking for. No drivers, unfortunately, so let's just keep making our way down a little bit further, shall we? It's going to be fast, it's going to be exciting. 2 hours coming up. We don't know what it's going to be, but just have a look over here. You look up into the sky, can you see that? That is a rain cloud. Is that going to throw a little bit of a curveball into things this afternoon? 2 hours, oh my word, it's going to be full of drama. Let's just keep moving down a little bit further, shall we? Here's the guys in third place, the Healer Beeson car. I just wonder if actually I can show you a little bit of that damage from this morning as well.
So here we go. This is what happened. Unfortunately, just lost a bit of control coming down into the hairpin and just touched the barrier a little bit there, but they've managed to strap it up and no harm done. Let's just move down a little bit further. We've got Owen Hizzy down here as well. I wanted to grab a quick word with Owen and see how he's feeling ahead of this. How I'll do. All right, Owen, come on, mate. Come on, buddy. How are we feeling ahead of this one? Season finale. Looking forward to it.
Oh yeah, almost, definitely.
Almost.
Almost. There's a lot of hanging around at the moment, but we don't know. There's now a forecast for rain.
Well, I was just pointing over there. That doesn't look too friendly, does it?
No, it doesn't. And so it's strategies now. We're just going to have to wait and see, and I just felt a spot there.
Yeah, actually a big one just landed on my head.
Exactly, you could just fit it there. So hopefully we can do all right. I like it in the wet, and the car performs really well. And we just have to stay out of trouble, beat the race. That's all we've got to do.
Stay out of trouble, beat the race.
Right.
Best of luck, mate. I'll catch up with you no doubt at some point. Yes, it is starting to rain. You might even see it coming down quite big drops too. 2 classic touring car races coming up though before the British Endurance Championship gets underway. Next time you'll see me though, I'll be on the grid as we get ourselves warmed up for this one. It's going to be a cork. I'm going to hand back to Dave because it's almost time to go racing again here at Donington.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. We can see there the cars still on the Melbourne Loop waiting to be called back to the grid for our 3-in-1 race. The Laser Tools Pre-93 touring cars, the Bertie Haulage Pre-03 touring cars and the Burton Power Blue Oval Saloons, or BOSS for short. We've lost one of our front row starters. Problems there with an oil leak for Mike Manning's Sierra Cosworth. He had to be wheeled off the grid, and with the ensuing fluid clean-up. We took the lunch break a bit early and about to get back underway with a rerun of that race before we go into the afternoon action. We've got 6 races to come this afternoon here on BARC TV from Donington Park, our penultimate BARC TV live stream of the season. Our last one is November the 4th and 5th at Brands Hatch. That's the big finale for the British Truck Racing Championship. Titles to be decided there. Ryan Smith heading towards an 8th consecutive Division 1 title. Paul Rivette is only 4 points, I believe, behind Adam Bint in Division 2, so that's all to play for going into Brands Hatch. The junior saloon cars are here this weekend. They have their finale at Brands Hatch as well. And I can tell you, looking at out of the commentary box window, just as the cars are about to be called back to the grid, it has just started to hammer down with rain here at Donington Park, which is just typical, isn't it? Look at it. I can see spectators running for it on the infield, which I was doing here at a British touring car meeting a few years ago, I remember. Hope our camera crews are well waterproofed as well. Thanks to them for their services, and the marshals as well have just come back on their posts. It is pouring down out there. They forecast showers today, they've got that right. And this is going to be a very interesting restart. Last time we were here at Donington for Convoy in the Park in August, the MG Owners Club copped for the worst of the weather and was sliding about all over the place on slicks. You watch, by the time they get to the grid, the rain will have stopped again, because this is Donington. This is British motorsport. You can change from one lap to the next. So just waiting to see whether the cars are going to be... by BTCC because one of the Ford Focuses was finished in the same Valvoline livery as seen on that car in 1995. The last touring car to be built by Andy Rouse, now proudly owned by the Owen family. Unfortunately, it blew its engine earlier in the year and wasn't quite ready in time. So AJ out in his father's blue and yellow Sierra Cosworth. He's on pole. There's a gap where Mike Manning should have been after his oil leak. Malcolm Harding is there in his Castrol liveried number 101, the Mark II Escort that famously rolled at Silverstone at the start of last year after contact with Jason Davies in the Classic Thunder race and continued on and racing. Alongside him is the first of the Pre-03s, which is Gary Preble, looking to beat Ross Craig and try and take the lead of the championship with the race to go tomorrow. Ian Bowers there, the former Pre-93 champion in the Italian Super Turismo lookalike BMW, the CBM car, which was raced so successfully by Emanuele Naspetti in years gone by. Starts alongside Piers Grange, the PRG Trailers boss, in the silver Mark II Escorts. And then we've got the Carl Jones replica, the Welshman who raced in BTCC in the late 80s, driven by Joey Binks, the Duckham's Sierra, with those oh-so-cool day-glow yellow headlamps that I loved as a young spectator. On board with Gary Preble, and he's got a straight forward run down the outside to the first corner with Mike Manning gone, but he won't be concentrating on beating the Fords. I don't think he'll be just concentrating on staying ahead of the Pre-03 field, specifically beating Ross Craig, who starts 11th. It's going to be a very, very slippery restart to this race, or second start to this race. I'll do a green flag lap first of all to try and heat their tyres and work out where the worst, most slippery parts of the circuit are here at Donington Park. Okay, they're about to move off for the green flag lap. It's going to be slip and slide at Donington this afternoon, especially for those very powerful Fords at the front of the grid. And Howard Spooner in that BMW 635 as well, the Marlboro liveried car. I think that might be the car that Andre de Cruz and Shane Bland used to race in the Motor Racing Legends touring car series. It's in the colours of a certain Gerhard Berger from several years ago. He became head of BMW Motorsport after his Formula One career. On board with Gary Preble as we head down the Craner curves in his very modified Honda Civic. It's proved fast but quite fragile, that car, which has allowed Ross Craig to catch up in the championship. See how wet the circuit has become just in the last 10 minutes or so. We're giving you the top 10 on the grid, which is completed by Martin Reynolds behind Chris Southcott's Honda. Ross Craig and David Clark on row 6, David in the Renault 5 Turbo. Row 7, David Hutchins Honda, William Hunt in his Fiesta. Then Josh Bromley in the Rover 220 Turbo, quite a rare car these days, alongside Howard Spooner's Beamer. Row 9, Joe Dorrington Honda and Clip Lechama's BMW. Look at the conditions at the old hairpin, the track is saturated. I reckon there's going to be a few cars in the gravel there on the first lap. There's Jamie Sturgis towards the back in his BMW. Cavan Granger at the back as well. He missed qualifying, the Pre-03 driver in his BMW. Well, I think we could have 34 cars out there. This is going to be chaos. Fair play to the drivers for doing their best in this one. Looking at the sky beyond the Craner curves from the pit straight here, there is blue sky and everything. The rain could have stopped by the time they get back to the grid. Depends which way the rain is moving onto the circuit. It's fairly dry down at the Melbourne hairpin still. Contrast that with the old hairpin. Oh, this is going to be fun. Let's hope nobody comes to grief. It's David Hutchins, the red and green Honda Civic. This is the Honda of Gary Preble. Now he could have an advantage here being front wheel drive. We saw a race like this in the early part of the season at Brands Hatch, and if I remember correctly it was James Dunkley who won overall. Looks like they're going round on a second green flag lap. Malcolm Harding, I can tell you, has come into the pit lane. So has Piers Grange. Now they're in rear wheel drive Escorts, so whether they're going to change tyres and rejoin from the pit lane, we'll wait and see. But look, from our camera down the old hairpin, you can hardly see the cars coming towards the Craner curves. Somebody's gone off there on the green flag lap. Look, who's that? Into the tyre wall. Who's that? It's Joey Binks in the Castrol Sierra. He's just gone straight off up there. That's on the green flag lap. They can't start in this, surely. Well, they can't start now anyway because that barrier's got to be rebuilt. Have a look again. Watch the background. We can just see it through the rain. They hit the standing water up there. The circuit's practically flooded. And Joey Binks just goes straight off. He can't stop it on the tarmac or on the grass. He's on slicks. Runs off onto the barriers and wallops straight in. Takes out the Recticel barriers. They surely cannot start the race in these conditions. They won't be able to anyway because of the damage to the barrier up there. Yeah, the red flag's going to be out before the race has got underway. We've now got hailstones in the pit lane. Okay, so we're waiting to find out what's going to happen here with our Classic Touring Car Racing Club first race of the weekend. Okay, so are the cars going to be brought back onto the Melbourne Loop, or are they going to head into the pit lane? We saw a couple of cars go into pit lane. So obviously the start of that race has been abandoned. There you can see the telehandler putting the Recticel barriers back together as the cars head into pit lane. So we'll wait to hear whether that race is going to be rerun or not. And I'm sure all the drivers are thinking the same as I am right now. If Mike Manning hadn't had that oil leak, this race would be finished by now. There you can see the cars heading into the paddock. So not too clear at the moment what's going to happen with that race, whether we're going to continue with the next race on the programme, which is the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. We will wait and see. Just awaiting guidance from the officials on what's going to happen here. I was turning off at the end of the pit lane to head into Parc Fermé. So we're just awaiting news at the moment on what's going to happen with our race day here at Donington, what's going to appear on track next. Or are we going to wait for the rain to pass through? Presumably that group of marshals is trying to sweep some of the water off the circuit. And we'll await news on what's going to appear next on track when we can. Kayaks, says one of our commenters. Okay, just taking a pause for obvious reasons at the moment here at Donington Park. So I'm sure you will sympathise with the officials here at Donington Park, everyone. We have a bit of a delay at the moment due to the changing conditions. Hopefully we'll be back underway soon, whether it's with the classic touring car race that we just were about to see, or whether it's going to be our next race on the programme that comes out next. We do not as yet know. We'll wait and see what comes out onto the grid. and we'll hopefully get some updates from the clerk of the course as to when we're able to resume racing. Yeah, hello everybody, welcome down to the Pillar. You wouldn't believe we've just had torrential rain, hail, everything down here. Beautiful sunshine again. I have just been told we're going to resume racing in about 5 minutes or so. 10 minutes ago the drivers were told to get themselves ready. So it looks like we're going to go back again with the classic touring cars. Just to show you how wet it is here though. Look down at my feet. I'm literally in a river. Look at that. I have absolutely soaking socks now. It's all Daryl's fault. He told me to step down and stand in it. Obviously very, very dangerous, difficult conditions. Let's just have a look down actually at the pit lane. You might be able to see down into Redgate, the first corner as well a little bit. We saw it at the old hairpin as well. Absolutely flooded like you won't believe. But it does look like we are very shortly going to get racing again. We've got Claire Headley. I wonder if we could grab... Oh no, Claire's running away from me, I think. Come on, Claire. Well, that was sort of unexpected, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. The teams are all going mad. They're all down at Goodyear trying to get more tyres. The strategies are all over the place. It's absolutely gone bonkers.
Season finale here, a lot on the line. How are you feeling? Because obviously you're not driving, but you run everything, don't you?
Yes, I didn't sleep very well last night. I felt that the regulations were going to be pulled out because people are so determined to win this championship. So that's the great thing for us. 24 cars, we can't complain. It's been really good.
It has, Claire. I'll let you crack on. I know you're a very, very busy lady indeed, but as you can see, here we go. In fact, just come a little bit further with me as well. You'll be able to see, can you see that puddle right at the end of the pit lane there, just where the red light is, just beneath that. Obviously it's further down the track, of course, right into the braking zone going into Redgate. That's going to cause all sorts of havoc, isn't it? But the classic touring cars, a lot of them were on slicks, hence the reason they've obviously just had to pull it. Absolutely madness. But we've got beautiful blue skies now, so we are going to go racing very shortly. It looks like touring cars are going to be out first, and then we are going to get our British Endurance Championship 2-hour season finale coming up a little bit later. Dave, let's go back to you. Yeah, thanks Ian. Just showing just how wet it has become here at Donington, but the rain has for the time being eased off, but the circuit still treacherous. I think next out we're going to see the Orange Aero Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. So we'll wait to see what's going to happen with the combined race that we were going to see. We said earlier, if Mike Manning hadn't had that oil leak on the grid, that race would have been finished by now, but well, that's racing. So hopefully we're going to see, I think, the Orange Aero Pre-83 touring cars for the stars of the 70s and early 80s out there. Championship is still open. Stephen Primet in his Familiar Mark 1 Escort looking to win an incredible 11th title this year in the Pre-83 touring cars. But Will Davison is out to stop him in his BMW E30. So waiting to see if that is the case, if they come out on track for this one. We're just waiting to see what the clerk of the course decides here. We'll be underway in just a few minutes from now. Thanks for your patience, everyone, during this enforced delay. Seems to happen every time we come to Donington. Well, it is going to be a classic touring car racing club event next. We don't have confirmation of which championship it's going to be, whether it's going to be the Pre-93s, 03s and Blue Oval Saloon Series, or whether it were the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars that come out next. I'm not too sure. And look, the sun's coming out again now. And up at Redgate, you can see it there as well. UK is such a daft country sometimes, isn't it? Yeah. Bright sunshine out there now. I can see marshals on the grid as I look out the window, so let's see what's going to make its way to the grid. Will it be led out by a Sierra Cosworth, or will it be our Pre-83 grid led by Howard Spooner's BMW 635? And there's Richard, one of our camera crews. There he is. Yeah, thanks to all of our camera teams this weekend for bringing us the action in all weathers. Hopefully we've got the rain covers on the cameras. Let's have the starting drivers for our British Endurance Championship races. Well, thank you to Steve Wood there. Cars coming out, and it is the Pre-83 race, so it's the Orange Aero Pre-83 Touring Car Championship that we are going to see next. So it looks like our multi-class race there has been postponed, and we'll have a look at the grid in a moment for the Orange Aero Pre-83 Touring Car Championship. Normally it's Stephen Primet and his fellow Ford Escort drivers who are up at the front of the grid, but today it is something different. We mentioned during the build-up to the previous race, Howard Spooner in his beautiful BMW 635i running in the guest class of the Pre-83s this weekend. He's taken pole position by the small margin of 6.5 seconds. Yep, 6.5 seconds quicker than anyone else. He did a 2:01.06. Stephen Primet did a 2:07.56 in his Escort. So that's your front row. Second row, Don Hughes in his Volkswagen Golf alongside David Hickton. Welcome back to him. Seen his son Harry racing in the Mini Challenge this year. He's in his newly built Opel Kadett GTE. He's on the second row of the grid. Row 3, Simon Jeffs in the Richard Lloyd lookalike Golf. And Stephen Yates in his Chris Hodgetts lookalike Mark III Escort. Mark Chollerton's Mark II Escort RS2000 is on row 4 alongside Jonathan Corker. We saw him take a couple of wins at Snetterton in the little Datsun. Will Davison, a championship challenger with his BMW E30, sits on row 5 alongside the lovely Mazda RX-7 of Mark Spencer. Some beautiful cars in this race, it has to be said. Row 6, welcome back Mark Osborne, the Welshman in his Triumph Dolomite Sprint. He lines up alongside Bob Bullen's Mark I Escort. Row 7 we'll have Jake Margulies, part of a father and son pairing. Margulies the younger is in an Escort XR3i, starting alongside Mostin Rutter. Welcome back to him as well in his Vauxhall Firenze. Behind them on row number 8 we have David Margulies, father of Jake, in his Alfa Romeo GT V6. The race incidentally will be started behind the safety car. They're moving off now. David Margulies joined by David Thomas in his Mark I Ford Capri. Then we've got Colin Claxton and Carl Shreve in a pair of Triumph Dolomites. Another Dolomite for David Claxton. Steve Walden in his BMW E30. And Mark Fowler should be at the back, car number 2, with his Ford Escort. That's your lineup then for the Pre-83 Group 1 touring cars. Safety car leading them round. It will be a rolling start of this race, and the beautiful BMW 635i of Howard Spooner, the former Clubman sports car racer, leads them round. But his big advantage from qualifying, I'm sure, is to be negated by these wet conditions. The front wheel drive cars likely to have a better chance. Just look at the conditions out there. There's Steve Walden at the back. I don't think Mark Fowler's there. I think he had problems in qualifying, number 2 Escort. Stephen Primet's there though, looking for championship number 11 in this series this year. Trying to beat Will Davison in his BMW. Looking at the point standings, they're separated by 6 points. So basically, if Primet wins the class, if Davison wins the class, I should say, he's got to rely on Primet finishing out of the top 3 pretty much. We'll get an update if we can on that. Jonathan Corker's only 8 points further back as well in the Datsun. They're your championship contenders. David Thomas and David Margulies are only separated by a point in Class B as well. Our championship contenders are both in Class C, while Don Hughes has, I think, sewn up the Class D title for the smaller capacity cars. Howard Spooner and David Hickton not registered for the full championship. They're in the guest class this weekend in their David Hickton, his newly built Opel Kadett, the orange car we just got a glimpse of there. Nice to have Mark Spence out as well, that lovely Mazda RX-7, the white coupe there. The race has got officially underway. Clock is counting down. Very start behind the safety car. Still behind the safety car then, the driver's just getting used to the conditions behind the safety car before we go green flag racing. Howard Spooner leads him round in the Marlboro BMW. Really is a stunning looking car, that one is, and I've said it before. There's Don Hughes in his Golf, he's already wrapped up his class championship. Jonathan Corker just ahead of Will Davison, the red BMW there, the red and blue BMW of Davison. They'll face an uphill task to catch Stephen Primet, I think, this weekend as he looks for the championship. They're the 3 contenders. Steve Walden's BMW at the back, the E30. So technically leading the race is Howard Spooner. We've got 19 cars out there on track, so we have lost a couple since qualifying. We know Mark Fowler's not there. I think one of the Triumph Dolomites might be missing from the back of the field as well. A couple of the more regular front runners a little further back than we'd normally see them. The black Triumph Dolomite sprint in there, Mark Osborne, the Welshman. We're not seeing a lot of him this year. He could come through the field. It's a very quick car indeed. Don Hughes in the Mark 1 Golf switched back to that car this year. He's normally been racing his Peugeot 306 over the last few years. There's David Hickton, busy with his son Harry's junior career over the last few years. Junior saloon cars followed by Mini Challenge. Couldn't resist the urge to get back on track himself. Used to race an Opel Ascona, now out in that newly built Opel Kadett, the orange car. Simon Jeffs, Chris Yates, Mark Chollerton in his escorts, Jonathan Corker, Will Davison, and the rest of them pour through. Looks like we're missing David Claxton's Dolomite, unfortunately, from the back as well, the red Triumph Dolomite. So hopefully we're going to go racing this time. Yeah, the lights are out atop the safety car. Waiting for the green to drop as they cross the line. It does so, and we're underway. Here we go then, down towards Red Gates, the pre-83 touring car sponsored by Orange Aero. Could be 4 wide here. Look at David Hickton up the outside. Don Hughes in the Golf on the inside. But Howard Spooner uses the power of the BMW and just about holds his advantage from pole position. Side by side for second. Hughes having a look on the inside in the Golf on Stephen Primet in the number 1 Escorts. The Escort holds that second place towards the Craner curves for the first time. Hickton in 4th place. Then 5th behind them Simon Jeffs with his Golf. Chris Yates in the Mark 3 Escort is next through ahead of Mark Chollerton by a clear margin. Look at the spray as they head down the Craner curves. Here comes Will Davison having a look on the inside, getting past Jonathan Corker. He knows he's got to go after Stephen Primet to keep his championship hopes alive. had to miss the round at Snetterton, Will Davison, with work commitments. So he knows he's got to make up points here for make up for lost time, literally. Primet runs a little bit wide at McLean's. It's still Howard Spooner in the big BMW that leads the way. Simon Jeffs attacking David Hickton. He's going to move through into 4th place. Through goes the Akai Hi-Fi liveried Golf, and here comes Chris Yates up the inside as well. Steve Yates, I should say, at the wheel of his Mark III Escort. He gets through. First 3 have broken away slightly, and they head down towards the chicane. Still Howard Spooner who leads the way. Simon Jeffs, the ex-Alfa Romeo racer, going after our top 3. Steve Yates is through into 5th. He's got ahead of Will Davison now. But Yates in a different class. It's Don Hughes who's leading Class D ahead of Stephen Yates in his Escorts. Here comes Will Davison. Tries to fight back in. Jonathan Corker on his tail. They've relegated David Hickton down the order, and Stephen Yates gets sideways in the Escorts. Gathers it up again. Davison will go through, though it is so slippery down there now. They've just about held it together. Your leader is Howard Spooner in the BMW, ahead of Stephen Primet and Don Hughes. Then a gap back to Simon Jeffs. He's sideways in the Golf in 4th place. That's the place to watch at the moment at Goddard's. They're all hanging the tails out. So Corker and Davison have both gained 3 places on that first green flag lap of racing. There is the Marlborough BMW of Howard Spooner, pulling away from Stephen Primet. Leads by nearly 1.5 seconds at the end of our first green flag lap of racing. Don Hughes going with them in 3rd. He leads Class D. They're all leading their classes, the top 3. It's Howard Spooner. They did say on the entry list he was in Class Guest, but he's now in Class B according to the timing screen. So according to TSL timing, Howard Spooner is going to be scoring points for this race. David Hickton is a guest class driver. He's going under fire from Mark Chollerton, the Norfolk building contractor, in his Escort RS 2000. David Hickton losing 4 places on that opening lap. This is the fight for P8. Rounding up the top 10, it is Mark Spence. There's the Mazda RX-7. Mark Osborne behind him. Then we've got the Escort of Bob Bullen. Raced a Ford Anglia for many years. He's listed as racing a Lotus Cortina this weekend, Bob Bullen, but he is in a Mark I Escort. Just under 7 minutes of this race to run.
Basically just a couple of them in this race. Down towards the chicane.
Here comes Davison all over the back of Jonathan Corker in the little Datsun 510. A couple of wins at Snetterton earlier this year. Will Davison squirreling the BMW there as he comes out of the Fogarty S's. Simon Jeffs ahead of them in the Akai Golf, the look-alike of the car the late Richard Lloyd raced in the British Saloon Car Championship in the late 70s and early 80s. Spooner will come round and probably set yet another fastest lap, 2:06.292 for the BMW. Leads by 3.6 seconds now. He's gained over 2 seconds on that last lap alone. He's pulling away from Stephen Primet. There's Stephen Yates. He's in 7th in the Escorts. Primet second ahead of Hughes. I was wrong about the Triumph that was missing from the back of the field. It's Colin Claxton that's not there, not David. Apologies there. David's in 18th place. Mark Chollerton's got the Escort ahead of David Hickton's Opel. David Thomas gained 3 places on that last lap further back as well in the Capri. He's got ahead of Jake Margulies and David Margulies, the father and son pairing, and also Mostin Rutter's Firenze. Chollerton pulls away from Hickton. He's coming under fire from Mark Spence in the RX-7, the rotary engined car. Behind him is Mark Osborne in the Dolly Sprints. Big rival of Stephen Primet over the years. It's a quiet year for Mark Osborne in 2023. Only seen a couple of appearances from him. He's raced at Silverstone once and Castle Combe as well. Stephen Primet coming under fire now from Don Hughes in the Mark 1 Golf. Can he get second place away? Primet won't mind too much. He's leading his class. He's in Class C. Hughes is in Class D. Now Primet probably playing it safe here, looking for the championship. Hughes using the advantage of front wheel drive, I should say. Let's see Howard Spooner up the road ahead. The gap was 3.6 seconds. We'll see what he's leading by this time. Can Don Hughes go for second here? All that Stephen Primet will care about is staying ahead of his Class C rivals. Jeffs is second in the class, Corker third, and Davison is only fourth. So this will all but wrap up the title for Stephen Primet if he can win the class here. Simon Jeffs is doing him a favour up there in second place in the class. As Don Hughes goes to the inside, Primet, yeah, playing it safe. As Hughes goes through at Redgate into second place. But they're in different classes, so it doesn't matter to Primet's points total. The gap was 6 points back to Will Davison. If Primet wins this and gets fastest lap in the class, he'll get 14 points. Davison, if he's third in class, will only get 7 points. That will make it almost insurmountable for Will Davison. It'll spell the end of Jonathan Corker as well. There's yellow flags on the exit of Hollywood there, going to the Craner curves. We'll try and work out what's happened there. Somebody may have had a spin. David Hickton's dropping back down the order. We saw Dave Thomas up there with him as well. So the yellow flags are out up there. Don Hughes still holds second place from Stephen Primet. Ah, that's Davison! That's one of our championship contenders out. Well, that's all but going to hand the title to Stephen Primet, because Jonathan Corker is only third in class, and that won't be enough. Will Davison's out of the race. Mechanical failure by the look of things. See steam from under the bonnet. That's the end of his championship hopes. So Jonathan Corker is now running third in class. And how many points behind is he? 14 points behind. So as long as he keeps going here, where he is, Stephen Primet has won the championship. Title number 11 for the escort man. He's not going to catch this man, Howard Spooner, in that gorgeous BMW. Is away and gone. Very reminiscent of the cars that raced in the 70s in the European Touring Car Championship, and you might just be able to make out the name on the door there, Gerhard Berger. Formula One great, of course, with the likes of McLaren, Ferrari and Benetton, but he was a touring car racer prior to that. Later became the head of BMW Motorsports after his retirement from racing in 1997. Howard Spooner's raced all manner of cars, including Clubman's cars very successfully, the front-engine sports cars. He leads by 8.5 seconds now, 2:05.391, his quickest lap. Don Hughes safe in second overall. Stephen Primet, as long as he wins the class here, because Jonathan Corker's back in P3 in class in fifth overall. Will Davison, we saw, is out of the race. His car, you can just see it in the background there, parked up at the bottom of the Craner curves on the outside of the circuit. We've lost a couple of cars into the pits as well. Steve Walden, so a bad race for BMWs. Walden's out of it. And David Hickton's pulled the Opel into the pits as well. Here's Mark Spence. He's 8th, ahead of Mark Osborne's Triumph. And they're staying ahead of Bob Bullen's Escort. Well, there is Jonathan Corker, dropping back from Simon Jeffs there in third in class, the little Datsun. He needed a class win here. So that's going to be a no score for Will Davison, because just looking at the lap times, Primet on 2:08.4, 2:08.1 for Jeffs. Corker's done a 2:07, so there might be a bonus point for Jonathan Corker here. But it won't be enough. The checkered flag, meanwhile, is at the ready, and it's going to be a win for Howard Spooner. He takes the flag. Second will go to Don Hughes. He will win Class D. He's already secured the class championship. But provisionally, by my calculations anyway, coming home for third place and an 11th Pre-83 Touring Car Championship goes to Stephen Primet. Just ahead of Simon Jeffs, there is Corker across in third place in class. Let's have a look at the lap times there. It looks to me as though Simon Jeffs got the fastest lap in the class, so he'll get the bonus point, I think, for the fastest lap. So it's 13 points for Stephen Primet. He moves on to 138. Davison remains on 119. Corker third in the class as the rest of the cars come over the line. Mark Chollerton just holding off Mark Spence there. Corker third in the class will get 7 points. So he's on 126. So basically, Jonathan Corker needs to win the class and Stephen Primet not finish in race 2 to overhaul the Escorts total. So Jonathan Corker can just about still do it, I think. We'll double check that. Corker on 111 going into that race. We'll confirm the results as follows, and Howard Spooner takes the win ahead of Don Hughes and Stephen Primet. By my calculation, Stephen Primet has done enough. If Jonathan Corker, we'll do the calculation in a moment, but I think even if he does win the class in race 2, he can't overhaul Primet, even if Primet doesn't score now. So Stephen Primet will be champion for the 11th time provisionally. Simon Jeffs 4th overall, then Corker 5th, 2nd and 3rd in class, then Stephen Yates ahead of Mark Chollerton, Mark Spence and Mark Osborne, 3 marks in a row. Then David Thomas 2nd in Class B, Bob Bullen, Mostyn Rutter, David Claxton, Jake Margulies gets 3rd in Class D. His father David finished behind him. Carl Shreve's triumph was the final finisher. We lost, of course, championship contender Will Davison, David Hickton and Steve Walden, also retirements.
Start winding itself up, getting ready to go. This is going to be a 2-hour endurance race, everybody. It's going to be, I believe, their final round of the season. Just this one race is their final round. Yeah, that's right. That's 2 hours. It's going to be looked. So, we'll start off with the next one. We'll have to tell us what the Davison. That's the first thing that the first of all, we have to do it very well on verse 13. And we've got 127, Royal Wishback, and the Wishback Caesar. So that is the final, appears to be the first one. Then we've got Saturday as the race starts, which was Carol. And the one on that, Jonathan Carr, in the Mercedes, to the whole 720.
Next up, it's going to be our feature race of the day, the 2-hour race for the MS UK British Endurance Championship. But first, let's head down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Fermé.
Cheers, Dave. Well, we got there eventually, didn't we? And we're going to speak to Howard Spooner very shortly and find out how he coped with those conditions best. Because as we saw from Ian during the short break, or the medium-sized break, there was still some standing water out there. So let's jump in as soon as we can. Howard, you're invited as a guest. They might not invite you back after that. How did you deal with those conditions so well?
They were slippy, but it's such a well-balanced car that Jeff set up here. It's just a pleasure to drive, really. A few hairy moments, but nothing major.
And what about the temperatures out there? Because it's getting cold.
Yeah, it was cold to start with. I got quite hot inside the car, but it was hard getting heat into the tyres, you know.
It is a beautiful car. Tell us a little bit about it very quickly.
So it's the Jeff Steele's, he made it as a tribute to the Gerhard Berger car that no longer exists. So it's absolutely tool room perfect, and it really handles amazingly.
And, driven perfectly well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Let's jump in with our second place finisher. Again, fantastic. Oh, look at this. This is wonderful. Already the class champion, another class win today. Great year for you.
Oh, what a wonderful year. I mean, the car's been absolutely tremendous. I mean, Today couldn't be better. Don't you just love this weather?
I mean, we talk about conditions a lot. This is a great chance to do that. I mean, it was tricky out there, wasn't it?
Incredibly so. Yeah, it was so slippery. And where was the braking area? Where is it not? Do you use the curbs? Do you not? You know, it was incredibly difficult, but really, really good fun.
And on a racetrack, when you're approaching standing water, what do you do?
For the front wheel drive, keep your foot in.
One more race to come today?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow, sorry, yeah.
Tomorrow, yeah. Well, you never know. We might have the odd shower again.
Yeah.
So you never know.
Great racing. Well done,
Thank you
season.
very much. Yeah, wonderful.
Thank you. And we'll speak to Stephen Privet, winner of our... Well, I'm not going to say winner just yet because we're not entirely sure. I think Dave's got his abacus out. Congratulations on the class win.
Thank you very much. Yes, struggling a little bit in that conditions, but Don was quick, and I just thought I haven't got a fight with Don, and he was much quicker than me. So I just thought. Then I saw Simon, who's in my class, and I thought he's got to try and hang on now and keep Simon back. And luckily the flag come out.
and Will didn't finish. So I mean, Dave's been trying to do some maths. So we think there might be a single point on it, or you might have done it depending on the last race. Are you aware of the situation?
Will didn't finish. Yeah. Then.
It looks really good.
So I think it might be.
But I don't want to say congrats in case we get it wrong by 1 point. So we'll wait and see.
No, if he was 6 behind and I've scored 13, then now he's 19 behind. So can't catch me.
Can I say congratulations? Well done.
Well, thanks, mate. Mate, I had to change the gearbox.
It's not just a win. It's another title.
I know. I had to change the gearbox after qualifying, and being a silly idiot, I hadn't tightened up the filler. And it had come out and dropped oil, so we had a bit of a mad panic changing gearboxes, and that's great. That is anyway. I'm not really sure. Obviously, Will has dominated the championship all year, really, and he's been a lot quicker than me all year, but he's missed a few rounds, and that's played into my hands. So I've snuck in by the back door, to be honest with you, but got to take him, haven't you?
Our win's a win. It's another one as well. Does it ever get old?
Never gets old, does it? I'm buzzing. Adrenaline's coursing through me, so it's lovely, isn't it?
Absolutely amazing, mate. Well done. One more race tomorrow. Good luck.
Yeah, can't wait. Fantastic. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, Ali. Right, we are now going to go into our headline race of the day. It's the British Endurance Championship. Ian Waterhouse is going to talk you through it, walk you through it as well. Him and Dave Goddard, of course. It's the overall title, everything up for grabs. It's going to be set over the next 2 hours. Over to Dave and Ian.
Okay, well, by my calculations, Stephen Primet has done it. We'll wait for that to be officially ratified. Congratulations to Stephen Primet. By my calculations, an 11-time champion. We're going to crown a champion in our next race as well, which is the MS UK British Endurance Championship. I think 5 crews can still win the championship, mathematically speaking. The grid of 24 cars is going to be out there. The Team Hard Porsche 991 is leading the championship, just 2 points ahead of Venture Innovations and their Mercedes GT4. Third in the championship is the Audi TCR car of Shared Autosport, the number 87. They're 5 points further back, so we'll await them to make their way to the grid. This will be a 2-hour race with 2 mandatory pit stops per car. We've got quite a few impressive entries for this weekend's racing. Let's head down to Ian to introduce some of them to us.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the track. You see the cars just making their way out now for the British Endurance Championship season finale 2-hour race coming up. I'm just going to move over here actually, because here we've got a couple of guys with the best seats in the house to say. Hopefully we won't need to see too much of you during this race, but that's quite a downpour we had, wasn't it?
It's got a lot better during the last race, but prior to that it was pretty bad. It was rivers going down all the way around.
So was it your job to take this out and go and assess the circuit?
Well, it is part of the duties, because race control rely on us to decide whether the track is suitable for racing or not.
And it's beautiful sunshine now. It's hard to believe actually it was chucking it down not so long ago.
It is hard to believe, but it's also hard to believe how quickly it dries up.
Fantastic. Well, that is music to our ears. Thank you so much for that. Let's just move along over here a little bit, shall we? Here's the grid now. You can see some of the cars just coming down the back straight, actually. They're going to start lining up very shortly. Of course, mandatory pit stops included, 2-hour race coming up. There are actually 5 sets of drivers who are within 37 points of the championship. 3 who think realistically have got an opening shot of winning it. Of course, it's Brad Thurston, Darryl De Leon. They are leading the way. Keep your eyes on them. Chris Jones and Matt George in second place. So we're going to be keeping up with everybody as they go through. Coming up here, though, is the Team Brit McLaren going to be on pole position. Something of a shock, maybe?
Yeah, no.
Because you got the McLaren, it's in the invitation class, isn't it?
Yeah.
But great job, and it was who was it who put it on pole?
It was James who's driving. He did a really good job. Put it straight on pole, quicker than GT3. So fair play to him.
Difficult conditions. This could be quite an open race.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Top man, there we go. All right, we've got some cars coming down now. Here I just want to jump over here actually, if we can as well. Oliver Cotton, who's raced with Beck before, and Britcar Trophies up here as well. Oliver, it's good to see you again. How are we? Who are you supporting today?
Yeah, I'm just helping out Jam Sport with Jamie here on the third row grid in 6th place. So yeah, but I've been supporting Ian Saxos with Vinna Sport, working for them on the Saxos and the Janetta tomorrow in Trophies.
So you're a busy man, aren't you? When are we next going to see you out in a car?
I will be at Brands Hatch next weekend in TCR, and I think that's probably one of the last time we'll be out this year. Maybe the racing insurance and that's all.
Top man, thanks for talking to us. So right, let's just move down a little bit, shall we? Have a look at some of these cars. We've got the 108 coming down here. This is the Brecol, Aaron Nean and Tom Jackson. Look at that, just look at this. Look, I mean, I don't even need to speak that. In fact, let's go down and have a chat, shall we? Because we don't get much time on the grid. We normally get kicked off pretty quick, don't we? They line up and pretty much go almost straight away. And they're saying they could go further over. I wonder if we can have a quick chat with them. I believe it's Amra in the car. We're all right to just jump in very quickly and have a quick chat. Amra, how are we feeling ahead of this one? You ready? He's just having a quick chat. Thank you very much. You probably can't hear me, can you? But are you ready for this one? Difficult conditions out there.
Yeah, very slippery, but I'm sure it'll go well.
I'll let you go because it's so loud. Thank you. Cheers. It's not made for TV, that was it. He did say very slippery conditions, of course, so let's make our way down a little bit further, shall we? So loud. Oh, there's nowhere else I'd rather be on a Saturday afternoon than here for the British Endurance Championship, walking up and down the grid as well. Let's just go a little bit further down here because these are your championship leader. It looks like it's Brad Thurston in the car as well. I wonder if we can very quickly... No, okay, he is feeling nervous. I did speak to him a little bit earlier, actually, Brad Thurston. Championship leaders, of course, by 2 points. It's the title showdown here at Donington Park. It's going to go all the way to the wire in very difficult conditions. It's got everything made up for it, hasn't it, for this one? And, of course, a lot of cars out of position 2. We've been told to get off the grid. Here we go. It's almost time to go racing. The season finale for the British Endurance Championship. Dave, over to you.
Oh yes, am I looking forward to this. 24 cars on the grid for 2 hours of racing to decide the MSUK British Endurance Champions of 2023. The grid is being cleared in front of my commentary box, so I'll run you through the grid in just a second. As we said, it is the Team Brits McLaren that is on pole position. Their GT4 car, perhaps surprisingly, on overall pole position. James Whitley will be starting that car, the British Paralympic skier. Team Brits, of course, the team that helps those with physical and mental handicaps to overcome those through motor racing and help them to compete at the top level. Aiming to become the first all-disabled team to compete in the Le Mans 24 Hours. James Whitley will start the number 67 McLaren 570S GT4 from pole position, sharing with Paul Fullick. Alongside them is the car that's got all but one of the overall wins so far this year, the Audi R8 GT3, started by Peter Erteg, sharing with Marcus Clutton. On the second row of the grid is the SG Racing Porsche in Class C. That's Mark and Peter Cunningham. Mark is going first in the yellow Porsche. And alongside them is a team we normally see in a Mercedes GT4, Amir Naran and Tom Jackson. That car blew its engine in testing, so they're now out in Class A Invitation. They won't be scoring points in this car. It's a McLaren 720S. It's the Dayglow red car we just saw lining up on the grid. It looks stunning, I have to say. Amir Naran is starting. Hopefully they'll get familiar with the car very quickly. They could challenge for overall victory, I reckon, here. The car's just moving away for their rolling starts. Row 3 is the KTM we saw on the podium at Snetterton, the track focus car. Mike McCollum starts, Sean Cooper will take over. And alongside them is the first of the Class G for Ginetta cars, Ginetta G55s. That's car number 118, the Jam Sports car. Dave May will start. Jamie Going, the boss of Jam Sports, will take over. Row 4 is another of the Ginettas. This is the Zentec Motorsport car. Bal Sidhu taking the starts. Been racing Ginettas for a few years. And Josh Steed will take over. Alongside him is Chris Murphy, former Brit Car Endurance champion in his BMW GTR. He's driving solo in this race. Row 5 is the Mercedes A-Class BTCC car, number 34. Maurice Henry starts. It'll be American Shields Bergstrom who takes over. Alongside them, another of the Ginettas, that's the Mac G racing car. Johnny McGregor, the team boss, will start, sharing with Josh Tomlinson. On row 6 of this grid, number 87, the first of the TCR cars. Number 87, looking to win, at the very minimum, that category title. The Audi RS3 of Sheared Autosport. Jonathan Beeson starts, George Healer will take over. They start alongside the overall championship leading car, the Porsche number 28, started by Brad Thurston, sharing with BTCC racer Daryl DeLeon. They'll be looking to beat the Cunninghams as they try and take the overall title and win their class. Row 7 is another TCR car, number 22, the Race Road Competition Cupra. That's started by Richard Avery, sharing with Nick Hull. Alongside them will be another of the Ginettas, the SVG Motorsport car. Mark Ellman starts, Owen Hizzy will share with him. Row 8 is the other Team Brit McLaren GT4. That will be started by Takuma Aoki, the former World Superbike racer, Japanese driver sharing with Aaron Morgan. Alongside them is the Thompson number 88 Jaguar F-Type. Callum Thompson is driving solo in that car. Unfortunately, Adam Thompson has suffered a broken cheekbone after a fall from his mountain bike, so Callum Thompson will drive solo in that car. Row 9 is another TCR car, another Audi, started by George Jackson, sharing with Scott Sumpton. That's the JW Bird run Audi. Alongside them is another TCR Audi number 178, which was started by Matthew Stockford, sharing with Alan James. Good to see him back in the series, the Synchro Motorsport regular over the years. Row 10 is number 21. Now that's one of our championship contenders. They'll be disappointed to be that far down. The Venture Innovations Mercedes, started by Chris Jones, sharing with Matt George. And alongside them will be number 221, the TCR Cupra of Clio graduates, Chris Bialan and Simon Mason. Chris will go first. Last couple of rows, 27, the Newbridge car. Alongside them, number 50 of MKH Racing. That's the Guy Sizer. 27 is the Guy Sizer and Tom Canning Aston Martin. So Guy Zeiser will start that car. Tom Canning, a very quick driver, former British GT4 champion. He will fly in that car when he gets aboard. Starting alongside another Aston Martin, the number 50 MKH Racing car, started by Peter Montague, sharing with Stuart Hall. The final row of the grid, number 78, is the Sheared Autosport TCR car, and that will be started by Harvey Caton, the former junior saloon car racer, sharing with team boss Paul Sheard. And finally on the grid, last but by no means least, the number 23 Invitation Class BMW of Woodrow Motorsports. Nathan Wells starts. Andy Schultz, the former Ferrari racer, will take over. So that's your lineup. The race is underway. They're going to be starting behind the safety car, driven by, who we just heard from, Evelyn Buanik. Raced BMWs for many years, now driving one as the safety car. Still very slippery out there. The pit window opens after 20 minutes, closes with 20 minutes of the 2 hours to go, and in that window the cars have to make 2 mandatory pit stops. There are penalties for short pit stops as well. Might be 1 or 2 cars starting from the pit lane. Cars forming up, ready for the starts. Oh, we've got somebody stopped on the grid. That is the number 78. It's Harvey Caton's Sheared Autosports Golf. It looks like, well, it looks like something might have sheared in the steering there, doesn't it? The front wheel's at a drunken angle. Something's broken there on the Golf. Car of Harvey Caton and Paul Sheard. Pace car leading the round, but we're going to have to bring them to a halt here, I think. Or will the safety car continue past the scene while we get this car clear? Well, the race has started. You can see the clock is already counting down. So I imagine the safety car will keep leading them round until this hazard is clear. That's a great shame for Paul Sheard and Harvey Caton. That car was a retirement at Snetterton as well last night. It looks like the steering may have failed on that Golf. Oh no, he's got it going. Look at the angle the wheels are at. I thought something had broken in the steering, but he's got it going. Bit of a push from the telehandler. And Harvey Caton makes his way around, the karting graduate. He's gone through junior saloon cars as well. Only a short way into his senior racing career. Here are the pace setters from qualifying. Great to see the GT4 team, Britt McLaren, James Whitley, the British Team GB Paralympic skier, on pole. Here's a slightly mixed grid overall. Class A, the runners there, one of them is an invitation car which doesn't score points. That's the McLaren 720S. We've got no Class B runners. Class C is for the slightly less powerful cars. The safety car's still out at the moment. Class C is the two Porsches, Brad Thurston and Daryl DeLeon's Porsche, and also the Cunningham's, the yellow car, plus the Team Hard Mercedes British Touring cars, the black and day-glow yellow Mercedes A-Class a little bit further back, Maurice Henry on board. Class D is for GT4 cars, got Aston Martins, McLarens, KTM's, Mercedes. We had hoped to see the multiple British Touring car champion Colin Turkington racing in that class this weekend in a McLaren shared with Jason Hughes. Unfortunately, that car wasn't quite ready in time for this weekend. Class E is for TCR cars, got a Cupra, the Golf, a couple of Audis, a couple of TCR cars running in Class F Invitation as well. We've got Crispy Allen and Simon Mason making the move up from the Brick Car Trophy in a Clio. They're out in the white Cupra, you can see there. And also Matthew Stockford and Alan James in their Audi TCR car. Class G is for Ginetta G55's got 4 of those. Pace set in that class in qualifying by David May and Jamie Going. Jamie, the boss of Jam Sports, and David May, who's raced a Nissan 370Z. It was a brake problem, we're told by Claire Headley. Thanks, Claire, for the 78 car. Some of the brakes had seized on, and so they've got it going now. So it's the Team Brits McLaren in their familiar purple livery that leads them round. Peter Erscheg in his Audi R8, who's taken all but one of the overall wins so far this year. It was Claude Beauvais and Dave McDonald in their Lamborghini that won the season opener. Erscheg and Clutton have already sealed the Class A title this year. Will we be going racing this time? There's the number 161 Ginetta of Balsidou. We ride on board with Chris Jones in the Venture Innovations Mercedes. He's got a lot of work to do, a long way down this grid. Starting back on road 10. He needs a class win in Class D to keep his championship hopes alive, along with Matt George. Here we go then. We're racing at Donington. 1 hour 54 for the UK British Endurance Championship. James Whitley leads the way from Peter Erscheg. Mark Cunningham in the Porsche in 3rd position. Will they all make it round? Red gate reversed, green flag. That was one car diving into the pits there in the background. I think it might have been one of the BMWs. See if it comes past my window. Yeah, the 23 car of Nathan Wells has come in from the back of the field as Peter Erscheg's going to go for the lead into the old hairpin. The more powerful GT3 car will surely go through, and it does. Here comes Mark Cunningham as well, and James Whitley fends him off as they come towards Schwantz Curve. 4th place is that Dayglow red McLaren, no mistaking that car of Amir Nara. And it's a solid wall of spray behind, pretty much. Behind Amir Naran is the KTM. Great looking car that is. Mike McCollum at the wheel of the track-focused KTM Crossbow GT4. Staying with the GT3 McLaren there. These wet conditions are great leveller. Mark Cunningham has now got through into 2nd place in the yellow Porsche. Let's look for the other Porsche as well that's trying to catch them and win the class to keep its hopes of taking the overall championship alive. Chris Murphy there passing Johnny McGregor's Ginetta. Chris Murphy's won the title in this series before in an Aston Martin GT4 car. There is Brad Thurston, that's the championship leading car coming into this race. Side by side there for second, Amir Naran, the more powerful GT3 McLaren, going through for third place. Or is it? Good efforts around the opening lap by James Whitley, but it's a slightly less powerful car, the GT4 McLaren. But no, back up at the inside on the brakes, making the most of these wet conditions he goes through, and Amir Naran could lose out to the KTM as well. Down towards Redgate go the leaders. There's the two McLarens of very differing kinds together. Looks stunning, doesn't it, that 720S. Very, very late change of car for Amir Naran and Tom Jackson. They hope to be out in their Mercedes AMG GT4 car. That blew its engine shortly before this event. Could lose out here. Amir Naran's the KTM that's going through. Through goes Mike McCollum. Now that car was on the podium here earlier this year in the 6-hour race at Donington Park, and it was even wetter than this on that occasion. So their wet weather prowess is well known, Mike McCollum and Sean Cooper. They could be one to watch for an overall podium today, I think. Here's a battle further back in the order. That's the Aston Martin of Guy Zeiser. And then we've got a group of TCR cars in the spray behind it. Guy Zeiser, a late call-up to replace Humaira Mushtaq, who was a late withdrawal with an ankle injury from this event. Sharing with Tom Canning. Now that car's going to absolutely fly when Tom Canning gets aboard, the former British GT4 champion. And look at Brad Thurston flashing the lights at the cars ahead of him. He needs to get through to challenge for the lead of his class, because he's going for the overall championship. Two Ginettas, this is David May and Bal Sidhu. Bal Sidhu began racing BMWs with the likes of Jazz Sapra and Lucky Kera. He goes through on the inside, takes the lead of the Ginetta class. There's Johnny McGregor, third in that class, ahead of Brad Thurston's Porsche. Mentioning Lucky Kera there, we must wish him all the best to get well soon after he suffered concussion in a recent crash here at Donington. He's out of racing for the time being, so get well soon to sadly not so Lucky Kera. Seen him in this series of these Lamborghini in the past. And Bal Sidhu slowing. Bal Sidhu slowing in the Ginetta. He'd just taken the lead of the class, but he slowed there on the pit straight, crawling past my commentary box. The car that he shares with Josh Steed. Maybe Josh Steed won't get a go, unfortunately, because I think that car's out of it. That's helped Brad Thurston, who's now chasing one of the BMWs. That's Chris Murphy, former quad bike racer before switching to circuit racing. Behind him is David May, seen him in his Nissan 370Z in the back, and Johnny Mack going through on the inside. Johnny McGregor sharing with Josh Tomlinson, used to race the Tyrannus sports car in British Endurance. Behind them we've got the Mercedes of Maurice Henry. Shields Bergstrom, all the way from Wisconsin, will share that car with him. I remember him winning in a BMW Mini here at Donington a few years ago. But I think the safety car is coming out. So Evelyn Buanik is being called back onto the circuit in the BMW. There's the reason. Bal Sidhu has come to a stop on the Wheatcroft Straights. The Ginetta has broken down. Okay, the race will be neutralised once again then while the marshals get that Ginetta clear. I can see marshals heading towards the scene. This gives us a chance to look at the class leader. Just before we do that, we can hand down to Ian in the pits, who's down at Sheard Autosport.
Welcome down to the pit lane, everybody. It's not good news, unfortunately. I'm here with Harvey Caton in the 78. What's happened out there? We saw it struggle to get off the line.
Yeah, so went to pull away from the green flag, well, the safety car flag, and then brake caliper locked, and it did that yesterday. So got it going, and yesterday, earlier in qualifying, I didn't get a lap. That's why I'm starting at the back, because the gearbox has pushed all the oil out for some reason, and it's done the same thing again. So that's it. I mean, we don't know what it's doing. If we put more oil in, it's just going to do the same thing again. So there's not really much we can do.
Parked up. That's it for today.
Yeah, that's it. It's really annoying, but you know, it is what it is. It was just for, yeah. I don't know what to say really.
It's Motorsport Highway House. I really appreciate you talking to us. Unlucky, mate, but better luck next time. Thank you. Right, Dave, back to you.
Shared Autosports really do have all the luck in this championship, and it's all bad. Great shame for them. Their other car, though, the 87 Audi, is still in championship contention and looking to win the Class E title for TCR cars, and it is currently leading the class. We'll have a look at our points. At our point scoring class leaders, because a lot of these cars are invitation class. They're not registered for the full championship, so not scoring points. Let's have a look then. Class A is being led by Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton. They're the overall leaders, the Audi. Class B, there are no starters. Class C is being led by the Cunningham Porsche. Class D, well, the first Class D car is the Fullick and Whitley Team Brit McLaren, but that's an invitation car, so it's not scoring points. So the first point scoring Class D car is the KTM. Class E is being led by Beeson and Healer, so better fortune for Shared Autosport. Class F is being led by Callum Thompson, in the New Barn Racing Jaguar F-Type. Callum driving solo, as we said earlier this time. And Class G is being led by David May in the number 118 Ginetta, but again, that's an invitation car, so the first point scorer is Johnny McGregor in the Ginetta class. Meanwhile, we're getting back underway. Green flag is out. The marshals have cleared Bal Sidhu's car, and we go racing once again. Nathan Wells has brought the BMW back into the pits. Once again, the number 23, you can just see it on the right of your screen there as the cars head down through Redgate. It's Peter Erscheg who leads the way at the wheel of the Audi, pulling away from Mark Cunningham in the Porsche. James Whitley still there in third, ahead of Mike McCollum. Down to fifth is Amir Naran in the McLaren GT3 720S. Chris Murphy is next in the BMW M3 GTR, chased by our championship leader, Brad Thurston. He wants to catch Mark Cunningham, win the class, and assure himself of the championship. He's just a couple of points ahead of our second place car overall, which is the Chris Jones and Matt George Venture Innovations Mercedes. So we've got to keep an eye on where he is. Chris Jones is currently 13th overall and second in Class D. He's well behind Mike McCollum's KTM. We've just had notification of a drive-through penalty for car 83. That's Johnny McGregor in the Ginetta. I believe that's for overtaking under the safety car. So Johnny McGregor has got a penalty. He'll have to drive through the pit lane. That won't, of course, count as one of his mandatory pit stops. Pit window is not yet open, doesn't open for another 5 minutes. There go our top three up towards Goddard's corner. Mike McCollum is coming under fire in the KTM from Amir Naran's more powerful McLaren. He's going to have a stab at the inside into Brookens, and the KTM's gone wide onto the grass. I think Mike McCollum may have been watching where the McLaren was there and missed his braking point for Goddard's. He's lost the place. Brad Thurston's up behind him now. He's going to try and take the Porsche through, as into the pits comes Johnny McGregor there in the background to serve his penalty. I believe that's for overtaking under the safety car at the beginning of the race. Brad Thurston sharing with Daryl De Leon, the former Radical Racing champion, now in British touring cars with Team Hard in the Cooper, of course, the Filipino-born racer. Could they win the overall championship here? We're keeping in touch with those down in the pit lane. Are we doing the mathematics? So, with one of their rivals only second in class at the moment, it will be fairly clean cut for them, I would think. Looking at the TCR car, they're 7 points off the championship lead, Beeson and Healer, so I don't think that'll be quite enough to catch the two ahead of them overall. So things looking okay for the Porsche at the moment. There's the KTM that's dropped back as a result of running wide, staying ahead of the Porsche though, and the BMW of Chris Murphy. Then we've got Dave May in his Ginetta, number 118. We normally see him showing with Mark Skeets, but Jamie Going in the car with him this weekend. Jamie, more famous racing in the Ford Fiesta Championship over the years, where he's run several cars in his time. Behind them, the number 34, that's the Mercedes, Maurice Henry. Yes, the Mercedes A-Class, the ex-British touring car. I believe that's possibly Adam Morgan's old car, but I could be wrong. Aidan Moffat used a Mercedes as well, of course. There is the 34, the Team Hard race car experience car, the touring car experience. It's currently running 9th overall. It's the TCR Audi number 87. It's behind them. You can see that locked-in battle with the Jones and George Mercedes with Chris Jones on board. One of many Pro-Am pairings in this race. Yes, the Mercedes has gone ahead there of the Audi RS3 Generation 2 TCR car, the first of its kind to race in the UK. So a couple of cars in pit lane. We know that the shared Caton car is out of the race, the Golf. The Nathan Wells, Andy Schultz BMW is still in pit lane with problems as well. And of course we lost Bal Sidhu. Johnny McGregor's dropped to the back of the field as a result of his drive-through penalty in his Ginetta. As the pace continues with Peter Erceg leading the way. He's 5.3 seconds clear of Mark Cunningham. This is a battle just outside the top 10. That's one of the Cupras. That's Richard Avery in the number 22 car, the former Porsche racer, coming under fire from the second of the McLarens. That's Japanese driver Takuma Aoki, raced in the FIM Superbike World Championship back in the 1990s. Sadly, was paralysed in a bike accident. And he shares with Aaron Morgan, one of the UK's leading disabled racers. He was left wheelchair bound after a motocross accident, sadly. Team Brit have helped him so much to achieve his speed dreams. Looking to compete at Le Mans in future. Richard Avery lost a few places through there. The McLaren getting through. The Aston Martin of Guy Zeiser gets through as well. Richard Avery's tumbling down the order because there's number 50 as well, Peter Montague, in the MKH Racing Aston Martin. As conditions start to dry out a little, you can see the more powerful cars starting to prevail. Callum Thompson, that's the Jaguar F-Type headed with the Martini stripes there. The pit window, I believe, is about to open. Opens 20 minutes into the race. It doesn't seem like we're 20 minutes into the race. Remember, we had a few laps behind the safety car at the starts. And the pit window is open. Open sesame. Will we see anybody dive in on this first lap? Well, there's the number 74 Ginetta. That's Mark Ellman, just losing out to one of the TCR cars. He shares with Owen Hizzy, very quick driver. That car had a few problems last time out, a few transmission problems, I believe, at Snetterton. Chasing the Cupra there, Richard Avery, Johnny McGregor behind them, and then another of the TCR cars, the brightly coloured number 282 Audi with George Jackson on board. Number 221, and we saw this pairing in a Clio last time out in Brit Car Trophy. Chris Bialan, the ex-Lotus racer, driving that white Cupra, sharing with Simon Mason, Sim Dynamics team with their new Cupra TCR. Peter Erceg still leads. He's 12.3 seconds ahead now. He pulled away by over 3 seconds on the last lap alone. As trying to make a move there is Guy Zeiser. Trying to go around the outside is Johnny McGregor. He'll be frustrated after that penalty, trying to make his way back up the order. Can he make that stick around the outside of Mark Ellman? Yes, he can. Thanks Mark Waller in the comments there. It was an ex-Adam Morgan chassis, that's Mercedes BTCC car. Also used by Tom Oliphant, Dan Rowbottom and Jack Boutel. Cheers, Mark. As through goes the number 83. Johnny McGregor takes the Cupra of number 22, Richard Avery. Here's our leader. That's the number 9 car. off Peter Erscheg, and a car heading out to the pits in front of me. I think that's the Wells Schultz BMW GTR, possibly has gone back out. Heard it, couldn't see it in the pit lane. Over the line goes our leader. The lead was 12.3 seconds. We'll see what it is this time through over Mark Cunningham in the Porsche. Yes, it is the number 23 of Nathan Wells. It's headed back out. The Stars and Stripes livery BMW was very popular in the American Le Mans series in their GT classes, the E46 GTR. 14.4 seconds is now the lead. So 14.4 seconds in it for the lead, then a further seconds back is James Whitley in the number 67 McLaren. There it is, it's got the number 108 McLaren behind it. With only 2 Class A cars in the race, and of course that is a Class A invitation car, driven by Amir Naran. Very close here for second place. The 2 McLarens closing up on the Porsche. They were 16 seconds clear at last count of the KTM GT4, the track-focused car. Thurston de Leon Porsche is 6th. Chris Murphy in 7th, driving solo. Over the line heads the second place battle. Amir Naran just getting acclimatised to this very brightly liveried McLaren. I say certainly no mistaking that car at all. It's day-glow red paint job. It's 15.3 seconds now behind Peter Erscheg. Pulled out nearly another second on that last lap. You can see a river on the inside there of the Craner curves. They're avoiding that. Looking at the class leaders, Erscheg and Clutton lead Class A, the Cunninghams lead Class C. Class D is led by McCollum and Cooper. Class D invitation by James Whitley in the Team Brit McLaren. Class E is led by Beeson and Healer's TCR Audi. Here's some TCR cars. It's a move made by, I think that's the Bialan Mason car. Yes, getting past the 22 of Richard Avery. That car seems to be struggling a bit. Behind them, Ginetta of Mark Ellman is relegated back by number 178. I think that's Matthew Stockford on board the Team Dynamics Customer Racing Audi RS3 TCR car. Battle their way down the Craner curves. Here's the Aston Martins and the Jaguar F-Type. Second Team Brit McLaren's in this battle as well. That's Takuma Aoki, Japanese driver. Johnny McGregor we saw making up another place on his recovery drive after that penalty as well. I think that was Peter Montague. He got past in the number 50 Aston Martin. New fastest lap for Peter Erscheg. He's done a 1:39.821. He's 18.8 seconds clear now. His last lap was nearly 4 seconds quicker than that of Mark Cunningham. We're coming up towards the first quarter of this race completed. Great drive by Mark Cunningham, Porsche veteran in the SG Racing Porsche 997 Cup. Of course, the other Porsche, a newer 991 model for Brad Thurston on board at the moment. Class C, the class for Cup cars. Plus we've got the Mercedes British Touring car in there as well. 27 there. This is the battle for the lead in the TCR class, I think. Or is it? Because, no, the 87 car has dropped back out of our view there. Let's have a look. No, they are still leading the class, but they've lost 5 places there, the Audi. That shows how close it is in the midfield. The Beeson and Healer car was relegated back some 5 places on that last lap as the quicker cars start to come through. So ahead of them now, we've got the Guy Zeiser Aston Martin, Peter Montague's in there, Johnny McGregor, and also Callum Thompson. It's all change in the midfield. The TCR car losing out to the more powerful GT spec cars. This is the GT group ahead of it. And another place gained by a TCR car as well. That's the 221 of Chris Bialan that's come through. That car, though, is running in Class F Invitation, not Class E for TCR cars for points. This is the group that's just breezed past that Audi. You can see them pulling away from the TCR cars, the less powerful saloon-based cars behind them. Now that conditions have cleared up again. It was a very mixed-up grid earlier on to start this race. Coming up to lap all of them is Peter Urshek. Nobody has yet made a pit stop. Well, Nathan Wells came in twice at the beginning of the race. You can see Peter Urshek having to go offline there to lap Mark Ellman's Ginetta. Needs to be careful on the wet patches of track. Now we saw Harvey Caton come in to retire the Golf as well, and Johnny McGregor's the only other car that's been into the pits. That was to serve a drive-through penalty. He's back up to 12th though. He's ahead of Callum Thompson's Jaguar now. Okay, we can hand down to Ian Waterhouse down in the pits in just a moment. He's down at the garage of the 28 Porsche, the current championship leader. Ian, down to you in just a second.
Right, welcome to the pits, everybody. I'm with the coolest and calmest man, Daryl De Leon here, leading the championship, of course, and so far so good, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess. We can see ourselves on the TV there.
Oh, there we are.
We're just trying to keep a positive head, really. I mean, I don't know how long's left. An hour and a half, something like
still
that.
quite a way to go.
Yeah, so there's a long way to go. We just got to keep at it, really. Anything can happen. Just got to keep going out with a positive mindset.
Coming into this weekend, did anything change, or was it just treated like any other race weekend?
For me, it was just treated like any other race weekend. I feel like as soon as you start to think about other things, then you should be thinking about the important things rather than the external things. But yeah, I mean, it's just a normal race weekend. I think for Brad, he's doing a mega job, but I think he was a bit
I saw him earlier. He was a bit twitchy, a bit nervous. I think.
Yeah, but he's doing a great job, and we've had so much fun this year. So yeah, I mean, it's been mega, to be honest.
No, I really appreciate you talking to us. I know you guys don't like to talk about what's going on in the championship, but of course it is our job, so we do appreciate you taking the time out, Darryl. Thank you so much, and best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dave, back to you.
Well, there is the 28 Porsche, driven by Brad Thurston, under fire from David May in the Ginetta, currently leading the Ginetta class. Of course, it's an invitation class car that won, so the leading point scoring Ginetta is now once again Johnny McGregor in the number 83. A bit of change for third in the overall standings. Amir Naran has taken James Whitley. Now closing on Mark Cunningham, so Amir Narrow is getting used to the power of the GT3 car. It's been in a GT4 Mercedes all season. Closing down Mark Cunningham's Porsche for second. Have we had any pit callers yet? No, we haven't. We have had one. George Jackson's been in the Audi RS3, has come in to hand over to Scott Sumpton. TCR regulars these days, those two. leader coming up to lap an Aston Martin and a Jaguar. He's already lapped. Oh, I had to slow up there to avoid Peter Montague. Didn't quite see him there, I don't think. He's already lapped Guy Sicer. Great replacement for Humara Mushtaq in that Aston number 29. Shake takes Montague. Next target is Callum Thompson in the Jag. And the Jag heads for the pit lane. So Callum Thompson in for his first stop. See what the lead gap is now. 17 laps completed by our leader Peter Erteg, who will share with Marcus Clutton. One of Britain's leading GT racers these days. You see him in the likes of the British GT Championship. He's a radical champion as well. 19.1 seconds down the lead, and going for second, Amir Naran doesn't quite get the overlap on Mark Cunningham at Redgates. Continues to chase hard. I'm sure it won't be long before it's GT3 cars 1 and 2, and Amir Naran is through past the Porsche. Big splash of water there as they're getting offline. One of the Ginettas, that is, ahead of them. .22 cars running out of the 24 that started. Of course, we lost Harvey Caton and Bal Sidhu early on. Leaders lapping one of the TCR Audis there. I think that's the 87. A lot of lappery going. There is the Audi number 87. It is Jonathan Beeson being lapped by our podium contenders. Wonderful to see the 67 of James Whitley still up there. Brilliant effort by the GT4 team to take that pole position. He'll hand over to Paul Fullick, the former Army officer. And there is the 88 Jaguar of Callum Thompson. As we say, no Adam Thompson this weekend. Had an accident on his mountain bike, suffered a broken cheekbone. That's meant he couldn't get his crash helmet on. So Callum driving solo. Car being serviced there by the New Barn Racing team. And there's the second place fight. Still Cunningham ahead in the Porsche. He's pulled away a little bit from Amir Naran that time around, to the tune of about half a second. They're 21 seconds down on Peter Erteg now. His progress was checked, Peter Erteg, last time around by some back markers. Whitley still fourth. He's clear of Mike McCollum in fifth. Mike McCollum leads Class D in fifth overall. Ninth overall is the second place car, Chris Jones in the Mercedes. He needs a class win if he's going to beat this car, the number 28 Porsche to the tonic, Brad Thurston and Darrell Delay. There is the Class D Mercedes right behind them. In fact, these are the championship contenders. They are in different classes, but Chris Jones just perhaps letting Brad Thurston know you're not going to have things all your own way in this fight for the championship, my good friend. Looks great, doesn't it? The Mercedes AMG GT4 tucked in behind the Porsche. Another Merc behind them. That's Maurice Henry in the British Touring Car Mercedes, the ex-Adam Morgan car, among others. Down the crane as they go. Porsche twitching about there in the hands of Brad Thurston. 19 laps completed now by our race leader. What's his margin over Mark Cunningham going to be this time? It's up to 22.8 seconds now, so Peter Erteg continues to pull away. His fastest lap, 1:39.821. Nobody else has lapped under 1:42 yet. That's how dominant that Audi is. The inside, Chris Jones having a go at Brad Thurston there. He's trying to intimidate him, I think. There may be different classes, but they are fighting for position on track. And he's perhaps starting to let Brad Thurston know, as we said, that this championship is not a foregone conclusion yet. Jonathan Beeson has pitted. After making the first mandatory stop for the 87 car, it's handed Richard Avery the lead of the TCR class in the Cupra. And Takuma Aoki has lost 3 places as well on that last lap. Peter Montague's got through, Guy Zeisser and Crispy Allen have all got through on the Japanese driver in the Team Brit McLaren. One hour, 22 minutes and change of this race to go. One car going into the pits there, that was Maurice Henry, I think, so it'll be the American Shields Bergstrom who will take over that car. Has won here at Donington in the past in the Turbo Tin Tops series with the Woodards family in their BMW Mini Cooper. I remember interviewing Shields after that victory a few years ago. In drier conditions than this, it has to be said. Here's the fight for second place. That's Takuma Aoki, the Japanese driver, just being lapped there by Mark Cunningham. This is allowing Amir Naran to close in the McLaren. Aoki lets Mark Cunningham through. It's his first ever race in that car. Now he's going to try and let Amir Naran through. He's flashing the lights there just to let him know he's there. He's trying to find a place that he can pull over and let the quicker McLaren through, I think, without getting onto the wet patch and spinning. This is losing Amir Naran ground here to Mark Cunningham. They are in different classes. It wouldn't matter too much, but you try telling that to a racing driver in the heat of battle. Has he got him there on the run up into Coppice? Yes, he has. Going up to lap Crispy Allen as well, the white Cupra. Minutes of the race to go then. Now Amir Naran has to make up that bit of ground he lost in the back marker traffic. Have we had any more pit callers? Not as yet. We'll see if anybody comes in as this clutch of cars comes around this time. None of the leaders have yet made a pit stop. The lead gap is up to 28.5 seconds now. Naran's caught the Porsche once again as they lap Crispy Allen's Cupra. Team making its debut this weekend. In this category, having raced their Clio up until now in Brit Car Trophy. See the Brit Car Trophy Championship out tomorrow, their final pair of 50-minute races of the season. Looks likely it could be a Clio that takes the title in that division as well. Peter Erscheg continues to dominate as he has pretty much all season with the Audi. Saw him and Marcus Clutton racing a Porsche last season. So Peter Erscheg is the only car to lap under 1 minute 40. Well, the only car to lap under 1 minute 41 so far in this race. Last lap was a 142.1 though, so a little bit slower for the Audi. Maybe in back marker traffic. Amir Naran attacking Mark Cunningham now for second place overall. First race with this GT3 McLaren. He's up the inside on the brakes. That's a daring move into Goddard's. Can he make it stick here? There's a back marker ahead of them, the Peter Montague Aston Martin. He's done it. That came out of nowhere for Amir Naran. Good move. That car is going to fly along when Tom Jackson, the reigning champion in this championship, takes over. Shared a Mercedes with Wayne Mars to take the title last year. Mark Cunningham laps Peter Montague's Aston. Let's see if anybody else is going to come into the pits this time around. As long as you make your 2 stops within the pit window, then it doesn't matter how close together they are. We sometimes see cars coming on consecutive laps. Let's have a look at that move again. It's 2 or 3 car lengths back coming down towards Goddard's corner, Amir Naran. And he just sends it. Porsche goes a little bit wide, leaves the gap. But that was well controlled, well judged by Amir Naran. And through into P2. So it's GT3 cars 1 and 2 now here at Donington Park. Albeit 31 seconds apart. Where is our championship leader? Brad Thurston, he's still got Chris Jones on his tail. They're both second in their classes, and Jones at the inside, he's through. Well, it won't make a difference in class standings, but he's got the overall position of Brad Thurston's coming into the pits, that's why. So Daryl DeLeon is going to take over. David May has brought the Ginetta in as well to hand over to Jamie Going. There's the leader coming up to lap 1 of the BMWs. That's Chris Murphy. Oh, excuse me, he says to Chris. So it looks like Peter Erschek has now lapped everybody, I think up to 6th place. That's how quick that Audi is. One hour, 16 minutes of this MSUK British Endurance finale to go. Waiting to see if anybody else is going to make a pit call on this lap. Jamie Going will be taking over the Ginetta G55, number 118. Brad Thurston should be handing over to Daryl DeLeon. There's Amir Naran. Sharing with Tom Jackson, one of a number of pro-graded drivers in this race. There is Mark Cunningham, now relegated to 3rd. The Cunningham family have been racing this Porsche for many, many years in this championship now. Cunningham dropping back a couple of seconds behind Amir Naran now. Tom Jackson will relish a return to GT3 machinery. There's James Whitley still running nicely in 4th, leading Class D Invitation. It's Mike McCollum's KTM that leads Class D. Cunningham down into the old hairpin. Continues to lead Class C, but that's where Daryl DeLeon and Brad Thurston want to be, leading Class C. What about the TCR car of Beeson and Healer? Where's that? Well, they've been into the pits down in 19th place, but still second in class behind Richard Avery. Highest placed car to have pitted is Johnny McGregor in 8th place, but that doesn't count as an official pit stop because that was a drive-through penalty before the pit window opened. He passed the safety car at the start. He overtook under the safety car at the start. There's a bit of damage there. You can see on Mark Elman's number 74 car. It's had a bit of contact. Here's our 5th place car, Mike McCollum, in the KTM GT4. Remarkable looking car, that is. KTM, of course, much more famous for their motorcycles, the Austrian manufacturer. And somebody came out a few years ago with this extraordinary track day car, the KTM Crossbow. Sean Cooper will take over that car at the first of the pit stops, I think. Sixth position behind them is the BMW. There is Chris Murphy, the number 72. Been champion in the past with his Aston Martin, the Whitebridge Motorsport car a few years ago. Chris Murphy leading Class F Invitation. And I think Ian has got some news from down in pit lane for us.
Yeah, welcome to the pits, everybody. A little bit more bad news, unfortunately. The number 23, we've got Nathan Wells over here. He's been in and out of it. In fact, you pulled into the pits a couple of times, haven't you, Nathan?
Yeah.
What's the issue?
Some sort of throttle sensor issue, like a discrepancy between two other sensors. So the ECU basically cuts the throttle completely at that point because it thinks your throttle might be stuck open. So it's an issue we've had for a while with this car. We thought we'd sorted it out this year, but it's just reared its head again. So yeah, start happened on the green flag laps. Brought it in because it wasn't fixing itself, and it seems to be working now, but I'm so far down. But I thought there's just there's not much point. We're not going to get a result out of it. So
let's not risk the car. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in these sort of weather conditions as well. Yeah, you're just going to put it in the wall if you try too hard, and you're 7 laps down or something at the moment. So
If it dries up a little bit, not fancy taking it out for the last half hour and maybe use it as a bit of a test session?
Might do. We'll see. I might just go home. I don't know.
No, that's what talk to us. Commiserations. Dave, there you go. Back to you.
Well, as we rejoin, the KTM is off. That's Mike McCollum. And just at the same time as that, 2 of our front runners have come into the pits. Chris Jones, the Mercedes GT4, is in, and also the Cunningham Porsche has pitted as well. So a spin for Mike McCollum, but he should still be leading Class D, having rejoined there. Peter Montague has come in as well to hand over to Stuart Hall as we approach half distance. 70 minutes of this 2-hour race still to go. The Thurston De Leon car is still in pit lane. I presume that's being refueled. There's number 83, Ginetta. And in fact, that's a second stop for Thurston and De Leon. So we'll find out whether that's 2 stops in quick succession. As I mentioned earlier, there's no rule on how far apart your mandatory stops have to be. So we'll find out from Ian if that is a genuine stop or if there's a problem for the Thurston De Leon car, because that could be significant for the championship if there is, of course. We know that Wells and Schultz are out of the race. It's a shame for the 23 BMW GTR, great looking car, and it means Andy Schultz, who's had several overall wins in this championship in the past in Paul Bailey's Ferrari. So that's the reason for the second stop. It is a legitimate stop for the number 28 car by the look of things. So they're taking their pit stops very close together. We saw them do this earlier in the season as well. So a slightly different pit strategy for the Team Hard and Porsche. Mark Elman's brought his Ginetta in. Owen Hizzy will take over, and Team Britta in as well. Number 67 of James Whitley will hand over to Paul Fullick, man from Hampshire, former army officer. It is worth reading Paul's profile on the Team Brit website as well. A real courageous man he is. Yes, we've just been told in my headset that that was the second stop. They wanted to do their pit stops. They were number 28 Porsche on consecutive laps. So Daryl De Leon, the pro driver, is now in for the duration of the race. That car won't need to stop again. Let's hear more from the team down in the pits with Ian in just a moment.
Right, everybody, we've come back up into the pits, up to Team Hard as well. Let's just grab Brad. Sorry, Brad. Well, just grab a quick word. A few people getting concerned about. We've just seen the car in the pits twice, but that was planned, right?
No, that's scheduled. Try and get the stops out of the way early. I think it's going to dry up. I think everyone's going to end up with 3 pit stops. But because of the rear engine in the 911, as soon as it started to dry, then the rear end just sat in and just sliding everywhere. To be honest, it's horrible. But let's see where.
You're glad to be out of it now.
I'm glad to be out. That's me done, hopefully. So fingers crossed, Darryl will get in and do the business.
You were a little bit nervous. I saw you a little bit earlier, of course. A bit more relief now it's done, and over to Darryl, right?
Yeah, neither of us have ever driven that car in the rain. So when it rained, I was like, what are we going to do here? So yeah, fingers crossed we'll be all right.
Right, thanks for talking to us, mate. Best of luck.
Cheers.
Thank you. Dave, back to you.
So there we hear direct from Brad Thurston. It was a planned strategy. I wondered if the car had a problem when it was straight back into the pits, but no, they elected to take their pit stops as close together as they could. As I said earlier, no rule on how far apart they have to be, as long as they're both in that pit window. And the car has rejoined after its second stop down in 21st place. But they shouldn't need to stop again. That's what they're gambling on. Of course, the weather an extra factor here at Donington today, as we heard from Brad Thurston there, thinking that teams may need 3 stops today. Guy Zeiser has brought the Aston Martin number 27 in. Now, if Tom Canning takes over that car's going to fly, because he is a very talented young racer indeed, former British GT4 champion with Aston Martin. The Mark Elmado in his car is still in pit lane as well. Paul Fullick has taken over, I think, in the 67 car for Team Brit from James Whitley. The Cunninghams have rejoined. I think it's Peter Cunningham on board now. Peter Ersheg continues to lead. He's nearly 37 seconds ahead of Amir Naran in second place. Wait to see who comes through in third. I think it might be Mike McCollum in third as a result of that pit stop for Team Brit. Despite a spin for the KTM. There's Amir Nara, our second place man, coming up to lap the BMW of Chris Murphy. Chris has yet to stop. And half of the field has now come in for their first pit stops. Cars that haven't stopped yet: Peter Erteg, Amir Naran, Mike McCollum, Chris Murphy, Chris Bialan in the Cupra, Takuma Aoki in the other team, Brit McLaren, Richard Avery's Cupra, and Matthew Stockford in the number 178 Audi. Those are the cars that have not yet come into the pits. There is McCollum. So he is still in third place, but the KTM are lapped out. So only Peter Ersheg and Amir Naran are now on the lead lap of the race. To be expected, really, in the drier conditions, the 2 GT3 cars, the 2 most powerful, quickest cars out there. So McCollum in third. It's Chris Murphy in fourth in the BMW. He leads Class F Invitation. Johnny McGregor's back up to fifth in his Ginetta. Cunninghams are in sixth place. Bialan and Mason are seventh. It's Chris Bialan in the TCR Cupra. Takuma Aoki is eighth. Ninth position at the moment is showing us Paul Fullick and James Whitley. So they're top of the cars that have made a pit stop at the moment, except for the Cunninghams. So the Cunninghams are the leading car that have stopped. But is that 2-stop consecutive lap strategy for Thurston and DeLeon going to pay off here? They're obviously the first cars that have stopped twice, well, with the exception of Wells and Schultz, who stopped 3 times with problems, or the BMW dropped out of the race. Nearly 40 seconds is the lead now for Ersheg over Amir Naran in the overall classification, but it's in the class battles where the interest lies. I can tell you that Chris Jones, after his stop in the car share with Matt George, I think it's Matt that's taken over, down to third in class, but their 2 rivals ahead have yet to stop, because Takuma Aoki hasn't come in yet to hand over to Aaron Morgan. Naran puts a lap on Mike McCollum's KTM. So only the 2 GT3 cars, we say, now on the lead lap of this race. As we approach half distance, who's going to be the next to stop? 21 cars running out of the 24 who started. 31 laps completed by our race leader Peter Erceg. But the Audi is fallible. We saw them get a stop-go penalty at Snetterton last time out, so that was because one driver spent too long in the car. There are rules on how long one driver can drive for, with the exception of soloists, of course. There's the number 87 Audi of Beeson and Healer. Saw Callum Thompson get through there in the Jag. 16th and 17th, those two. There is Callum Thompson. Second in Class F behind the 178 of Matthew Stockford. Now that was originally down as an invitation class car. No, it's down as leading Class F on the timing screen. So maybe they are on for points. Matthew Stockford sharing with Alan James. Race for Synchro Motorsport in Hondas for many years. He's been a class champion in British Endurance in Honda Civic. Cunningham Porsche coming up on Chris Bialan, who is yet to stop, passing the 34 Mercedes. That's running down in 19th place. Shields Bergstrom, the American, on board. Race calming down. It's middle phase at the moment, coming up to halfway. We'll run you through the classification when we get to half distance in this MS UK British Endurance Championship finale. But we know that leading the way is the PB Racing Audi R8 GT3, started by Peter Erceg, has driven all the way so far. The Audi heading down the exhibition straights, completed 32 laps, leads by 44 seconds. In the hands of Peter Erceg, who's done all the driving so far. He will come in soon to hand over to pro driver Marcus Clutton. In second place, 44 seconds back, is the team debuting its new McLaren GT3 car. That's Brakel Racing, run by sports car regular for many years James Brakel. Amir Naran driving. Tom Jackson will take over at the pit stop. Those are the only two cars on the lead lap. In third place is the leader of Class D, despite a spin at the old hairpin earlier on. That's the KTM of Mike McCollum and Sean Cooper. That car has yet to make a pit stop. In fourth position, as the clock counting down towards the 50% completed distance, which it does now. We are halfway here at Donington. Fourth position is the number 72 BMW of Whitebridge Motorsports, driven by Chris Murphy, the number 72. Well, there they are together on track. We caught a glimpse of them, the KTM just behind the BMW. KTM run by Track Focus, has already had a podium at Donington in the 6-hour race in much worse conditions than this, it has to be said, earlier this year. And the BMW, in fact, has got through on the KTM up into third place. Yeah, the KTM lost a few seconds on that last lap. His last lap was a 1:54. So Chris Murphy has got through into third overall in the BMW now. I thought they were a lap apart there for a second, but yeah, it is the BMW up to third. The KTM in fourth place. And the first of the Ginetta G55s, the Class G cars, is running in P5, which is the number 83 for Mac G Racing. That's Johnny McGregor and Josh Tomlinson. That's despite a drive-through penalty early on in the race. Johnny McGregor, local to Donington, has made his way very nicely back up the order in the yellow Ginetta. So there is Johnny McGregor, the former Taranis driver, among other things. Seen him out in a Mazda RX-8 in Brick Car Trophy as well, along with Josh Tomlinson. sixth behind this car is the first of the TCR machines. Now, not running in the TCR class, running in Class F Invitation is the Chris Bielan and Simon Mason car. I can tell you that Takuma Aoki has pitted for Team Brit, so Aaron Morgan is going to take over the number 68 McLaren. There they are in pit lane. So Aoki makes the stop, driver change being done. Motocrosser. That'll be one of the leading lights of the Team Brit organisation over the years. There is the P6 Cupra number 221, Chris Biella, sharing with Simon Mason. It's their debut in the British Endurance Championship this weekend, moving up from Brit Car Trophy. It's turning out well at the moment, in 6th place overall, but they have yet to stop. In 7th place currently, having made a stop, is the Cunningham Porsche. That's the SG Racing car. I think it's Peter Cunningham on board that car now. Just been told that car number 21, as we watch the Cunningham Porsche, car 21, the Jones and George Mercedes, is in for a second time, and they're switching to slick tyres. So with a dry line, you can see is emerging. The GT4 Mercedes there, we can see switching on to slick tyres. The gamble is taken.
Welcome back to the pits, everybody. As you can see, they're all going on to slicks now. We've just seen the T-Brake McLaren, the 68, go on to slicks. Now the Merc is also on slicks too.
Just hearing briefly from Ian Waterhouse down there in the pit lane, on scene at the pit stop. It's all happening down there in the pits. Chris Jones and Matt George's Mercedes, run by Venture Innovations. We all saw out early this year, of course, their Aston Martin Vulcan as well in its chameleon paint job. Sadly, haven't got that over the last couple of rounds. They're concentrating their efforts on this lovely GT4 Mercedes. Richard Avery has come in, who was leading the TCR class. He'll hand over to his former Porsche rival Nick Hull in the Cupra. And Matthew Stockford has come in as well, so Alan James will take over. So the majority of the runners have now pitted, some twice. Thurston and DeLeon are still going in P19, so they will start to rise up the order as others pit. There's the Aston Martin of Canning and Zeiser, chasing now Callum Thompson's Jaguar. Meantime, we can head down to Ian in the pits while we watch this battle. He's talking to Venture Innovations.
Go back out. I'm here with Chris Jones, just done his stint. In fact, you just put slicks on, so there's a dry line.
Yeah, it was drying quite a bit in Austin, but yeah, offline it was quite crazy, and there's a few little rivers coming from the grass as well, down at the old hairpin and stuff, so it's a bit sketchy. But yeah, I guess Matt's found a dry line now, so can put the hammer down.
How was that first stint? Of course, changeable conditions all throughout, wasn't it? Quite tricky?
Yeah, I had a bit of a mare in qualifying. I put slicks on and yeah, just couldn't find the grip this morning, so I started a bit further back. So yeah, I'm glad it properly rained and I could have a proper wet start, and yeah, I managed to make quite a few positions, a few overtakes, so yeah, it was good fun.
Oh man, the title hunt is still on, Chris. So thanks for talking to us. So Dave, back to you.
To hear from Venture Innovations there, the number 21 Mercedes just made its second stop. The KTM has come in. Johnny McGregor has come in the Ginetta as well. That's their first pit stop. It's they're showing on the timing screen as their second, but the first one was a penalty. And the leader is in as well. Peter Erscheg has come in. He will hand over to Marcus Clutton. The Montague Hall Aston Martin, number 50, has come in for its second stop. They're pouring in now. So the only 3 cars, I make it, that have yet to stop are the Naran Jackson McLaren, Chris Murphy's BMW, and I was going to say the BLM Mason Cupra, but that's just come in as well. So there's only 2 cars that haven't stopped now. We'll see where all this cycles back out in a lap or 2 and see where everybody comes out in the race order. We never got to finish going through the top 10 as we were at half distance. Amir Naran's come in as well, so the 2 leading cars have come in at the same time. Tom Jackson will take over. We watch a battle out on track between Callum Thompson and the 282 of Scott Sumpton, the JW Bird Audi. Gets through on the insights, running in Class E for TCR cars. So everybody has now made at least 1 stop, with the exception of Chris Murphy in the BMW. Slightly different strategy possibly from him because he's driving on his own. And the pit's a hive of activity for Ian to keep an eye on. We see the TCR cars fighting it out. There is our leader. Marcus Clutton has climbed aboard, and I think the safety car is coming out. Yeah, I think we've got the safety car coming out. We know not why at the moment. We'll have to wait and see what's happened there. Yep, safety car is out. It pulls out in front of the 282 car of Scott Sumpton. Okay, we wait to find out why the safety car is out. So the car of Marcus Clutton will head back out and still be leading this race. Naran and Jackson are still in pit lane, so this it could change things again. A variable added into this race by the second, well, effectively the 3rd safety car period, because we started behind the safety car. Then it came back out when Bal Sidhu pulled up on the straights. We're getting reports it might be the SG Racing Porsche has gone off somewhere. The yellow Porsche may have gone off somewhere. There's number 108, that's Tom Jackson. Oh, he stalled it. Tom Jackson stalls briefly in the McLaren. But as we say, we think it might be the Cunningham Porsche that has gone off somewhere. We'll pick up that in a moment. We can hand down to Ian meantime in the pits.
Right, welcome back to the pits, everybody. It's getting quite dramatic down here in a minute, but I'm here with Peter X. He's just finished his stint, and dry line now, Peter, we're seeing now.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we were, for the last 20 minutes, hunting every bit of wet that we could find on the track to keep those tyres alive, because we didn't want to stop again. Yeah. And, you know, it's... we did all right. We kept the lead, but it was getting a bit marginal. Coming out of the, going up the hill, it was getting a bit scurry, to be fair. So keeping your wits about you.
Looking for another win as well today, of course.
Yeah, we've got a bit of competition today with the McLaren, but hopefully we've got the measure of them today. So I'd like to take the win. I got beaten for pole, unfortunately, this morning. So we'll get our revenge with a win.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks for talking to us, Peter. Best of luck. See you later. Thank you. Dave, back to you.
Now, this safety car period is likely to allow a few teams to make their second stop earlier than planned, possibly. Let's have a look. Yeah, Morgan and Aoki back in again. There's the Porsche, so it's got going again. We think that's the car that had gone off. So it's been into the gravel somewhere. We know not where, unfortunately. We'll try and get a replay of that if we can. As we say, Aaron Morgan and Takuma Aoki have been back into the pits for a second stop. The Thurston and De Leon car has been in for a 3rd stop. Hope that's not the sign of a problem. So Daryl De Leon's been back in. It was only a very quick stop and then back out again. So awaiting the restart. And the only car that's not stopped at all yet is Chris, and just as I'm in the middle of saying that, he comes in, Chris Murphy in the BMW. Naran and Jackson straight back in again as well. They're opting to take their second mandatory stop just one lap later under the safety car to save time. I thought we might see a few teams do this, taking their pit stops back to back to save on time. The Porsche of the Cunninghams has come in as well, probably just to check for damage from that off. But that could play into the hands of Thurston and De Leon because they're class rivals, the two Porsches. So the BMW safety car will try and pick up the race leader, which is Marcus Clutton in the Audi, number 9. There he is. Is anybody else going back to back with pit stops? Of course, the Cunningham Porsche could count this as its second mandatory stop. They're coming to check it for damage after it went off. Yep, the Owen Hizzy Mark Elman Ginetta has come in to make its second stop as well. And there you can see some damage on the right-hand side of the Porsche. As we say, we don't know where on the circuit that's happened, unfortunately, for Peter Cunningham. Hopefully we can hear from the team and get some lowdown on what's gone on there, because it's rare to see that Porsche in trouble. Checking the tyre for damage there. Crispy Allen and Simon Mason, the Cupra's been in for its second stop, so a few teams changing their strategy to pit under the safety car and save time. This could change the complexion of this race. And see how much the circuit is drying out there as well. You can see the dry line at the Melbourne hairpin. I would imagine we're going to go racing again this time, but the lights are still on top of the safety car there, the BMW. See what happens as it pulls into Goddard's corner. Will it head for the pits? So a few cars making their second stop while they have the chance. Safety car is still out. Couple more cars coming in for a second stop. The KTM has come in. McGregor and Tomlinson. MacG Racing's Ginetta is in as well. That's number 3. So a few cars again making their... The Porsche heads back out, so it's okay. The Cunningham's car. There's the Simon Mason Crispy Allen Cupra. Okay, we can head down to Ian in the pits then, who's talking to the SG Racing Porsche squad.
Right, welcome to the pits, everybody. We're just here at SG Racing. We're just a little bit of a confusion with the 32 Porsche, because it did bring out the safety car, did it? It came in, did the drive change, got everything ready to go, and then it was stopped, and they decided they had to check over the car again. I wonder if we could just have a quick chat here very quickly. That was all a bit confusing. What was going on there?
Well, we were happy with the car, and the car was ready to go. No significant damage, a bit of cosmetic, but I think the stewards wanted to just sign it off before it went.
It looked like there was an issue with the harness first.
Yeah, to be fair to them, they caught the sight that Dad's seatbelt weren't on his hands device properly, so fair play to that, 100%. That's critical.
But then we're expecting you to go out, and you stopped, and they had to check the car again.
Yeah, that was frustrating. I might have got a little bit frustrated about that, but you know, it's safety, isn't it, at the end of the day, so you've got to go. We're in the heat at the moment, they're a bit calmer, they might see something we didn't.
And the important thing is the car's back out on track now.
Yeah, it seems to be all right.
Good.
Looks a bit dirty, but...
That's fine, it'll be fine. Right, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Dave, back to you.
Well timed here, because we've just gone back to green flag racing, and away goes Marcus Clutton in the Audi. Is anybody going to come in behind the safety car there? Doesn't look like it. One car that is in for its second stop is Jonathan Beeson and George Healer. The number 87 Audi is back into the TCR cars, taking a second stop. Rooster tails of spray as the cars come down the Craner curve still. Paul Fullick and James Whitley make their second stop in the number 67 Team Brits McLaren. They may have timed that wrong, because just as they came in, the safety car came in as well. So they may have timed themselves out there, but we'll see. So a majority of teams further down the order have now made 2 stops as a result of that safety car. Marcus Clutton immediately sets the fastest lap of the race. He's on to set the fastest lap of the race, I should say. Fastest in the first and second sectors by a long chalk. See what lap Marcus Clutton can do here. On the 41st lap of this race, with 42 minutes of it to go. This final race of the season for the MS UK British Endurance Championship. Over the line goes Clutton, 1:35.313. 94.25 miles an hour average around Donington Park. So he's blitzed his way around his first flying lap of this event, Marcus Clutton. It's looking down the best laps for everyone else. That is nearly 5 seconds quicker than the next fastest car on circuits has managed. And that's why that Audi has only been beaten for overall victory once this year. That was at Silverstone by the Lamborghini rather, of Dave McDonald and Claude Beauvais back at the beginning of the year. Paul Fullick and James Whitley were second, but they took the chance to make their second stop. So now we're going to face a bit of a land of confusion for the next couple of laps, while everybody cycles through and we find out where everyone's popped out of the pits. Well, there is Tom Jackson. I think it's Tom on board the McLaren. He's 1 minute 4 seconds down on Marcus Clutton. Those are the 2 cars on the lead lap. Chris Murphy's BMW is 10 seconds further back in third, but he's only pitted once, while the McLaren has stopped twice. I suspect we'll see the Audi in again soon as well to make its mandatory second stop, but we shall wait and see. Fourth place is the Fullick and Whitley McLaren, I think, for Team Brit, and then the KTM in 5th. That's how I see it at the moment, but Tom Canning is flying up the order as well in the number 27 Aston Martin, as I thought he might share with Guy Zeiser. Behind them is David May and Jamie Going, the leading Ginetta. Jones and George are still second in Class D. Now, with the Cunninghams having hit those problems, Thurston and De Leon are leading Class C. So, as it stands at the moment, the 28 Porsche would take the championship. But there's another 40 minutes to go yet. Things could change again. Marcus Clutton, he's just ripping up his opposition here. Got his last lap of the race. Get this, 1 minute 30.344 for Marcus Clutton last time around. The last lap for Tom Jackson in the McLaren, 1:36.416. They are steamrollering their opposition here, the PB Racing team. And the Breakel Racing team in the McLaren as well. 2 GT3 cars. Marcus Clutton is just getting faster and faster. Chris Murphy's BMW still third, but he's got to pit again. Then again, so's the Audi. There's the Mercedes with Matt George on board, the GT4 car, battling with our second placed car. So Matt George is in 8th place, but he's still second in Class D behind the KTM. Now they both stopped twice, the KTM and the Mercedes. But the Cunningham's end of them, their race spoiled by that off. Shame, because they were on for an overall podium initially. Now as conditions begin to dry, the GT3 cars really coming into their own. Let's head down to Ian in the pits. He's talking with Team Brit.
All right, everybody, I popped back down to the pits here to Team Brit. I'm here with James Whitley, put in an absolute blinder of a lap earlier for pole position. James, how was it?
Yeah, it was really good. Like, all day it's been in between drying and wet, so it's 2 wet for dry tyres, 2 dry for wet tyres, and like it took quite a gamble just going on the dries really early on, and just last couple of laps it came alive, and yeah, made it stick.
You were sticking up with the heavyweight big boys up there too during the race.
Yeah, no, like starting it at the first is the first time I've ever done that, which is a bit intimidating, but like it was pretty cool to yeah, get away from the rest of the pack and try and stay with the GT3 cars.
What a day, what a weekend it's been, James. Congratulations, go rest up, and no doubt we'll catch up at some point later. Cheers. Dave, back to you.
It's good to hear from James Whitley there, the Team GB Paralympic skier. There's the car he is sharing with Paul Fullick currently on board. There's the other team, Brit McLaren. It's Aaron Morgan currently on board that car. He's in 13th place. The 67 has run superbly, taking overall pole position and currently running 4th place, leading Class D Invitation. But new fastest lap for Marcus Clutton, 1:29.631. Looking at the best laps for each car, that is nearly 7 seconds quicker than anyone else has managed. Next quickest is no, I tell a lie, because Tom Jackson just at a 1:33.7, so he's closed it a bit. 1:33.737 for the McLaren has just gone through, so they're nearly a lap apart now, these two. There's Matt George in the Mercedes. He's watching his mirrors here because Marcus Clutton's coming through. The Mercedes is second in Class D behind the KTM. Now, how far apart are they? Because that could be important for the championship. Let's have a look. No, they're about 51, 52 seconds apart, the two Class D pace setters. The KTM with that healthy lead. Chris Murphy's come in for his second stop in the BMW. That's the Whitebridge BMW of Chris Murphy. He was one of few drivers who has not made a second stop. Cars that have now not made a second stop, apart from the race leader. We know that they've got to stop again. The Zeiser Canning Aston Martin. Tom Canning currently flying in 6th place. The David May, Jamie Going. Ginetta has got to stop again, leading the Ginetta class. The Jackson and Sumpton Audi, number 282, has got to stop again. The Nick Hull and Richard Avery Cupra has got to stop again. And the Stockford and James Audi. So some of the TCR cars in particular have to make their second stop. There's the KTM being chased by number 50, Stuart Hall, I think it is, in that car, the Aston Martin. And there is Tom Canning. Roars past the TCR Audi. Tom Canning, phenomenally quick young GT racer. He'll surely catch these two up. Stuart Hall dodges from one side to the other, nearly clipping the back of the KTM there of Sean Cooper. I think it's Sean on board that car. They made 2 stops. Hall will go to the inside of the Melbourne Loop, goes through. Just under 34 minutes of this race to go. And the Thurston de Leon Porsche is still leading Class A. That Aston Martin's all over the place. Are his tyres going off, I wonder? But as we were saying there, the Thurston De Leon Porsche in 12th overall. He's leading Class C. That's exactly where they need to be. Daryl De Leon leads the category. If he wins Class C, they take the championship. Of course, subject to official ratification, of course. Black and white flag is being shown to somebody. That's the KTM, number 62. That's the KTM. So driving standards warning, possibly for exceeding track limits. Lead gap is 1 minute 26 seconds, which is almost a lap of Donington Park now for Marcus Clutton over Tom Jackson. There's a scrap between the TCR number 87 car, the Beeson and Healer car. That's down in 20th place, second in class, fighting with one of the Ginettas. I think that's the car of Owen Hissey and Mark Ellman. Yes, the green and gold livery number 74. They're currently in 17th place, the Audi in 20th, so about to lap the Audi. Leading the TCR class, Class E, is currently Hull and Avery. They're up in 10th place, but they've got to make another pit stop. The pit window closes in 12 minutes' time. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars have still to stop again, including the race leader. Clutton's on to make another fastest lap. Quickest of all in sectors 1 and 2. So Chris Murphy drops back, having made his second stop. It's Fullick and Whitley in third overall now. There's the KTM. That's the Cupra of Nick Hull. They're still leading the TCR class in 10th place overall. 1:28.55 is the new fastest lap for Marcus Clutton. Still pulling away from Naran and Jackson. It won't be long before he's coming up to lap the GT3 McLaren and lead this race by a full lap. We saw it in Snetterton as well. The Audi won by a complete lap over the field. And in fact, there they are. He has almost caught him. Just saw them go through Schwantz curve. Fullick and Whitley still third. They're a couple of laps further back, ahead of the McCollum Cooper KTM in 4th place. Guy Zeiser and Tom Canning are 5th. And there is the leader about to lap the 2nd place car. They're in traffic. So soon Marcus Clutton and Peter Erscheg will be leading by a full lap in the Audi. At the sharp end of the field this year, with the exception of round 1 at Silverstone, it has been a totally dominant season for Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton in this lovely Audi R8 GT3. And there, Marcus Clutton comes up to try and lap Tom Jackson. He tries to make a race of it as they go through Goddard. Surely the Audi is going to pull ahead now. Yes, he has. So Marcus Clutton leads by a full lap. .21 cars still running out of the 24 that started. As I can tell you, Nick Hull has made the number 22 car's 2nd pit stop. Still 5 cars to do so in the next 9.5 minutes, including the race leader. But he's got an advantage of 1 lap over the McLaren. That's why Marcus Clutton is pushing so hard to try and get the advantage over that GT3 McLaren. But he's not safe yet because he does have to stop again. Stopford and James Audi's got to stop again. Also Dave May and Jamie Going. The Jackson Subton Audi RS3 has to stop again as well. So the TCR cars, also Tom Canning and Guy Zeisser's Aston GT4. There's the May and Going car, just ahead of the McGregor-Tomlinson car. They are a lap apart in terms of race distance. Behind them is the Thompson Jaguar. Callum Thompson running in 20th place. So just the 3 retirements so far then. We lost Harvey Caton pretty much at the start. The car leaking oil and also with brake issues. The Golf shared with Paul Sheard. Balsidou breaking down on the Wheatcroft straight, so Josh Steed sadly never got a go in the Ginetta. And of course we lost Nathan Wells and Andy Schultz's BMW GTR with those sensor problems. Another new fastest lap for Clutton, 1:27.589. Naran and Jackson. Tom Jackson's best is on 1:31.005. Can Clutton build enough of an advantage to take his second pit stop and still emerge in front? Oh, that's Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy into retirement. I can see smoke from the back of the BMW. Oh, what a shame. Chris Murphy, who was running in 7th overall, clearly out of the race. His hopes go up in smoke. One of our 2 soloists in this race, Callum Thompson the other. That's a big disappointment for the Whitebridge BMW. Hope he hasn't laid any oil down there at Redgate. He was leading Class F Invitation at the time, so the lead, and that will pass to the Stockford and James car. The timing screen seems to be changing its mind over whether that's an Invitation class car or not. 26.5 minutes still to go. We've still got 4 cars to make their second stop. Alan James, I believe, is about to come in. The team getting ready in pit lane. The Team Dynamics operation, of course, legendary touring car team over the years. Responsible for the career of Matt Neal. Of course, it was earlier this year that his famous father, Steve Neal, sadly departed us. Still greatly missed by the British motorsport community, the great Steve Neal, a driver himself in the 60s and the founder of Team Dynamics. Season counting down then. It's looking good for the number 28 Porsche of Daryl DeLeon and Brad Thurston. As we see tyres being changed against one of the TCR cars. That's the number 178 car. I've not seen too much of this car in this race. That is the Team Dynamics Audi of Matthew Stockford and Alan James. Alan James, synonymous with Honda Civics over the years in this championship in the Brick Car Endurance Series with Synchro Motorsport, but trying something different today. This Audi also got the Cunningham Porsche backing in again, the number 32 car, making a third stop. Still waiting. It looks like our other 4 cars are waiting to the end of the pit window. One of them is the white Aston we can see there. Another is our race leader. So Tom Canning leaving it till the end of the pit window, I think, here. We've only got 4.5 minutes until the pit window closes. So the Audi leads by a lap over the McLaren that we see there. And a further 2 laps back are Paul Fullick and James Whitley for Team Brits, on for a Class D Invitation win and overall podium there, where they are together. So it's third ahead of 2nd on track there. And is that the KTM closing up behind them? It is, so we could have a change for 3rd place because Sean Cooper in the KTM has just taken around 6 seconds out of Paul Fullick on that last lap. There's the McLaren, there's the KTM. There's going to be a change for third place here, surely, because here comes Sean Cooper in the KTM. Down the hill they come, down the Craner curves. And through goes the KTM at the old hairpin up into P3. Meanwhile, the leader has come in to make his second stop. Now, has that one lap advantage going to be enough for Marcus Clutton to retain the lead over Tom Jackson's McLaren? So the leader is in. Tom Canning could move through past the McLaren. So this is for position as well. This is the battle for third place. 3 GT4 cars fighting it out. 2 of them are invitation class runners, so only the KTM is eligible for points, unfortunately, because this could be a great battle for the effectively the overall Class D win, these 3. The KTM has it at the moment, ahead of the McLaren, then the Aston Martin of Tom Canning. Great to have a driver of Tom Canning's calibre gracing this championship, showing the importance of the MS UK British Endurance Championship. Coming up on the Jaguar here of Callum Thompson. Our other second pit callers are now calling in as the KTM lunges through past the Jag, just about gets it gathered up on the exit. The May and going Ginettas come in, the Jackson Sumpton Audi as well. So it's just Tom Canning to make his stop. Now round goes the, we just caught a glimpse there of one of the Cupras, that's the number 22 car. That's on the exit of Goddard's. So the Nicole Richard Avery car rejoins, a quick spin there. Okay, so is Marcus Clutton going to still have the lead when he rejoins? We shall wait and see. It looks like everybody except the Zeiser and Canning Aston Martin have made their second pit calls. Tom Canning is leaving it till the very end of the window. Clutton's currently on his out lap. I think it's still Marcus in the car. Good strategists, the number 9 team. So it is the KTM up into third place, ahead of the Team Brits McLaren of Fullick and Whitley. Just waiting for Marcus Clutton to complete his out lap, and we'll see what the gap is. I suspect Tom Jackson may have moved to the front, but of course with 20 minutes of the race still to go. There's the McLaren, where's the Audi? Still waiting for Clutton to complete his out lap. He's come through, he's 35 seconds down. The Audi. Now, 20 minutes of the race to go, 35 seconds to make up. I'm not sure that's quite doable, but we'll wait and see. Okay, Tom Jackson's best lap of the race is a 1:29. See what Clutton's laps are at the moment. In the meantime, we'll nip down to the pits with you.
Right, everybody, welcome down to a very chilly pit lane here, but I've caught up with Jamie. Jamie, how's it been going today? Excuse me.
Always the same fun. Well, as you can see, there was a bit of a mad panic because we never expected rain. And so it was a quick decision that we had to change the tyres. We've only got 2 sets of wheels, so we had some intermediates and some slicks, so we had to throw some new wets on. So we lost the slicks, so Dave went out on the wets, which was good because it was really bad. But then my stint, I've got that real tricky drying scenario.
He's done that on purpose, hasn't he?
Well, I think I think it was the right choice to stay where I did, but the last probably 6 laps got to that point where it was the overlap between the slicks, and you could see the slick guys come in, and you're trying, and then you push harder, as you know, and then the tyres are just like jelly, so the drop just, it's hard work. So we had to make the call, and we've sent Dave out on slicks now, which is not too bad. It's his first time ever on slicks, so in a Ginetta, that's not too bad. He's got to learn fast.
He's got to learn fast, but he's a fast man, isn't he? Jamie, thanks for talking to us. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Dave, back to you.
Well, while we were away there, I can tell you, car 108, the car of Tom Jackson and Amir Naran, was given a drive-through penalty. So the leading McLaren, as he was given a drive-through penalty. We'll see how close it is now to the Audi. There's the Audi R8 of Clutton and Peter Erteg. There's the McLaren. Now we'll work out what the gap is. I think the McLaren is leading, but we were about to work out the gap. It was 35 seconds. There's the R8, so that's the gap visually. They're almost together now, so Marcus Clutton is going to charge after him. There they are, you can see it here. Over the line comes the McLaren. Marcus Clutton will come through. The gap is just under 5 seconds. So the McLaren had been handed the advantage when the Audi made its second pit stop towards the end of the window, but now it's wide open again because of a drive-through penalty, I'm presuming due to a pit stop offence for the number 108 car. Let's wait to see what the reasoning for that was. We got a notification earlier from race control that a restart after the safety car was under investigation, and there was also a drive-through given to the number 21, which is the Tom Canning Guy Zeiser Aston Martin. I think, no, it's not. Number 21 was the Jones and George Mercedes. I apologise, the Aston number 27. So Jones and George were given a drive-through as well. They've just taken that, so presumably for we were told they were under investigation after the restart when the safety car had been out, so presumably that's the reason why. Okay, so settling in then for the final 16-minute sprint for the flag, and Marcus Clutton will be going after Tom Jackson, having just taken that drive-through penalty. There's the McLaren, there's the Audi. Look out, Tom Jackson, Marcus Clutton's after you. Over the line they go. 3 seconds apart. So the gap has come down by nearly 2 seconds on that last lap alone. The KTM further behind them is a couple of laps down, but still in third place overall. But the most significant position at the moment is P7, and that's the leader in Class C. Brad Thurston and Daryl DeLeon. Daryl DeLeon at the wheel of the Porsche. If they stay in front of Class C, which it looks like they're going to because their nearest rival's down in 17th, they are going to win at the MS UK British Endurance Championship, subject to final ratification. Fastest first sector of all by Marcus Clutton. He's going to catch that McLaren back up again before long. There's the Audi. It's Paul Fullick and James Whitley. They've been the stars of the day for me, really. That GT4 McLaren, a brilliant overall pole position, and up there in fourth place. They're 16 seconds off the KTM. Fifth is Jones and George, the Mercedes GT4, but they're second in class. Third in class, Montague and Hall. They're sixth in their Aston Martin overall. Seventh, it is Thurston and DeLeon. Eighth position, we have got Aaron Morgan and Takuma Aoki in the second of the Team Brit McLarens. Ninth is McGregor and Tomlinson. They lead Class G for the Ginettas, and Owen Hizzy and Mark Ellman round out the top 10 now. They've got ahead of Zeiser and Canning because they had to... they took their second pit stop. That car's actually only shown as having pitted twice. Did they have a drive-through as well? No, they didn't. I'm getting 27 and 21 mixed up, I do apologise. Hull and Avery still lead Class E, so that is going to take out of the reckoning the TCR class leaders, Jonathan Beeson and George Healer, in terms of the championship. They needed to win the class today, and they're currently second in 18th place. So there is the number 28 Porsche, and in 13 minutes and 40 seconds time, provisionally, they're going to be British Endurance champions. The number 28 Porsche, we've also seen that car, Adam Hatfield and Alex Sedgwick take turns in that car. Just have to keep going here, they're well ahead in the class. Second Class C car is 10 places and 2 laps behind them. Is that Porsche slowing down? The McLaren got through there on the outside. That's the 67 car, is it? No, it's the 68, sorry. So the, yes, that was for track position. Don't tell me that Porsche's slowing down. You can see it's lost a lot of ground there to Aaron Morgan in the McLaren. Let's keep an eye on this Porsche. It suddenly seemed to slow coming up towards Goddard's. I just hope that Porsche isn't developing a problem. Meantime, let's pick up the leaders because Marcus Clutton has caught Tom Jackson. Is he going to take the lead here as they come up into McLean's? New fastest lap of the race for Clutton, 126.913, just going quicker and quicker. He's up alongside Tom Jackson on the run, up into Coppice. He's got the inside line, and the Audi retakes the lead. Fantastic drive by Marcus Clutton. This is, I think, the most dominant performance we've seen from Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton this year. TCR Audi pulling aside, I think that's to let quicker traffic through. It's been a quiet day for Jonathan Beeson and George Heeler today. We're keeping half an eye towards Darrell de Leon's Porsche as well. There's the Audi back in the lead. Not quite a clean sweep of wins this year, but it's going to come close. 11.5 minutes of the race to go. Into the closing stages of the season, coming up towards the final 11 minutes of the season. There is the Porsche, number 28. What was its last lap time? 1 minute 41. Best lap is at 137.9. Yeah, the last lap was at 141.0, so it's slowed by a couple of seconds. Maybe Darrell de Leon is just starting to take it easy here and run towards that championship. Yeah, there he is, just behind the McLaren. He knows he's well clear in his class. You say the other Class C car is down in P18 and P20, the other two in Class C, the other Porsche and the Mercedes. And they know that Jones and George are a lap behind the KTM in terms of Class D, the GT4 class. They're their main title rivals. There are 2 points between the two of them coming into this race. So as long as the Porsche wins Class C and that Mercedes doesn't win Class D, and they can see the Mercedes ahead of them there. Darrell de Leon has got Matt George ahead of him. Okay, we're going to head down to the number 28 Porsche pits in just a moment. So we watch the race leaders. Let's see who Ian's found to talk to.
Right, everybody, welcome down to the Team Park garage here, and as you can imagine, people are a little bit nervous, perhaps a little bit excited as well. We believe could be about 10 minutes away from winning the British Endurance Championship. I'm here with Darrell de Leon's mum right now. Are we a bag of nerves?
Very, very much. I'm still so nervous until it's finished, and then I'll be okay.
You must be very proud of Darrell. He's doing a great job.
I'm so proud of him.
Yeah.
Really, really proud of him. Yeah.
What will it mean to you if they get this title done? Everything.
Yeah.
That's what it means. Thank you so much for talking to us. We really appreciate it. Good luck. Good luck.
I can't even speak.
Dave, back to you.
Well, we can see plenty of nerves down in the Team Hard garage at the moment. The Porsche As long as he wins his class, Daryl De Leon. His last lap was a 1:43, so he's backed off a bit. He's just got to bring it home to win the class. He's got 8.5 minutes to go. The number 21 Mercedes needed to win its class as well. We just had a stop-go penalty awarded to the number 118 Ginetta. There it is, the black and white car. David May and Jamie Going. They've got a 44-second stop-go penalty. Now, I assume that's for a short pit stop. So the Ginetta, which is currently running in 14th place, leading Class G Invitation, will have to stop. It's the only Class G Invitation car left. The other Invitation car, number 161, long since out of the race. Well, there is the number 21 Mercedes. Matt George and Chris Jones there. They've tried their hardest, but they would have to win Class D to stay in touch, and they're currently quite a way behind. I would say about just over 70 seconds behind the KTM in terms of Class D. Well, the KTM is in third overall, 2 laps behind the leader. The lead is with Marcus Clutton, having passed Tom Jackson. They're 4.5 seconds apart now. There's the KTM down the Craner curves. They're in P3 and set to win Class D, which would put an end to Venture Innovations' hopes of the title. Team Brit are in 4th place, Fullick and Whitley. What a great race they've had. Another Team Brit, McLaren is down in 7th place. There is Paul Fullick, former British Army officer. Among many other achievements, he's overcome far more adversity than most in his life. He can be very proud today, as can James Whitley. They put in a fantastic performance. May and Going have come in for their 44-second stop-go penalty. As I say, I presume that's a pit stop infringement. 6.5 minutes of the season to go. This is not the last race of the day here at Donington. We've got a couple of races for classic touring cars and the mini challenge still to come. There's the number 50 Aston Martin, that's in 6th position. Montague and Hall. Porsche still going in P8, but the lap times have dropped off now. Last lap was a 1:46 for Daryl De Leon. And in fact, he's just been passed there by the KTM. So De Leon is taking it as easy as he can here, conserving fuel, not wanting to fight anybody. That's the 87 car going through. That was another of its title rivals, the Beeson and Healer car, and they're now into the lead of the TCR class, with Hull and Avery having taken their second stop and have that spin as well. So the Audi leads TCR class, so they could, I think, snatch second in the championship, possibly. We'll wait and see. But as long as this Porsche wins its class, it wins the championship. There's the McLaren 720S GT3 of Tom Jackson. The gap is now 8.2 seconds to Marcus Clutton ahead of him. Another crushing display by PB Racing. Peter Hershey doing the work early on to get the Audi clear to hand over to Marcus Clutton. But all the teams deserve full credit this weekend for a great display of endurance racing. There is Marcus Clutton just lapping one of the TCR Audis, the number 178, the Team Dynamics car. 4.5 minutes to go. And then the celebrations can begin. Not just, of course, for PB Racing, but for all our class winners. And I'm sure they're ready to celebrate down at Team Hard, the number 28 Porsche. New fastest lap of the race for Marcus Clutton. He's not hanging about. 126.311 now. He's just setting fastest lap after fastest lap. He's at nearly 11 seconds clear now. of the McLaren. 104 miles an hour average around Donington Park. Peter Erceg and Marcus Clutton have blitzed this field here today. They were the favourites on paper to win, but I didn't quite think they'd be this dominant. There is the Porsche chasing the Tom Canning, Guy Zeiser, Aston Martin. They're down in P11, second in Class D Invitation, behind the Fullick and Whitley McLaren. The leader comes up to lap the champion-elect. Yep, Daryl DeLeon just lets him through. He knows he's just got to play it safe. His lap time's dropping, but there is his class rival, number 32, the Cunninghams. They're down in P15. 2 laps behind their fellow Porsche. Just easing it home now. 2.5 minutes, Daryl DeLeon and Brad Thurston. The class championships to be settled as well, of course. It looks like Venture Innovations are going to take the GT4 title. Beeson and Healer will take the TCR class title. Class A is going to go to Peter Erceg and Marcus Clutton, and Andrew Bentley as well, who had a turn on the Audi earlier this season. Class G looks like it's going to go to Owen Hizzy and Mark Elman. Scott Simons having driven that car as well this year. Class F will go to the New Barn Racing Jaguar for the second year running. We haven't had many entries in Class B this year. It'll be John Seal and Jamie Stanley's Ferrari that takes the title there. So it looks like those are going to be your class champions provisionally this year. With the overall championship and the Class C championship all set to go to the Team Hard Porsche. 90 seconds on the clock. They're almost there. Last lap was a 1:53. He's lost 8th place now to the McGregor, Tomlinson, Ginetta. He knows overall position doesn't matter. He's just got to win the class. Erceg and Clutton are going to win the race. Through they come to start what will be the last lap of the season. One to win for Marcus Clutton. We one to win for Team Hard as well. Down towards the Craner curves comes our leader. The Audi R8 GT3 of PB Racing has steamrolled its opposition here at Donington Park, despite the slippery conditions earlier on. Up towards Coppice for the final time. Racing clear of Tom Jackson in the McLaren. It's only the run-down exhibition straights, the Fogarty S's, the Melbourne Loop and into Goddard's. They were beaten in the opening race of the year by the Blackthorn Lamborghini of Dave McDonald and Claude Beauvais. But they've been unbeaten since then, PB Racing. Peter Erceg has worked so hard. He raced his Porsche last season. He and pro driver Marcus Clutton, a perfect pairing and a near-perfect season. It's going to be another crushing victory here at Donington. The clock has counted down to 0. Into Goddard's comes Marcus Clutton for the final time. The checkered flag will be in sight, and the win goes to Marcus Clutton and Peter Erceg for PB Racing in the Audi R8 GT3. What a dominant performance. Amir Naran and Tom Jackson will be second in the McLaren. There they are. The Cunninghams in front of them. They fought hard. But the champion-elect is coming down into the Fogarty S's for the final time. The number 28 Team Hard Porsche, started by Brad Thurston, driven in the second half of the race by Daryl DeLeon, also driven this season by Adam Hatfield and Alex Sedgwick. The team taking it as easy as they can. Daryl DeLeon, you can see, has dropped his speed right down. He knows if he wins the class, there's his championship rival, Matt George, in the Class D Mercedes going by. But he just has to bring it home now. Up towards Goddard for the final time. The team are ready to celebrate. He's down to P10 overall, but that matters not because he's going to win Class C. Darryl De Leon in the car started by Brad Thurston brings it to the checkered flag. And Team Hard and the 28 Porsche win the MS UK British Endurance Championship for 2023. Congratulations to the Team Hard Porsche. What a season. A controlled and calm drive by Darryl De Leon, the young Filipino racer. What a year he's had, making his British Touring Car Championship debut as well. And piloting the Porsche along with Brad Thurston and co to the British Endurance Championship. I'll bring you the provisional results. Surely everything, of course, to be ratified. So the provisional results then, Peter Erceg and Marcus Clutton take the win, 13.75 seconds clear of Amir Naran and Tom Jackson, the two Class A cars. Class D is won by Mike McCollum and Sean Cooper, they take third in the KTM. Paul Fullick and James Whitley take fourth in the McLaren for Team Brit. Chris Jones and Matt George take fifth in their Mercedes. They needed to win Class D today. They come in second in class. Montague and Hall in their Aston Martin are fine sixth ahead of Aaron Morgan and debutant Takuma Aoki, the former World Superbike star, in seventh. Eighth place for McGregor and Tomlinson. They win Class G in their Ginetta despite that early penalty. Ninth for Owen Hizzy and Mark Ellman. Provisionally they take the Class G title. And Brad Thurston and Darryl De Leon, the provisional overall champions in P10. 11th for Guy Seisser, the late call-up, sharing with Tom Canning. 12th for Chris Bealan and Simon Mason on their debut in a TCR car. The Cunninghams take P13 and second in class. Jonathan Beeson and George Healer will win the TCR class title with the class win in 14th overall. 15th went to Jackson and Sumpter in their Audi. Hull and Avery 16th. 17th goes to David May and Jamie Going. 18th went to Stockford and James in their Audi. 19th for the Jaguar F-Type, that wins Class F. 20th goes to Maurice Henry and Shils Bergström in the Mercedes. And for retirements, we lost Chris Murphy with engine failure while well placed in the BMW. Wells and Schultz BMW also dropped out. Balsidou broke down early on in the Ginetta shed with Josh Steed, and an early retirement for Harvey Caton in the car shed with Paul Shared. Let's hand down to Ian in Parc Ferme at the end of a wonderful finale for the MS UK British Endurance Championship.
Well, we're all a little bit out of breath down here. Peter and I have just been jogging down the pit lane. Marcus has been driving in. Guys, congratulations. You made to work for that one, weren't you?
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, we were so unlucky in the safety car. I think I brought it on with a good lead, but it didn't quite work out. So I normally say it's the AM that won the race, but I think Marcus can take the credit for today. He did a really mega job. So
big praise there for you indeed, Marcus. We know you've got the pace though.
Yeah, I think, you know, these guys did a good strategy, and we was on the back foot there. We was expecting rain, that didn't turn up, so we had a bit of work to do. You know, it's nice to have some competition, and it's good, clean racing. That's all that matters.
It was fantastic. I think you guys have now won every race since round 2 as well. Are we back next year?
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. You know, we'd like to see a few more in our class for sure, but you know, we like the format, we like the endurance races, you know, and it works for us both.
Guys, congratulations and well done. Your race winners, Marcus Hutton and Peter Erceg. I think we are just waiting for a third place car as well. As we saw though over here as well, it was a great race, wasn't it? The 108. Look at it, absolutely beautiful. Just take a look at that car. Stunning, isn't it? Amrin Aaron and Tom Jackson there coming home in second place. In third, it was Mike McCollum and Sean Cooper in the Track Focus KTM. I'm trying to see where that is. I wonder if we could just walk around, have a quick chat with somebody. I'll tell you who we will speak to though is Darryl De Leon, because we do believe, it's not confirmed yet, we'll go through all the mathematics, but we do believe Darryl De Leon and Brad Thurston are your 2023 British Endurance Championship winners overall. How do you feel, Darryl?
Yeah, over the moon really. It's such a long race. I mean, I was just taking it easy because there's a lot of vibrations, but there's no risk, you know. So just got to bring it home, and 47 minutes to just bring it home felt like a long time.
Felt like a long time, and I know for a fact Ben Sharp was saying to me, you wouldn't shut up on the radio. Was that just to keep calm?
I don't know. All I was asking was how long was left, the position, what we need to do, my pace. Yeah, but I'm over the moon, and Brad drove brilliantly.
He did,
he drove brilliantly.
All season, you boys have been fantastic. Congratulations, Darren Lee and Brad Thurston. Like I said, not officially confirmed yet. We've got a few bits and bobs like that to do, but we believe Brad Thurston and Darren Leon are the 2023 British Endurance Champions. What a drive, what a season it's been by them and by everybody as well. That does bring round out the season for the British Endurance Championship. We'll be back though next year. Don't forget to check out all the social medias alongside with BARC and the BARC in Man podcast for more on the British Endurance Championship. Thanks for watching, and Dave, back to you for more classic touring car action.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ian. Yeah, we haven't finished racing yet. The feature race may be out of the way. We've still got some classic touring car action for you. It's the Pultec Classic Race Engines pre-66 touring cars. Except the oldest cars we'll see here today, harking right back to the dawn of the British Saloon Car Championship as it was then, right back in 1958 when Jack Sears took an Austin Westminster of all things to the title. No Austin Westminsters here today, sadly. We have got a whole variety of cars though, and it's Barry Syme from Scotland in his Mini who has taken pole position alongside the Alfa Romeo Sprint GT of James Everard. Second row, the big Ford Mustang of Piers Grange, and Philip House. Good to have the former VW Cup star out in his Mini. Now does a lot of historic racing. Been seen Lotus Cortinas in recent years, but in a Mini today. He's on the second row. Row 3, Mr. Sideways is back, James Ibbotson, and he's carrying our onboard camera in his Hillman Imp. Starts alongside Billy Keneally, the champion-elect, in his Ford Anglia. Row 4 is Kevin Swan's Anglia, and a similar machine of Ed Gibbs. On row 5 is Jake Swan. He's the son of Kevin in his Anglia, alongside Michael Davies in his Mini. The Davies twins share a Mini. It'll be John Davies racing that tomorrow. Then on row 6 of the grid, Michael Loveland, he's in a Hillman Imp, and Astley in his gorgeous black Ford Mustang, he's on row 6. Row 7, Michael Foley with the Lotus Cortina and the similar machine of Pat Keneally, father of Billy. Row 8, Morris Miners, Jim Henshaw and Patrick Harris. Row 9, an Austin A40, that's Paul Clayton, and a similar machine alongside Anthony Warnes. Then we've got former Morris Minor racer Keith Wright in his Lotus Cortina alongside Steve Evans in his Austin A40. Brian Bedford will take over that car for race 2 tomorrow. Behind them on row 11, completing the grid, Stuart Radford, number 53, in his Triumph Vitesse, and alongside him, Tim Dodwell. Yes, still going strong. Not in a Volkswagen Scirocco that's listed there. That's the other car he races in pre-83 sometimes. He is, of course, in his Mini. In this race, the car that he has owned since new in the 60s, and he drives it on the road to every event. What a guy, Tim Dodwell at the back of the grid. A true unsung hero of British club racing. Oh, somebody hasn't got away. That's Michael Loveland's Hillman Imp. That's a shame. Little rear engine machine. So he's been pushed off the grid. There might be a slight delay here in that case. You can see the B plate. That's a 1964 Imp. Hillman Imp's very successful in the early 70s as well in British saloon car racing. Bill McGovern was the king of the Imps. Cars heading round to the grid. Hopefully the marshals can get Michael Loveland clear in time, the man from Salisbury. It's Barry Syme in pole position, former single-seater racer at the wheel of his Mini. Claim to fame is, in Formula Renault, he once beat Lewis Hamilton. Whatever happened to him? Starting alongside James Everard, who competes in all variety of classic events in his Alfa Romeo. The championship has already been provisionally wrapped up by Billy Keneally, the man from Sheerness in the southeast, in his Ford Anglia, taking his first title, so congratulations to him. Great to see a couple of Austin A40 Farinas out there as well, got 3 of them in fact towards the back of the field. And there is Tim Dodwell, unsung legend in his Mini. Piers Grange up there, he's got 2 classic Fords here. We're going to see him out in his Escort earlier on. He runs PRG trailers. His products have probably transported most of these cars here this weekend. Not Tim Dodwell's though. We've got the Jake and Kevin Swan. Kevin, Jake's father, in their Ford Anglias racing together. Great to see Philip House here as well in his Mini. We've got Anglias, Lotus Cortinas, Morris Minors. There's the other Mustang, Ant Astley. That really is one of the most immaculate cars here in the paddock this weekend, in my opinion. Little Triumph of Stuart Radford. Used to race a Triumph 2000 in this series. Cars about to make their way up to the grid. The light just beginning to fade here at Donington in this autumn day. Barry Syme lives near Glasgow. He's raced that Mini in a number of events, including the Masters Pre-66 Minis. He's raced it at Goodwood as well, shared with his father Jimmy. The Alfa Romeo, orange with the yellow front of James Everard alongside, comes from Hull. Philip House is going to be one to watch here, driving in the guest class in his Mini, as is Paul Clayton's Austin A40 and Jake Swan in his Ford Anglia, not registered for the full championship. The car only completed in time for the penultimate round at Snetterton. There is a gap on the grid, I can tell you, alongside Jake Swan. Michael Davies' Mini is not there, and obviously Michael Loveland's missing as well. So the revs begin to rise. And away we go. We've lost Piers Grange, I've noticed as well. The Mustang must have pulled into the pits, so Piers Grange is not there. We're underway though. James Everard gets away well. So does Billy Keneally, the blue Anglia, weaving his way through. There's Michael Davies, the Mini starting from the pit lane. So we've lost Piers Grange, but we're going to gain the Mini. There's Ant Astley in the big Mustang, the only one out there now, and it's James Everard has already checked out at the front of the field. What a start by the Alpha. Barry Syme up into second place in the Mini, then it's Keneally side by side with House for third place. That looks like Ed Gibbs in the grey Anglia that's up into fifth position, number 102. We'll check that in a moment. What a sight they make though, these 50s and 60s machines make their way down the crane. It goes. Now watch for James Ibbotson. It's actually a bit dry for his liking. If it was wet, that imp would be sideways on every corner and probably most of the straights as well. We saw that here last year in the wet. He was showboating his way round towards the end. Up the hill towards Coppice, and already the Alfa Romeo of James Everard is in the clear. That's a Class C car, so it's in the same class as the Minis and some of the Anglias as well. Class A was the 2 Ford Mustangs. Class B, there's only one entry, that's the Triumph Vitesse of Stuart Radford. Class B, Class C is the Minis, the Alfa Romeo and the Anglias. Class D, the Austin A40s and the Morris Minors. Class E, the Hillman Imps, and Class F, the Lotus Cortinas. Plus the guest classes we mentioned for cars not registered for the full championship, as Philip House slides round the outside of Billy Keneally. There's Ibbotson chasing Pat Keneally. Keneally family used to race in the Lightning Rods formula on the short oval at Arena Essex in Ford Sierras. Pat Keneally, of course, you may remember back at Snetterton, lost a wheel and put an end to his weekend early. He's chasing Ed Gibbs. Was there contact there? Or did Ed Gibbs just slide wide? I'm not sure. But Pat Keneally goes through. There's James Ibbotson in the behind them. Plenty of slip and slide out there, but this is just to James Ibbotson's liking. He loves wet and slippery conditions, as we've seen already this season. There is Ant Astley. Beautiful Ford Mustang. You could eat your dinner off that car. It is in immaculate condition. Here are the leaders, and the gap has come down a bit. Everard from Barry Syme, Philip House third, then Billy Keneally, the champion-elect in his Anglia. And Astley, the big Mustang, the only Class A car left out there because we've unfortunately lost Piers Grange in his Mustang. Tim Dodwell at the back of the field. Behind Ant Astley there, that's Michael Foley, the ex-Morris Minor racer in his Lotus Cortina. See the dry line there beneath that big yak tank of Ant Astley. Still James Everard who leads. The gap was 1.4 seconds over Barry Syme in the Mini. He's had a few overall wins in this championship over the last couple of years, mostly in wet conditions. There is the blue Mini. And the red Mini in third is Philip House. He's ahead of Billy Keneally's Anglia. They're all Class C cars, the top 5. Class F is being led by Pat Keneally. There's his Lotus Cortina. Kevin Swan coming through nicely in 5th place there in his Anglia. Ed Gibbs has got down to 7th. James Ibbotson leads Class E. Jake Swan leads the guest class in his Anglia, the black Anglia. Class A is Ant Astley. And Class D is led by Jim Henshaw's Morris Minor. Snaking about there, Pat Keneally. Riding more like Roger Clark at the wheel of that Lotus Cortina. That's just how the rally legend would have driven one. Or maybe he's trying to impersonate James Ibbotson. First 3 well clear. The Alfa Romeo, superb in strength. This is the best I've seen James Everard run at the wheel of this Alfa. He does some classic rallying in this car as well. Beautiful little Alfa Romeo Sprint GT. Look at him sideways there, coming out of Redgate. Barry Simon, the Mini, in 2nd place. The lead gap is up to 3.7 seconds now. He's pulled away by over 2 seconds on that last lap, James Everard. There's Billy Keneally. He's, I think by my calculations, already wrapped up the championship in his Anglia this year in Class C. Pat Keneally all over the back of Kevin Swan, former Bangor racer, at the wheel of his Ford Anglia. Comes from March in Cambridge. He used to race at the Mildenhall Stadium. So a couple of ex-short ovalers in there. Ten minutes of this race to go, so we're at 1/3 distance. There's Jake Swan, Swan Jr. in the black Anglia. Ant Astley's Mustang is next. And next through Michael Foley in P11 in his Lotus Cortina. Mike Davies is coming through well in his Mini, starting from the pit lane. He's up to 13th now. Gained 4 places on the last lap. Getting through the Austin A40s and the Morris Minors. There is Jake Swan. Spent most of this year preparing his Anglia. He's being monstered now by Ant Astley, the man from Bude in Somerset, in his... A little bit of smoke there, is that possibly from Michael Foley? Bude in Cornwall, not Somerset. I thought I'd got that wrong. Thank you, Gemma, my assistant in the commentary box today. Her geography is much better than mine. Not the first time I've got the location of a town wrong this season, as truck racing fans will attest. There's Michael Foley sliding the Cortina around. I thought I saw a puff of smoke from that car a little earlier in the lap, but we'll keep an eye on it. And there's Ant Astley's Mustang, running in P10 overall. And here's the Morris Minors further back. That's Jim Henshaw, the number 96. It was the late Tony Preston who won several titles in this championship over the years. Tony, an art teacher by trade, still greatly missed by the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. He's got Patrick Harris behind him. Over the line they go. Henshaw from Harris, the gap 1.8 seconds near enough between the two Morrises. That's the top 2 in Class D. And behind them is Paul Clayton at the wheel of his Austin A40, the Lincolnshire driver. It was back in 1960, I believe, that an Austin A40 Farina won the British Saloon Car Championship. Doc Shepherd was the driver on that occasion. So named Doc because that's what he was. He was a GP. Back in the days when Mark II Jaguars ruled the roost overall in British Saloon Car Championship races, but of course the smaller classes could win the title. 1959 it was Jeff Uren in his Ford Zephyr. And we're on board with Mr. Sideways, James Ibbotson. No, we're not. We're on board with Ant Astley, I apologise, in the Mustang. There's 2 onboard cameras in this race. Our thanks again to Chris Clark for sorting our onboard cameras, who I'm very jealous of because he went to the Bathurst 1000 this year. Chasing Jake Swan there in his Anglia, but here's our leader, James Everard, in his Alfa Romeo. He leads by nearly 5 seconds now over Barry Syme in the Mini. James had a couple of class wins in the championship in the past, and look, Philip House has now almost caught Barry Syme. Battle of the Minis for second place. We've got a red Mini and a blue Mini together. We only need a white one, don't we?
Oh, we do.
And then we'd have the Self-Preservation Society on board with Ant Astley. And the big American beast down towards the Craner curves. 6 minutes of this race to go. James Ibbotson chasing Ed Gibbs in his Ford Anglia. 20 cars still running out of the 22 that started. Shame we haven't got Piers Grange out there with the red Mustang. That pulled off at the end of the green flag lap as side by side between the two Minis. Barry Syme holds that second place. I wonder if Piers Grange had the same problem as he did at Snetterton last time out. It was a leaking rear axle on that occasion. Syme still holds that second place. Always loved his visits to Donington. Long trip from East Kilbride in Scotland. A Flying Scotsman under fire from Philip House, the Yorkshireman in the number 5 Mini. Switched from modern saloon cars into historics with a Lotus Cortina a few years ago and found plenty of success in the likes of the Masters historic touring cars. So many series for saloon cars of yesteryear these days. And a very sideways Lotus Cortina ahead of us there. That's Pat Keneally. We view it from James Ibbotson in his Imp. Sixth and seventh places. Over 4 minutes of this race still to go. Apologies for a bit of confusion again there. My timing screen frozen momentarily. I'm not doing very well here, am I? But these two are. Barry Syme and Philip House having a good fight for second place. They're coming up to lap Tim Dodwell and another of the Minis. Swinging into the Fogarty S's. Fairly well spread out in this race now, with the exception of these two. Tim Dodwell sees them coming, lets them through. He does own a Volkswagen Scirocco as well, a Mark 1 that he's running pre-83 in the past, and like the Mini, he drives that to the circuit. We've not seen the Scirocco on track for a while now, that sticks to racing his faithful Mini. Here's the battle for 6th place. Pat Keneally's Cortina. James Ibbotson in the Imp. Is he going to kick the back end out for us? Very slightly. He loves to drive that car as sideways as possible, James Ibbotson, as we said earlier, but it's a little bit dry for that at the moment. If he'd been out earlier today in that pouring rain, he'd now be leading this race by about half a lap, most likely. He's got Ed Gibbs in the Anglia behind him. Jake Swan and Ant Astley rounding out the top 10. There's a yellow flag out at the Craner curves and the slippery surface flag as well. The red and yellow stripe, so somebody's come to grief there. And try and pick up who that is. I can't see anybody dropping down the timing screen. Maybe it's just some debris that's gone down, or some oil. As James Everard continues to lead in the Alfa Romeo. Michael Foley. I said I could see some smoke from that car earlier on. So maybe his engine's let go. So the yellow flag will be for that car, and also possibly for oil on the circuit at the Craner curves. That's the last place, especially in conditions like this, you need an oil slick down. Michael Foley out of the race. And here are the Morris Miners. They're side by side with the leader Class D. A lock up there from Jim Henshaw. Patrick Harris and Paul Clayton's Austin A40 behind them. Across the line they go. 1 minute 25 left on the clock for James Everard, so I think he'll get one more lap out of this. As the sun starts to set here at Donington Park, but a couple of races to go yet after this. Patrick Harris trying to make a move at the Craner curves, so the yellow flag presumably has been withdrawn. But no, Henshaw holds him off. They may not look like very potent race cars, Morris Miners, but in the right hands they are very quick. Another of the Austin A40s there behind Paul Clayton. That's Anthony Warnes, used to race a Wolseley 1500 in this championship of all things. Also sold as the Riley 1.5. Well, here's our leader. He's on his last lap now. It's going to be a win for James Everard. He flew off the line at the start and has controlled it perfectly. Coming through to take what I think will be his first ever overall win in the Pultec Classic Race Engines Pre-66 touring cars. Comes up to lap Anthony Warnes. Oh, Paul Clayton's got ahead of the Morris Miners, and yeah, we've had a change in the order there. So what's happened for Jim Henshaw? Did he make a mistake there at Coppice, I wonder? The Alpha's nearly 10 seconds ahead of the Minis. Certainly the best we've seen it before. Oh. Patrick Harris nearly clipping the back of Paul Clayton's A40 there. Alfa Romeo, of course, with its most proud of racing traditions and heritage. This is going to be its latest chapter. I don't think we've seen James Everard take an overall win in this car as yet. I could be wrong. Certainly his first here at Donington. Here he comes, a dominant drive by James Everard, and he wins the Pultec Pre-66 Classic Touring Cars Race 1 here at Donington Park by a very clear margin. The Battle of the Minis is going to be won by the pole sitter Barry Syme. Heads Philip House home. House wins the guest class, I think. No, he is being listed as Class C. So a change there. I thought he was a guest class car, but he is Class C. Meantime, fourth place is going to go to Billy Keneally, already confirmed as the champion in his Anglia. It'll be Kevin Swan's Anglia in fifth, and behind him James Ibbotson. Is he going to slide out of the last corner? Just a bit there. He will take sixth and win Class E. Seventh will go to Pat Keneally, and he wins Class F for the Lotus Cortinas. Jake Swan will be eighth in his Anglia. Class A will go to Ant Astley in the Mustang in ninth overall. They're completing the top 10. Here's Ed Gibbs. He nearly went into the pit lane there. He thought the race had already finished, but he just crossed the line in P10. Nice one, Mike Davies, who comes through for 11th, having started from the pit lane. That'll give him 11th on the grid for tomorrow's race, I think. No, it won't actually, because John will take over that car, so he'll probably have to start from the back, having changed driver. Davies' family share a car. We'll confirm the rest of the results now. I think nearly everybody's taken the checkered flag now. We're just waiting for Jim Henshaw and Tim Dodwell to come in. There's Tim Dodwell. Not taking the chance to test his headlights for the drive home. Well done, Tim. So James Everard takes the win then. Class C cars for the top 5 places. Everard in the Alfa Romeo, then Simon House in the Minis. Billy Keneally's Anglia, already confirmed as the champion, and Kevin Swan in his Anglia 5th. James Ibbotson wins Class E in 6th in his Hillman Imp. Pat Keneally wins Class F in his Lotus Cortina in 7th. Jake Swan wins the guest class in 8th with his Anglia, and Ant Astley Class A in the Mustang. Behind them, Ed Gibbs, then Michael Davies from the pit lane, Jim Henshaw, Paul Clayton and Patrick Harris. Other finishers, Anthony Warnes was next, then Keith Wright's Lotus Cortina. Stuart Radford won Class B in his Triumph Vitesse, then Steve Evans and Tim Dodwell the final finishers. We lost Michael Foley, Piers Grange at the start, and Michael Loveland of course failed to get away on the green flag lap. That concludes the pre-66 touring cars then. We're not sure what's going to happen with the pre-93 03 and Blue Oval race that was supposed to take place earlier in the weekend. That was postponed due to the weather conditions. Maybe that will be inserted later in the weekend, but 2 races to go today. The Mini Challenge Club Sport and the Classic Thunder race. But now let's head down to Ewan Dunlop.
Cheers, Dave, here in Parc Fermé, and we've only got our winner here right now. Still waiting for other cars to come through. Well, we've got the number 1 man, James Everard, in the beautiful orange and yellow livery. It must be said, it's a fantastic looking car. Now let's speak to our race winner. I think Dave said it might be his first ever overall win at Donington as well. We'll find out in a second. James, I'm going to ask you to turn around if that's okay. First of all, don't take it off straight. So you've just won that, you've earned that. A great win, well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that was really good fun. We've been a long time getting this car to finally win, so that's for Dad, is that.
Do you know what Dave said actually in commentary? I think this is his first overall win, especially at Donington, so that's right, yeah?
Yeah, different cars we've won here, but never in the little Alpha, so yeah, it's Dad's car. So.
And he puts up a good race, doesn't he, Barry?
He does, but I've had great battles with him, but thankfully I got him behind me and kept him there, so.
You got off the line sensationally well.
That's very much unlike me. It's normally my absolute problem point is getting off the start line, so no, thankfully, real good start, and they all were battling behind me, and I thought I've got to take the opportunity and get out of the way. So
it's been a long old day to get here, but well done, you did made it in the end.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well done, thanks buddy. Let's speak to our second place, Barry over here. Got a big smile on his face. He knows he's been in a good race there. Congrats, mate.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a slight tinge of disappointment starting pole and coming back, but James has got a very strong car, rear-wheel drive, bigger engine. I'm sure there's a few more racing driver excuses I can come out with, but no, it's a faster car than the dry. We were kind of looking like it might be a bit more damp, and the minis might have come into play a bit more. I trumped him in qualifying and they pretty much dry, but he didn't want to get beaten in the race. So
he got a jump on the start, didn't he?
He very much did. Billy got me as well. I had quite a tentative start going into Redgate. Got Billy Keneally on the way out, but he was already gone, and it's hard to do. And Phil House is doing a great job. You're chasing me down in third. It was a bit of a close race at times before I started to settle in and settle into second. But no, great first race. Obviously we start second tomorrow, so all to play for tomorrow. See what that brings. But it's been a great season, part season for us. Thanks to all the sponsor with Dad, especially Jimmy Simons, his car. He raced in the 60s. Yeah. Bit of a good story that he still races out with me. He did one of the first rounds, and Miller's Oil, Swift Tune, great to help. Well, we wouldn't be here, but yeah, looking forward to finish the season on a high. Maybe we can go one better tomorrow.
There's a spark in your eye. I can't wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, fantastic. Neither can I. Hopefully just check the car over tonight, but there's no issues there. So just get it ready for tomorrow, and see if we can get the jump tomorrow and have a race with James and try and get the upper hand on him. But no, great, thank you,
mate. Well done.
Right, thank you. Cheers, bye.
Let's speak to third place finisher. Congrats, third place.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I've had nothing but trouble with the car, so I'm happy. I had a clutch which I didn't have in qualifying. I just need to sort the brakes out now because I have to pump them quite a lot. So I caught back up with Barry.
Yeah.
And it's fine, but I thought I would have never made a lunge at any point because I wouldn't know if the pedal was going to be there. So that's something to sort for tomorrow. But
I mean, you did close the gap near the end.
Yes, I sort of worked a way around it with just pumping the pedal back up, and I just sort of drove around it and got comfortable with it again. But I've known Barry for a long time. We were instructors together. He's a good friend of mine. The last person I want to have an issue with is Barry, and their team has been brilliant helping me get the car to where it is as well. Without them, I couldn't.
It's the last weekend of the year. You just want to keep the cars clean and safe, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to. I've used this year as a test year. I've only used it 2 times this year. And then hopefully just do a full assault next year with Barry and just go around the country.
One more race tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Rob, we've got 2 more races to come here at Donington. It's the Minis coming up next. It is straight back to Dave.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ewan. The Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsport for their second race of the weekend. The grid for this one based on the results of race 1, but they start in their groups again. The open class off from the front, so it's race 1 winner Stephen Berry on pole position with Charlie Newton-Darby alongside him, recovered for second in class after that off at the Melbourne hairpin. Sean Walkley and Lee Campbell starts behind them, then a gap, and we've got the S classes. Freddie Hewitt heads them up with Zach Blackwell alongside. Good run through the field, having started at the back of that group. He missed qualifying earlier on. Behind them, 37 Alex Westerby alongside 44 Charlie Heatley. Then 959 Jamie Ringer, newcomer this season, and 191 Rory Melia. Yonat Kanare, number 17, is next alongside 190 Alan Lee. Then 231 Steve Webb and 320 Ross Alexander, recovered after an off at the old hairpin on the first lap of race 1 on cold tyres. Then we've got 10 Charlie Collins, alongside him is number 27 Emma Dawson. Behind them, 58 Matthew Hibbard is not there. I've just seen the pack go by out of the commentary box window. So Matthew Hibbard, who retired from race 1, is a non-starter, but it looks like 66 Sammy Bowler is. She's repaired her power steering. Failed to start in race 1. Then we've got the Cooper class, 42 Andy Langley and 53 Neil Clark, 19 Daniel Truman and 89 Freya Belk, 28 David Taylor and 15 Jason McInnes, who went off on the first corner of the first race. Fairly dry conditions out there now. It's still pretty wet offline. Mini Challenge sponsored by Airtech Motorsport in partnership with Absolute Alignment and Garmin Sat-Navs, among other things. It's Stephen Berry in the only Mini Coupe racing in the UK on pole, the Mini Mafia machine. Thanks again to everybody for your comments. Sorry we haven't been able to read out too many today. Hi to Linsberry. We've got the whole Berry family watching today. We've heard from Steve Berry's mum, his sister, and now his wife Lindsay. So he's on pole with Charlie Newton-Darby alongside him. Well, that spectacular off at the Melbourne Loop in the first race. He got off the line and onto the wet patches. Second row of the grid, the treble 9 of Sean Wortley. Only his second event in the category, and was slow off the line in race 1, looking for a better start this time. Starts alongside Lee Campbell in the number 14. He got delayed in the first corner mayhem in race 1, as did David Taylor. Had a spin. Jason McInnes went into the gravel. Matthew Hibbard was an early retirement. Well, I don't think, as we say, Matthew is on the grid for this one. Didn't see him as the cars moved off for the green flag lap. Sammy Bowler is there, though. Saw her brother John in action last week at Pembrey in his race truck. And he'll be out at Brands Hatch in November for their finale. Had a win this year at Thruxton in his MAN. So heat up their tyres, ready for this 15-minute race. Let's hope this is a little less chaotic than race 1. Enormous fun, the BMW Minis. I've seen the Mini Challenge Trophy category a few times on our coverage this year. Tom Ovenden leading the championship there. It's Nelson King, who won it last year, has moved up to the top class JCW category of the Mini Challenge for this year. Hi to Paul Sawyer. Comments, he's supporting Zach Blackwell. He could be in with a chance, certainly in the second group. See if he can take an overall win. He's on the outside of the front row of that group, the third row of the grid, alongside the grey number 5 of Freddie Hewitt. Hopefully we'll see Chloe Hewitt back in action soon as well. Busy with family commitments this year. So they head up to the grid. Then there's the Union flag liveried car of Neil Clark, battling with Dan Truman for the Cooper class title. Stephen Berry's already won the Open class championship. Last couple of cars into line at the back. There's number 15 of Jason McInnes. Okay, here we go then, ready for 15 minutes of mini challenge club sports racing with AirTech Motorsports. Waiting, all clear. Lights are on, revs are up, and away we go. Down towards Redgate for the first time. Good start by Charlie Newton-Darby. He'll try and take the lead away from Steve Berry's coupe on the outside. It's much better start by Sean Wortley this time in the 999 as well, but it's Newton-Darby who's got the lead. Berry second. Great start by Zach Blackwell. He's up into fourth overall, up among the Open class cars. Jamie Ringer side by side with Rory Melia as they head out of Redgate. Looks like they've all got round this time. That's good to see. Charlie Newton-Darby then, Sisu has the lead. The first two getting away very slightly as they race into the sunset here at Donington Park. Oh, we've got a tangle there down the Craners. Who's that that's gone? It's the number 14 car of Lee Campbell. He's not had a good day so far. He's rejoined. There was contact with one of the S-Class cars there. I didn't see who it was. Lee Campbell will drop right down the order, and he's got to fight his way back up, rejoining just in front of the 27 car of Emma Dawson as they head up towards Schwanzker. That's created a little bit of a traffic jam in the pack. Up towards McLean's and then Coppice they come then. Charlie Newton-Darby, the number 12 machine, has the lead. The man from Chichester in Sussex. Stephen Berry tucked in second place. Comes from Nottingham on his local circuit here at Donington. Sean Wortley, another local man from Mansfield as well. Zach Blackwell is in fourth position, comes from Surrey. Three Open class cars, 1, 2 and 3. The S-Class is led by Blackwell. Made a great start there to get ahead of Lee Campbell, who then was spun aside coming down the Craners. Freddie Hewitt staying with this lead group as well. 5 of them together. Next in the order looks like Charlie Heatley with the green headlamp covers. Out of the Melbourne Loop they go. No mistake this time from Charlie Newton-Darby. Towards Goddard for the first time. Our third place man, Sean Wortley, a much better getaway this time. The second of the Mini Mafia cars. They come to complete lap number 1. Berry in the slipstream of Charlie Newton-Darby. They cross the line less than half a second apart. Hewitt in 5th position. It's Alex Westerby in 6th place. Heatley is 7th. Then Ringer, Ross Alexander. And in 10th position over the line is Rory Melia. That's your top 10 as they complete lap number 1. Here comes Blackwell, the black and turquoise coloured car. Steve Berry is tucked in right behind Charlie Newton-Darby. Steve Berry, not to be confused with the Top Gear presenter of old of the same name. Motorbikes were his thing rather than minis. He's switching to the inside here. Stephen Berry attacking Charlie Newton-Darby. That was a good switch of line. Doesn't quite pay off. The coupe remains in second place. He'll try again around the outside of Schwanzker. That'll give him the inside for McLean's. Can he take the lead? No, not quite. He'll try again on the entry to McLean's though. He's late on the brakes. Side by side up the hill towards Coppice. This time he's got the inside line, but again Newton-Darby fights back. Terrific fight between these two. This is great stuff in the early stages, but Berry's got the inside for Coppice and he takes the lead away. Charlie Newton-Darby getting ready to fight back as they come down towards the Fogarty S's. He's dodging about there. This is more like British touring car racing at the moment. Up to third is Wortley ahead of Blackwell, then Hewitt. They're just waiting to pick up the pieces should these two make contact ahead of them. Sean Wortley up there in third place. Remember, only his second mini challenge meeting. He's gone wide there coming out of the S's. And here comes Zach Blackwell going for third. Up the inside, he'll get third on the brakes at the Melbourne Loop. Yes, he's done it, and Freddie Hewitt's having a go as well. The two S-Class leaders, they're both S56 class cars. Side by side for fourth place. Is that a bit of smoke I see from Zach Blackwell's car though? Hard to see in the sunlight there. We'll have a look as he comes through. Oh, and he slides. Did he spin on his own oil there, I wonder? Wortley's gone as well. I wonder if there's oil down. I wonder if, yeah, I think I can see smoke. He's on fire. There's fire underneath Zach Blackwell's car. Yeah, something's let go big time there. I thought I saw smoke as he entered the corner. He must have spun there on his own oil. We saw Wortley go round as well. There's oil down on the outside of the corner there, and Zach Blackwell needs to get out of there quickly. That car is well alight under the bonnet. That will be, I wonder if that will be a safety car or maybe a race stoppage. Zach, you need to get out of there quickly. That engine is well alight. He's trying to get himself out of there. He does so. Thankfully, Zach is okay. Make sure, I think, that the fuel supply is turned off. In come the fire marshals. Great shame for Zach Blackwell. Up there fighting for an overall podium. You can see the marshals getting the fire extinguishers in under the vents without opening the bonnet, which would fan the flames. Now the main fire has been tackled. They will just inch the bonnet open, get the extinguisher in underneath. Very much end of game for Zach Blackwell. No sign of a safety car at the moment, and Zach helping the marshals there to wheel the car back onto the grass. Now the bonnet is popped and the seat of the fire can be tackled. Great shame for Zach Blackwell, but good to show off the skills of our fire marshals there. Well done to them. Looks like the blaze is out. I saw smoke as he entered the corner at Goddard's, and then he just spun. He must have spun on his own dropped oil there. We saw Sean Wortley get sideways as well. A couple of other cars. There go the leaders. Obviously the yellow flags will be out and the slippery surface flags as well. So it's Berry that leads from Newton Derby. Third now is Freddie Hewitt on his own, leading the S56 class. Alex Westerby in fourth. He leads the S53 class. He's already won the title in that division. Charlie Heatley is fifth. It's Jamie Ringer in sixth position. Wortley is seventh. After that half spin at Goddard's on the fluid, or presumably on the fluid from Zach Blackwell's car. Eighth place is Ross Alexander, then Yonat Karari and Rory Relia round out the top 10. The Cooper class is being led by Daniel Truman, car number 19. So a dramatic incident there down at Goddard's corner. And well done to our orange family, well done to the fire marshals. Got the blaze out very quickly. Zach Blackwell out of the car and he's perfectly okay. There's Freddie Hewitt, running well in third place. There at the front of his class as well, ahead of Jamie Ringer, who's second in that class in sixth position in number 959. Number you normally associate with Porsches, not with the BMW Minis. These cars did run for a couple of years as a class within the Kumho BMW Championship. They've had their season finale at Alton Park up in Cheshire today. Results of that one will be on the TSL Timing website. Brian Branson and Jazz Sapra were racing up there today, I know, and they'll be here tomorrow for the Brick Car Trophy. As we mentioned earlier, I must say thank you to the man behind so much of the success of that championship, the BMW Racing Drivers Club President Trevor Ford, who retired from racing today after a very long and successful career. And thanks to Trevor for all his service. I've seen him many times on BARC TV over the last couple of years. This is the battle in the Cooper class, meanwhile. Daniel Truman ahead of Andy Langley. Neil Clark in third in the Cooper class, and then behind them it's David Taylor in the number 28. Freya Belk and Jason McGuinness round out the six Coopers, the less powerful, more standard minis, towards the back of the field. See there the marshals still just damping down the car of Zach Blackwell. That low sun is going to cause some visibility issues, especially on the Exhibition Straight and the Wheatcroft Straight, I think. Well, it may have dropped low enough. In fact, we can see there no sun in the driver's eyes down into Redgate. So it's already dropped low enough not to cause an issue there for our Cooper class runners, certainly, as Daniel Truman in the number 19 continues to lead from Andy Langley, class winner in race 1. It's all over the back of him there. 5 minutes of this race to go then. It's still Steve Berry who leads from Charlie Newton Darby. I'll tell you the margin, unfortunately, because my timing screen has just gone blank. Sorry about this. So 1 or 2 technical issues here. Let's come back on the time. So yeah, 3/4 of a second was the margin last time through. Here's the battle now for 3rd place. Alex Westerby and Charlie Heatley are catching Freddie Hewitt. Gap goes out just over a second. It's Westerby going with Freddie Hewitt for 3rd place. Okay, I think I've sorted the technical gremlins. Sorry about that. Don't forget we've got the endurance race, the Le Don race tomorrow as opposed to Le Mans here at Donington. 40 minutes with a mandatory pit stop. Driver changes as well. Whole mixture of BMW Minis taking part tomorrow. We'll do our best to get you the starting drivers for that one as well. Most of these cars will be taking part. Here's the battle in the Cooper class. Still Daniel Truman holding the lead. Andy Langley trying to go round the outside on the Melbourne Loop. I don't think that's going to work. He might get the positioning right for Goddard's corner here. Neil Clark in the Union flag car shadowing them. Just behind them is David Taylor, the 28s. And oh, very close indeed as they came out of the corner there. Dodging across there is Langley. He's going to send it up the inside here into Redgate. Daniel Truman fights back around the outside. This is brilliant for the Cooper class. Neil Clark waiting to pounce as well. Side by side into the Craner curves. Here comes Langley. He's going to get the lead away here, I think. Down the Craners towards the old hairpin. Langley will have the inside line. The line's much wetter, you can see on the inside. Can he turn it back? Daniel Truman will go back for the inside, but Langley's got it. Andy Langley takes the lead of the Cooper class with 2 minutes of this race to go. Side by side, Truman fights back. He might have the inside line for McLean's here. Here they come. Langley back around the outside. They're still side by side. This is a terrific race for the lead of the class. They're fighting for 17th overall. Up the inside, Daniel Truman. And he retakes the lead. Clark's going to have a go as well. And look at David Taylor. He's getting involved as well. They could be 3 wide for second in class here. Down the exhibition straight they come. They're not going to go 4 wide into the Fogarty S's, surely. No, Truman's got the lead back again. Who's going to come out with 3rd in the class, though? Clark's there on the inside. He retains the place. Meantime, Berry leads overall by 1.8 seconds. The fastest lap of 1:47.92. The other class is led by Freddie Hewitt and Alex Westerby in 3rd and 4th places. Truman and Langley lean on each other again. Daniel Truman just about holds the lead of the class. Less than a minute left now. Of this second race of the day for the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsports. Still this battle rages on in the Cooper division. It's the open class. It's going to be another win for Stephen Berry in this pretty dominant season he's had. Only been beaten a couple of times by Charlie Newton Darby. Around the outside, Neil Clark takes 2nd in the category. This fight's still raging on. Clock is about to count down to 0, so it looks like it will be checkered flag at this time by. Charlie Newton Darby has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:47.828. There is Stephen Berry. Through the old hairpin for the last time. He's got a safe lead over Charlie Newton-Darby. Through towards McLean's come the leaders. Looks like Freddie Hewitt's safe in third, but he's over 11 seconds down on these two more powerful open class cars. .2 seconds back is Alex Westerby. Here's the Cooper class battle, and these two, they might catch them at Goddard, you know. To lap these four. Looks like there's possibly a challenge there for third as well. Alex Westerby was up with Freddie Hewitt, so he could have a change for the overall podium. Leaders going into the Melbourne Loop. I don't think anything's going to change there too drastically. Let's have a look back and see if Freddie Hewitt has held third there through the Fogarty S's. Yes, he has. Yes, Westerby's dropped back a bit, so maybe he had an attack that didn't work there. Meantime, Steve Berry is coming in to take his second victory of the day. Hidden somewhere behind the Cooper class runners, he comes through to take the win. Charlie Newton-Darby comes over in second, 1.339 seconds the winning margin. Fastest lap goes to Newton-Darby. Freddie Hewitt will come home for third place, and he wins Class S56. And Class S53 is going to go to Alex Westerby in fourth place. Or is it? No, that's Jamie Ringer, and we've got a bit of push and shove to the line, and we lost Alex Westerby there. Yes, I think we have. That was a back marker that came through. Alexander comes through for fifth ahead of Yonat Karare. So what's happened to Alex Westerby? We've lost him on the final lap. So Class S53 could go to the number 10 of Charlie Collins if we've lost Alex Westerby. There's Lee Campbell over the line. We saw him spin off earlier on. There's damage there to the number 999 car of Sean Wortley. Look, his bonnet's in the air. And yes, Charlie Collins does come in to win Class S53, so we lost Alex Westerby on that final lap. It was a back marker that came over the line behind Freddie Hewitt. So we'll find out what's happened there. What about the Cooper class? Here they are. It's coming through the Melbourne hairpin now. It's Daniel Truman that has the advantage. Andy Langley could be lining up for a move on the 53 of Neil Clark. Coming through the final corner now. Charlie Heatley only coming across the line 15th as well as the Cooper class come home. Daniel Truman wins it. Neil Clark second and Andy Langley in third. David Taylor fourth. So Charlie Heatley only came in 15th. His last lap was 2 minutes 24, and we've lost Alex Westerby altogether. So we'll try and find out what happened. There's a big spin for, is that the 37 car? It is. So that's what happened to Alex Westerby. He spun at the old hairpin and went into the gravel on our final lap. So that's what happened to the 37 car. I'm not sure what happened to Charlie Heatley, but he dropped a huge amount of time. He dropped about 30 seconds on the final lap and ended up in 15th place. There was a fair bit we didn't see on the final lap there that happened back in the pack, but it is a win for Steve Berry in our second mini challenge race of the day over Charlie Newton-Darby by 1.33 seconds. Fastest lap to Newton-Darby. Freddie Hewitt takes third and wins Class S56 ahead of Jamie Ringer, Ross Alexander, Yonat Karare and Sammy Bowler. Great run through by her for 7th place from the back of the group. Then Rory Melia, Lee Campbell and Sean Wortley are two open class cars. Bit of damage for Sean Wortley we noticed there as well. Charlie Collins wins Class S53 ahead of Emma Dawson. Then Steve Webb, Alan Lee, Charlie Heatley only 15th. Then the Coopers, it was Daniel Truman ahead of Neil Clark and Andy Langley. David Taylor next. And the other finishers, Freya Belk and Jason McInnes, because we lost Alex Westerby, as we saw there, spun into the gravel on the last lap. And Zach Blackwell suffered that engine fire. Well done again to the marshals. They're getting that fire out nice and quickly. One race to go here today at Donington Park, and prepare to be thunderstruck. The Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons will be out for their first race of the weekend to close off the day. And of course, we're back in action bright and early tomorrow morning. First race due off at 9:40 a.m, which will be the mixture of different touring car classes, Pre 93, 03 and Boss. Meantime, we'll hand down to Ewan shortly.
Cheers, Dave, and that is the regular season for the Mini Club Sport, all done and dusted. Stephen Berry has, let's say, dominated, and here at Donington, 2 wins out of 2. Perfect weekend, perfect end to the championship.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was. I couldn't have voted for a better race. Had a little bit of tussling at the beginning. Yeah. Wet lines, dry lines, but managed to just get past him and take it.
That one was a bit tougher than this morning, but that's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it's all about, isn't it? Absolutely, pushing the limits all the time.
Now, you're in the Enduro tomorrow as well.
I am indeed, yeah. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, there's a qualifying session, 20-minute qualifying, then 40-minute race. So yeah, I'm going to play in there as well.
Can it be a triple weekend?
Oh, hopefully. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Mate, well done, best of luck.
Thank you. Just another thank you to my sponsors. I've got, I can't thank these guys enough. D&D Transport, BC Racing UK, EBC Brakes, Mini Mafia, Pexel Garage, SDL Martin. Thank you very much for everything this year. It's been fantastic.
Brilliant, buddy. Cheers, well done. Right, let's find our third place finisher. Second podium today for Freddie Hewitt. We're going to jump in. Double podium, mate.
Can't believe it, really. Like I said earlier, it's been such a difficult season, so to come away with two class wins and 2 overall podiums, it's mega. Can't complain.
Can you kind of like bottle this, what you've done this weekend, and take it into next season?
That's the plan. Hopefully it'll be good for some potential sponsors to come in and see how well we're doing, and hopefully what we can do next year with a few changes to the car that we've got planned. So that's the plan.
And in the Enduro tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm being joined by time attack driver David Ward, so hopefully he'll be quick. And
hey, you're quick.
Good one. Well, maybe hopefully he'll be something different compared to me, but yeah, hopefully we'll have a good show tomorrow as well.
Fantastic. Great weekend so far. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks a lot. We are still waiting for our car number 12. Look, the second place spot here. It's waiting for Charlie Newton-Darby, the number 12. And there he is in the distance, second across the line, last into Parc Ferme. He's going to come all the way down and join us. If we've got time, we'll have a chat. We'll let him get his helmet off. But we do have our last race of the day. It's the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. It's the Thunders to come next. Now, Charlie finished in 6th place this morning in race number 1, so a big improvement up to 2nd. We'll try and find out what the reason was behind that big change in positions, other than, of course, just wonderful driving. Did have a brilliant race with Stephen Berry as well, some fantastic tussling at the end, or at the beginning even, and side by side round the crane of curves. We'll let him get his helmet off, his number 2 cap on. And it has been a brilliant championship. But again, Stephen Berry dominating from pretty much start to finish. Had a great season, but wonderful individual performances. Let's jump in with Charlie. Great end to your Saturday.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I did an extra victory lap as well.
We noticed. You loved it that much.
Yeah, I was just loving it. I just want to stay out, you know. I thought, this is good fun.
Happy with your season?
Yeah, I mean, it's a reliability problems and stuff and things that go wrong, but you know, if woulda, coulda, shoulda, you know, all that sort of thing. But yeah, it's all right. It was good fun. It was great first season to get things underway. It's been really great.
6th this morning, 2nd this afternoon. What was the difference?
Came off at the hairpin. Yeah, it's just a greasy offline, and I was trying to hold him off, and it was just I tried to outbrake myself, and just flew straight off the track, and did a little handbrake turn and got back on into like 10th or something. It was,
well, 2nd place, great way to end the regular season. What a mate.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
Thanks, mate.
Right, let's go racing for one more time on this Saturday. It is the Thunders for the Classic Touring Cars. Over to Dave.
Oh yes, ready to be thunderstruck here at Donington Park. The sun has sunk below the horizon. And we are ready for our final race of the day, the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloons. And it's a familiar name in pole position, the one and only Abby Eaton, one of Britain's leading female racing drivers in the Holden Commodore. It's an all Holden front row, Andy Wilson's Monaro. starts alongside. Second row, the two championship protagonists, Nick Vaughan in his Audi A3 and Samuel Wilson in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. Third row, Kirk Armitage and Gary Hufford in BMWs. Mike Manning's back out after his problems earlier on in his Sierra Cosworth RS500 alongside Neil Philpotts in the now rare Mitsubishi Starion. Completing row 5, another Aussie beast, Andy Robinson's huge Ford Falcon alongside Malcolm Harding in his Ford Escort. Row 6, Chris McGinley in his BMW and Colin Voice in his Mark 1 Escort. Row 7, another pair of BMWs, it's Ian Craig and Oliver Owen. Row 8, two more BMWs, David Jefferson and Ian Bauer. Then row 9 is Martin Ellis in a Talbot Sunbeam Lotus alongside Cavan Granger's BMW. Row 10, John Peerless in a Honda Civic. That's alongside Mike Nash's BMW. Then on the 11th row, got David Hutchins' Civic alongside Matthew Stenning. He's also Honda powered. Jonathan Olive Cooper and Martin Reynolds next. Jonathan Olive Cooper's BMW, Martin Reynolds will be in one of his classic Fords. We'll wait to confirm which one. At the back of the grid we should see Vic Hope's Honda Civic, and hopefully Clive Hainsford will be there in his fast but fragile Mazda RX-8. Going to be a rolling start. This is going to be very spectacular indeed at the twilight stage of the day. Clive Hainsford is there, it's good to see. We just caught a glimpse of the Mazda at the back, but it is Abby Eaton at the front of the field, the former W Series competitor, among other things, in Father Paul's gorgeous Holden Commodore. What a grid this is, and what a gorgeous sunset as well. This is brilliant atmosphere here at Donington Park. Isn't that beautiful? 15 minutes then to close off the day here at Donington. And all Holden front row. There are the championship protagonists on row 2, the Audi and the huge Aston Martin. It's not until you stand next to some of these cars you realise just how big they are. This is going to be something very special indeed. Pace car will pull into pit lane. 15 minutes of racing. The red lights are on at the moment. As they go out, let's get ready to rumble. Here we go. Incredible. Andy Wilson rockets away, so does Neil Philpotts getting up on the outside there. It'll be Wilson who gets the lead. No relation incidentally to Sam Wilson in the powder blue Aston Martin. There's BMWs everywhere in the midfield. Andy Robinson, an enormous Aussie Ford Falcon. Somebody's on the grass further forward. Couldn't quite see who that was. It's Andy Wilson who leads from Abby Eaton. Sam Wilson in third. Nick Vaughan's down to 5th position. We'll keep an eye on where they are in their respective classes. Nick Vaughan in Class B, Wilson in Class H1, which is the same class as Abby Eaton. It was Andy Robinson, I think, who hit the grass there. You can see he's dropped back. Is that Vaughan that's dropped back in there as well? I think it might be, yeah, it might have been Nick Vaughan who ran onto the grass actually, so we'll have to keep an eye on position in his class. Wilson leads it from Abby Eaton, Sam Wilson third, then Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi. Yes, Nick Vaughan's dropped back, you can see him there next to Andy Robinson as they start to sort themselves out on this opening lap. The back of the field there's Clive Hainsford, that awesome rotary Mazda RX-8, the ex-special saloon racer of many years ago, as they head down into the Fogarty S's for the first time. Kirk Armitage well up in his BMW number 191. There's Colin Voice with his beautiful Mark 1 Escorts. Such variety in this field. These are the most powerful machines you'll see here this weekend from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, as the name suggests. There's Malcolm Harding with his Escort chasing Neil Philpotts. Runs a little bit wide on the exit. Gary Hufford's green BMW is next. Here come the leaders. Two Holdens together. Well, it was Bathurst last weekend, so perhaps fitting we've got some Aussie beef out there. Wilson leads Abby Eaton. It's Sam Wilson in third place. Andy Wilson based up in Doncaster, but he loses the lead. Rumbling Holdens together, and it's Abby Eaton who takes it up in the classic machine, but it's the modern Holden Monaro dives back underneath. These massive Australian beasts, they're flinging them around like go-karts. Down the Craner curves they come. What a sight they make, these massive bewinged Australian monsters. They sound incredible as well. Sam Wilson's Aston Martin, second in Class H1. He wants a class win here to keep his title hopes alive. Where is Nick Vaughan? He's dropped down to 4th in Class B and 12th overall with that mistake on the first corner. things could be playing into the hands of Sam Wilson and the Aston Martin. There's Malcolm Harding ahead of Armitage, Philpott, Voice, Hufford, and then a couple more of the BMWs. The number 91 is Oliver Owen. The treble 4 is Chris McGinley with his E36 GTR. Headlights ablaze for Kirk Armitage, the North Yorkshireman, side by side with Malcolm Harding. And there further back is the Texaco Sierra. We're getting to see it race this time. Mike Manning just ahead of Nick Vaughan. There's Andy Robinson with the yellow headlamps on his Ford. Cavan Granger there, the white and maroon BMW. And behind him is Ian Bauer, the former Pre-93 touring car champion. Nick Vaughan on the inside, the turbocharged Audi A3. Had a couple of wins at Snetterton last time out to put himself into title contention. Fighting back is the Sierra of Mike Manning. Here's a replay looking back at Goddard's. Well, everybody got through there okay. Here are the Holdens fighting for the lead. Andy Wilson. Also seen him out in the DAF V8 special saloon car in recent times. Yes, I'm not making that up. Here's the fight for third. Sam Wilson in Ricky Can's Aston Martin, just about trying to hold third. Kirk Armitage trying to make a move there in the BMW as they came down into the old hairpin as the BMW got through. No, it hasn't. Still there in fourth place. Fifth is Harding. Sixth, Philpott. Seventh, it is Gary Hufford. Eighth and ninth, the two BMWs of McGinley and Owen. Looks like it's Mike Manning in 10th and Vaughan in 11th place with the Audi. He's got made up one place there at least. Still fourth in his class. Here comes Kirk Armitage challenging Sam Wilson, but Sam Wilson second in class. This will put him back into the advantage for the title. Normally we see Sam Wilson and Ricky Can share the driving, but with Sam going for the title, he'll of course take part in both races this weekend. There's Neil Philpotts in the Mitsubishi Starion. Very rare car these days. A lot of these cars fast but fragile, certainly. They rumble their way through the Melbourne Loop. And here's what we were looking at Goddard's. That's Ian Bauer sliding off in the Castrol BMW, the Emanuele Naspetti lookalike. And another one went off. That was Andy Robinson in the Craig Lowndes lookalike Ford Falcon. Fearsome beast that machine is, and tricky to control on the slippery surface here. Still a little slippy at Goddard's. Here's the battle for third. Colin Voice is on the move in his Escort Mark 1. He's up into fourth place. And he's in the same class as Sam Wilson, so the last thing Sam wants is to lose another place here. It's going to be very close indeed for the championship this weekend between him and Nick Vaughan. Just under 9 minutes of this race to go. Up towards Coppice. Kirk Armitage tries to get the place back again. This is for P4. Top two have pulled away to the tune of some 12 seconds. Andy Wilson and Abby Eaton. Slipping and sliding around there, the number 21 of Colin Voice. Down towards the Melbourne Loop once again. Neil Philpott shadowing in the Starion. It's Malcolm Harding. Armitage to the inside in the blue BMW. On the exits, Philpott's up there as well. Here are the leaders. The gap is just under 2 seconds between the two Holdens of differing ages. Second place car, the very much a Peter Brock replica, the great 9-time Bathurst winner. Well, I don't think he had a rear wing on it, the size of Abby Eaton's example here. And there is Nick Vaughan. He's in P10, but still only 4th in Class B. It's all about class positioning in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Sam Wilson still third overall, but only second in his class. He needs to try and catch Abby Eaton here, and he's 14 seconds down on her. And car we didn't see take the start was Martin Reynolds. That's a great shame. Here's a replay. This is Andy Robinson in the Ford Falcon. He's already been off once. Locks up again into Goddard. You can see the disc brake glowing there. And off he goes again. Avoids the tyre barrier. Exactly the same as before. Just see Martin Ellis and his Talbot Sunbeam Lotus go through there in the foreground as well. But that Falcon, I think, is essentially brakeless. Here come the leaders. It's getting very dark here at Donington. I hope we're not going to have another cloud burst. Living the flames from Andy Wilson there. Now the Craner curves. Lead gap is 2.1 seconds. Neil Philpotts is up to fourth, ahead of Colin Voice. Extraordinary, unique cars out here in the Edmondson Electrical Classic Thunder Saloon Championship. Rumble their way up towards Coppice. I promise you we're not seeing replays of, oh he spun it this time as well, of Andy Robinson. That's 3 laps in a row. He's gone straight on at Goddard. He wheel spins off the grass, and I wouldn't be surprised if Andy Robinson is heading for the pits here. It's 3 laps in a row. He's gone straight on at Goddard. And yes, he has pulled into the pits. No great surprise there. Great shame for the big Ford Falcon. So it looks like it's going to be Holden that's winning this Aussie battle. It's under 5 minutes of the race to go. There's a battle of the Hondas further back. That's the number 149 car of David Hutchins. Who's he gone on his tail? That's I think John Peerless, possibly. It might be the number 16 of Matthew Stenning. They're running in the guest class. Newcomers to Classic Thunder. Yeah, it is Matthew Stenning, the number 16, in the newer shape Civic. Meanwhile, here's one of our championship contenders. That's Sam Wilson in the Gulf Aston Martin, chased by Neil Philpotts. It is termed as classic and historic Thunder Saloons. It's the historic cars to the fore, with the exception of Andy Wilson in the huge Class A car. Philpotts closes up. Three and a half minutes to go. It's looking good for Andy Wilson. In terms of the championship, looking better for Sam Wilson than it is for Nick Vaughan at the moment. He's now up to third in class. He's gone ahead of Chris McGinley's BMW. Next Class B car is Gary Hufford's green BMW for the Audi to get past. It's going to be very close indeed going into the final race of the season tomorrow. We'll be joined by the Jaguars as well. The junior saloon cars will be out as well, and the Brick Car Trophy. They all join in tomorrow. Somebody's pulled up over there on the left-hand side. Big cloud of smoke. Who's that? So much smoke, I can't see who it is. It's the number 16 Honda, Matthew Stenning. That's what you call a smoke screen. Goodness me, it's like that scene from Days of Thunder when Tom Cruise drives the NASCAR through the fog. That might bring about an early finish if that car has caught fire. It's very close to the edge of the circuit as well, you can see there clearly. I wouldn't be surprised this race gets halted early. Yeah, the red flag has come out. Not surprising, the red flag has come out. 2 minutes 20 on the clock, so that will be race called, I think. Yep, end of session, it says on the timing screen. So that will be a win for Andy Wilson in the Holden Monaro. Second for Abby Eaton, so it's a Holden 1-2. Not very often we say that in British motorsports. And Sam Wilson gets third, second in class. Where was Nick Vaughan? He finished 9th, third in class. So I think that will give Sam Wilson a narrow advantage. We'll have to do the maths afterwards. They could even be equal on points in the championship, those two. But there's another race to come tomorrow. There's the reason for the red flag. The number 16 of Matthew Stenning goes up in smoke. Hope that car doesn't burst into flames. There is Andy Wilson. The Yorkshireman takes the win in his Holden Monaro. I said earlier, it's not until you stand close to that car you realise just how huge it is. Abby Eaton, the runner-up, and Sam Wilson in third in the Aston. Try and go through the class winners in a moment. So Andy Wilson takes the win and he wins Class A. Provisional results confirmed. Then Abby Eaton in second. She wins Class H1 with Sam Wilson second in class behind her. H2 goes to Neil Philpotts in fourth place. Class B is won by Kirk Armitage ahead of Gary Hufford. The guest class goes to Malcolm Harding. Class C to Oliver Owens BMW. And further down in the order, were there any other class winners? No, there weren't. Nick Vaughan, well, he managed to get back through off that first lap mistake to 9th place, third in class. Sam Wilson second in class. They're the contenders for the championship going into tomorrow's race. It is still open between those two. We'll hand down shortly to Parc Fermé if the drivers have arrived. The result taken from the end of lap 6. So the winning margin 2.125 seconds. Fastest lap of the race goes to the race winner, Andy Wilson. We'll head down to Parc Fermé shortly.
Cheers, Dave, here for the final time in Parc Fermé, and our winner, Andy Wilson, here's his number 1 board here. He's actually parked about 40 yards away. We will go and find him, don't worry. First of all, with second place, Abby Eaton, come on in. Happy with that, I'm sure you are. The car is an absolute beast up close, but even on the track it looks big, but it's massive, isn't it? Happy with that?
Yeah, very happy. This is the first time we've used the car with the aero additions that my dad has done. So yeah, we found about 7 seconds in comparison to when we last drove here without it. So Yeah, good exercise.
7 seconds?
Yeah. So it was 45 was the last time. This time last year that we were here, it's our quickest lap.
Blimey. Great battle with Andy.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with the modern car and the fast stuff, but for some reason this gets it in sector 3. But no, it's good to see, they're basically two of the same cars, but 30 years apart.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, can't wait.
Can you find another 7 seconds overnight?
Probably not. We'll try, but yeah, probably not.
Great Saturday, well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, Abby. Thank you so much. Third place, I'm gonna jump in. Is that all right? Congratulations, third place. Are you happy with third position?
Yeah, that felt hard. That was the hardest third position I've had in a while. I think just time after time, there's a new car behind. Tyres just wouldn't get hot. Brakes started to go long. It was, and then Abby just cleared off. Yeah, that was new. Didn't expect that. I tried to go around the outside turn one, got alongside, and then it's just gone. So just keep everyone behind me.
Great battle in front of you, great battle behind as well. One more race to come tomorrow. How's your season been? Let's talk about that first of all.
Hit and miss. Yeah, we've had really good results. I think we've won pretty much every race in class. But we're trying to judge ourselves against everyone else, trying to get on the road positions. But we've had a couple of mechanical failures. We've had a drive shaft snapped and then a head crack at Snett. So this is literally the first time the engine got running on Thursday evening, and here we are. So.
Perfect. And finally, conditions. It's getting a little bit dusky here.
Yeah, it's really horrible. Going down Crane curves, it's just pitch black pretty much. But yeah, I think timing was lucky. The clouds just managed to avoid us, so we got lucky.
Cool. Have a good evening. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. And let's go for a walk and find Andy Wilson, who, for some reason, parked over here. And once again, as we go past these cars are just enormous. They are absolute beasts of machines. Andy, you missed your number one spot over there. We've had to come and find you. You knew you won, didn't you?
Yeah, I knew I won. We're getting a bit dark. I knew I won.
Great race with Abby.
Yeah, well, yeah. I just dragged at the start and got my head down and went for it.
Conditions.
She kept me honest though. I could see her. She didn't let off.
She absolutely did. Yeah. Conditions-wise, it's been cold, it's been wet, it's been a little bit drizzly, it's dark.
It was vision. We're getting dark, really dark. Yeah. It looks all right now, but when you're in there with tinted screens, and it gets difficult.
Do you have the double tomorrow?
It's just lost all this oil pressure, so I don't know.
Oh no! What, literally just coming in?
Literally coming in. I was stopped there. Lost its oil pressure.
Oh wow, okay.
So I'll have to look at that.
I'll let you keep busy and go and look at that. All right, well done, mate. Great win. All right, cheers, buddy. Let's just turn around one more time as we finish the day here. Day one, of course, of 2 days in Donington, surrounded by absolutely beautiful machines. Plenty more to come tomorrow. It's the classic touring cars. The junior saloons join us. The minis go again in their enduro race, and the headlining tomorrow is the Brit Car Trophy. They have two 50-minute races to conclude their season. Okay, for the final time today, over to Dave. We'll see you tomorrow. Cheers, mate.
Well, thanks very much to Ewan and also to Ian Waterhouse down on the ground today. That does conclude day one here at Donington. As we get ready for our second day, starting off at 9:40 a.m. tomorrow. Full day of racing. As Ewan said, we've got the junior saloon cars joining us, the Brit Car Trophy sponsored by Rowe Motor Oils as well, and we'll also see from the Classic Touring Car Racing Club the Berkshire Jag Components Jaguar Challenge as well. So plenty more on top of the touring car action we have seen today. We start at 9:40 with the Pre 9303 and Boss race, and it goes on all the way through the day. We've also got the Mini Challenge Club Sport Endurance race as well, the 40 minutes pit stop race. That promises to be something a little bit different. Thanks to everyone for joining us here today at Donington Park. We'll see you at 9:40 a.m. tomorrow. Thanks to all our volunteer marshals as always, and thanks to Ewan and Ian down in the paddock today. Plenty more coming tomorrow here on BARC TV, but that's all from day one here at Donington. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.